Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our continued coverage of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Tonight, we find ourselves at the halfway point of the season, and already several teams have a chance to mathematically secure their trips to the Challenge Finals in San Diego.
The first team that probably comes to mind for most viewers is the undefeated Lotus Gaming. Led by 5-time champion Nick, they can actually punch their ticket tonight in their offline match against Golden X.
But Bash, all the drama is with Empire Gaming and Aphilion Nebula. Both currently have 3 wins and an opportunity to get that 5th win tonight. And guess what? They're playing each other in just a few hours. So this could be a possible win and you're in war.
That's going to be one for the ages, Eric. The last story we're keeping our eye on tonight is Taco Esports, who find themselves in a surprising 1-3 hole. They're not mathematically eliminated just yet, but they need to win out the rest of the season, and they still got aphilion standing in their way.
Wow, with all this on the line, it's sure to be another exciting night of action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We are live from Burbank, California, and it is week number 3 of our Clash of Clans Challenge season action. And a lot of the things could potentially switch up today, so I'm excited to see how it all turns out. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by our lovely casters, Bash and Eric. Are you ready for week number 3? I'm so excited I can't talk.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing week of wars. We got a crazy huge matchup, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But Eric, week 3 looks very promising.
And week 3 is one of the most important weeks as well, because this is where we're going to start to decide which teams are going to San Diego and which ones are going to be put out of reach.
Man, there's honestly so many different storylines we're going to be following. Lots on the line for all of our teams here today. But it took a lot for them to get here. So in case you missed last week, we've got a quick recap to wrap it all up for you.
And we started off with Taco Esports going up against Empire Gaming. This is a tough week for Taco Esports. One of Eric's absolute favorites coming into week 2, but they struggled. They went up against this Empire team that is looking like one of the favorites to qualify for DreamHack.
Yeah, but Taco Esports went against the top 3 ranked teams that are in the league right now. So, like, those are where they picked up all of their losses, and I think there's still a lot of promise in this team here. I think Taco Esports, I still have faith in them. I think that the losses that they have were teams that are going to be the teams to beat, and I think they can stand up to a lot of the teams that they have up ahead of them, and I still think they can make it to San Diego.
Yeah, and this Empire War was tough, but things didn't get any easier for them as they took on Lotus Gaming, which they're undefeated right now and looking like the perennial favorites in our division right now. Like 4-0, looking to really punch it home tonight.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. If they can come out here against the other teams, they lost to the top teams that we kind of expected those teams to perform here. But I think Taco Esports can come out swinging today. If they can get that first win, they get some momentum. But if they lose it, that put them down to a 1-4, and that put them nearly out of reach there of making it to San Diego. So they really got to be on their A game this week.
Yeah, a really tough way to climb back up. But elsewhere in the league, we had fan favorites Aphilion have a really strong week. They put 2 more wins on the board, and they took our favorite Lotus Gaming to the absolute brink. Coming down to the last building in the war against Lotus, they're looking like a real powerhouse coming in here to week 3.
Yeah, but once again, they're going to be in a similar situation to Taco Esports, where they're going to have to come out into this war today and the other war they have later in the day, and they're going to have to get those wins because Alpha's currently at a losing record right now, so they need to step it up here, and we'll see if they're able to, because their season may ride on what happens with this week here.
Yeah, this is it's going to be a really big week. Looking at our standings right here, I mentioned it, Lotus Gaming 4-0, Aphilion and Empire both at 3-1. Huge war coming up. We'll talk about that momentarily. Night Shift 2-1, Alpha MX and Taco Esports both with 1 win, and then Golden X and Happy Ending 7.0 looking to get that first victory.
Yeah, but the key matchup that we're going to be paying attention to this week here is the Aphilion versus Empire. That is going to be up on our 4th match of the night here. Very, very excited to get into that one there, because if we can see either of those teams take the win and win their other match, that would basically guarantee their lock-in to San Diego with 5 wins.
Right, and that's what we were talking about when we just did that intro. There are some teams that this week number 3, before we even finish, can mathematically guarantee that position. So things are going to be a little bit spicy today, but with another week also means another community spotlight. So it's time for us to check in with our community correspondent, Erica, and see who she got to chat with.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another Friday spent watching some Clash of Clans. It's Erica, and we have officially hit the week 3 mark of the Community Spotlight. Here today, we have someone from a clan we don't normally hear a lot about, but they have taken out some fierce competition. And they'll actually be playing 2 wars tonight. So it's definitely exciting to get to know this guy because he has one amazing talent. But without further ado, let's check out our good friend Juanjo from Alpha MX Esports.
Pues yo creo que como equipo coincidimos que haber eliminado a estos equipos, habernos dado la tarea de haber estado a su nivel, es algo muy gratificante, sobre todo porque teníamos muchos comentarios o veíamos muchos comentarios en los que a nuestro equipo lo hacían de menos, pensaban que era un equipo chico de cierta manera y al enfrentarnos a equipos que ya llevan tanto tiempo jugando a buenos jugadores, pues sí, es increíble, es una gran sensación el haber podido ganarles y demostrar que nosotros también tenemos un nivel muy alto. Ok, yo creo que como todos los equipos nos sentimos un poco nerviosos, sin embargo tenemos muchas ganas de demostrar que nosotros los mexicanos también tenemos mucho que dar y que podemos llegar a competir en gran nivel. Me encanta la música, sin embargo ahorita estoy enfocado en esto, en Clash of Clans. Sí espero en un futuro poderme dedicar de manera profesional a esto. La verdad es que llevo 3, 4 años más o menos estudiando, entonces, como todo, hay que dedicarle mucho tiempo y muchos años de entrenamiento. Entonces, lo sigo haciendo, lo sigo practicando, pero en estos momentos estoy un poco más enfocado en Clash of Clans. Pues a mí me gustaría seguir estudiando esta bonita profesión que es la música. Me gustaría en unos años poder dedicarme de manera profesional al canto. Inclusive me gustaría compartirles un pequeño clip de una de mis presentaciones. Ojalá la disfruten tanto como yo. Me gustaría agradecer a todas aquellas personas que nos estuvieron apoyando durante aquellas guerras complicadas. Gracias a todos por confiar en nosotros y les prometemos que no vamos a defraudar a nadie.
Now that was absolutely amazing. And that's what I love about Clash of Clans. We have clashers from all over the world, from different time zones, from different backgrounds, clashers that are involved in different activities, and even some clashers that speak a completely different language. But that doesn't matter. We still come together to play this game, and we have fun doing it. But that's it for me for this week. Make sure you guys go check out our week 3 recap. That'll be dropped probably in a few days or so. But until then, enjoy the show, and back to you, Glitter.
I mean, talk about talented. He's got the style, he can sing, and he's a pro Clash player. I mean, come on.
Yeah, NA is just full of talented people. We've seen it week in and week out. So many different talents, so many different skills, but also amazing players.
Yeah, and he's all dressed up, even more than like we are. It's when it's a shame out there.
Yeah, I
got your Loch Ness Monster.
I didn't want to acknowledge,
like,
how good he was looking, but he looked amazing.
we might need to ask Juanjo for some tips. But since we don't have those right now, we're going to get into something that you two could most definitely use some help in because it's Guess the Percent. It's time for Guess the Percent. Once again, if you guys are new here and you don't know how this works, we're going to show the boys an attack, only a little bit of it, and then they'll have to guess the percent that it finishes at. You can see here the track record so far. Bash, you are currently ahead by 5%.
Yeah, we got a win. We got a small win. I mean, we weren't really on there, but Eric, I'm in the lead. Take that, Eric. Take that.
I'm sorry to say, but you're not going to be in the lead for long. I'm going to pass you up here. Okay, what do we got?
We got a champ.
It's a dragon attack here. A high
What?
That's it.
Wait, no, hold on. That's fake, right?
That's dirty.
Okay, well, you have to guess first.
Yeah,
so
I have to guess first,
and then I'll give you my opinion.
Okay, so we've seen Champ do this before. The triple clone Hydra bomb here. This is literally just a shot in the dark. Poison towers throughout there. The town hall. I'm not going to tell you anything in my head. We're going to say 82%.
Oh.
Middle of the road there, huh?
Yeah.
Middle of the road.
They didn't give us anything. think it's a safe bet here.
Okay. Well, I think I gotta go with I gotta go 5 below you or 5 above you, so I can
More Price
be
is
able to-
Right action?
Yeah, because he's up by 5% right now.
Or the
so
Well,
lead.
if you're going with
minimum
82,
5. You could do more than 5 and then potentially gain on him.
Yeah, you should just go 100%.
True. I am gonna go. You said what'd you say?
82.
82. I'm gonna go 76.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't like that.
It's in the books. It's
76.
official. Those are the guesses. We got 82 for Bash, 72,
76.
76 for Eric. And chat, obviously, that means we'll tell you the answer at the end of the show, but their answers are locked in for week 3, and we'll see what's going on with our Guess the Percent race here between Eric and Bash. It should be very interesting, to say the least. You know, I feel like we used to give you guys maybe a solid 10 seconds of the attack,
Like
Yeah, I
30
know,
seconds.
and
right?
now you get 0.5.
We got he dropped heroes here.
Yeah, but
What-
there was one key giveaway there.
Time.
He had only 2 minutes overall
well,
in attack there.
I saw
So
the
either he
time.
tripled it or he got wrecked.
Can I give Eric some props, because this is the first time he's remembered to look at the time on the clock when we do Guess the Percent. So we're evolving here in our Guess the Percent
We're
expertise.
learning the game.
I saw it, but I didn't want to acknowledge it. I didn't want to give him any.
Well, it's too late. It's
I feel
been
like your
acknowledged.
guess is better for
All
the
right.
record.
All right, we got through Guess the
know, I'm
Percent.
nervous.
Now we got to start talking about the wars that we have ready to go for today, because we're kicking things off with Empire versus the Night Shift.
This is going to be a really great war to start off the show here. Looking at this Empire squad, we talk about it week in and week out. One of the favorites in this grouping, and they're just a well-rounded team, led by Smokey Bear as their leader, but as attacking-wise, I think we'd say led by Jesus, one of the most consistent attackers in the game with his Blizzard Lalo, but this team is well-rounded and can bring a lot of different attacks to the table.
Well, last season, I would have said Shadow was their #1 player. He was feeling unstoppable then, and this whole team is just very well-rounded. They have a really solid chance. They already have a 3-1 record, so if they're able to win both of their rounds tonight, then they'd guarantee their position into DreamHack San Diego. So this is a big, big night for them. They're right on the cusp, and they just need to stay alive and take it. So they're definitely one of the forces to be reckoned with here in North America, and they've been proving it season after season.
And they've had some really strong wars, some really strong showings these past couple weeks. We see Anthony going in with that signature Electro Titan log launcher smash, which has been really effective for him. Even on defense, they've been holding really well. So this team looks to be in the driver's seat, but we also saw last week Night Shift starting to gain some momentum. So I don't think this one should be too one-sided, because their opponent, the Night Shift, finally broke that curse of those 2 stars, finally got a couple triples on the board in their last war, got a couple victories, and they're looking a lot better.
Yeah, Night Shift, I think, has been a sleeper team here, where they struggled their first 2 wars a little bit. They snuck in a win on a low-scoring war on their opening war. Their second one was a little bit worse performance, where they weren't able to pick up a triple, and their opponents were they were able to get them through, so they ended up falling behind on that one, taking their first loss. But then they came out at the end of last week, and they locked in that 12-star war, and that is generally the mark that will win you most wars. If you can hit that 12-star mark there, you're in a very good spot. So they just need to come out here this week and consistently get those 12 stars, and they could definitely sweep the board here and get into the challenge. That probably won't get locked in this week here, but they could definitely make a step in the right direction.
Yeah, this is a huge week for them. At 2-1, you want to definitely make those right steps. You don't want to fall back down and fall down those rankings, especially moving into the last week next week. But this is a tough matchup, man. This is a very tough matchup. I think for both of these clans, a squad like Empire can't overlook the Night Shift. But the Night Shift needs this. They have to get this war, and they can really change some momentum in the standings.
Yeah, and they're in almost the opposite situation that a team like Taco Esports is in, where they have a lot of tough opponents ahead. And I think one of the toughest is right here, this match that they're about to step into against Empire. So here's our stats here on the match. We can see that the hit rates for Empire are a bit above the Night Shift, but this is the time to shine. So you come out here, you play your best game, and anybody can win this right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The stats are from the past. We're living in the present. It's 5v5 esports. Anything can happen in these wars, Glitter.
And that's probably going to be the theme of the entire day. We're going to be kept on our toes. It happened last week. It's going to happen again today because that's how high the level of competition is. But if you want to see how good it's going to get, that will be at DreamHack San Diego. !DHSan in chat for more information on how to attend our challenge finals for Clash of Clans. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. We've also got a little bit of a discount code down there. And then, for the first time today, kicking off week number 3, chat, we want to hear from you. First War, who do you think is taking this one home? Let us know in that poll down below on Twitch chat if you think it's going to be Empire Gaming or will it be the Night Shift. I think it's going to be a great way to kick off the day, and I am excited to get into all of this action. So I will pass it off to you for the first time today.
Here we go, guys. Week 3 of Challenge is underway. Remember, each of these teams plays each other one time, so 7 total matches for each squad. So we'll see some teams playing twice tonight. We'll see some teams playing once tonight. But this is a very important week, especially moving into week 4. You really want to submit and give yourself a chance to move on to San Diego.
And if with Empire being so close to being able to lock in their position for San Diego, they could actually have the score between the two of them, between Night Shift and Empire, tie up here because Empire is currently at a 3-1. We see the Night Shift at a 2-1. So if the Night Shift can win this, then they can definitely potentially overtake the Empire Gaming squad there in their second War of the Night. So there's definitely a lot on the line here, and we could see some big mix-up, depends on what happens here.
That would be a really interesting way to start the show. Definitely wouldn't be the way I think most of us are thinking it's going to go, but I mean, the Night Shift's looking good starting off, or finishing off last week, rather. So here we go. It's underway, guys. Swifty's going to come in. Looks like we got a straight-up Zap Titan attack, so we're going to start with this Warden Walk. Here come the Lightnings nice and early. Gets that bow out. Also takes out the Invisibility Tower, which is going to make sure that the Flame Flinger that he's going to use to take the Town Hall is not going to advance too far and get targeted by those defenses in the core.
The angle of approach here to the Town Hall is going to be very, very important because he needs to make sure that Flame Flinger is able to take the Town Hall without getting targeted by the Expo or by that Multi-Inferno. So it can't veer off too far to the left there. If it veers off too far to the left, then with the long range of that Ground Expo, it could potentially lock onto it. It's a little bit of a risk here, but now, as soon as he takes out that mortar, he pulls the Warden up north, and he'll begin his path into the base here. Electric Titans are going to lead the charge, and he's got the King working the outside, which is going to collapse in the funnel and get him right into the base.
King's going to go ahead and join up to everything. I'm going to try to keep an eye on this Flame Flinger as he makes his way through here, but this jump spell should give him some nice access. Also has a couple wall breakers still remaining, along with all 3 hero abilities that are in here. Clan Castle finally comes out. It's a double Ice Golem and Rocket Loons. We see this hold up attacks in the middle. Uses that Hog Rider over on the left side really nicely to pull out the Teslas. Now we got Skeletons on his Flinger. I'm not sure if he sees it. They're kind of tucked in there, Eric.
Yeah, that's a really bad thing to be happening
there's
right
an
now.
archer in there. Okay.
Yeah, okay, you got it. They were hiding underneath it. He was able to get an archer, take out those grass skellies, and the Flame Flinger will continue safe there. And on top of that, the Grand Expo by the Town Hall is tanked, or was tanked, so we'll have to see if that ends up locking onto the Flame Flinger. It is kind of veered off to the left side there pretty heavily, but his main force is still moving strong. The healers are staying in position onto those Electro Titans. However, the Electro Titans have wrapped out of the base there and are going out to the trash, and that's going to cause a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, and there's really no easy way for them to wrap back in. Still does have Royal Champion yet to be deployed, but the King and Queen both knocked out throughout the middle of the base. The Flinger finally locks onto the Town Hall. It should have enough gas in the tank to get it done. There is a Battle Builder on there healing. Here come those Titans wrapping around under that player cam right there. And Swifty looking to finish this one off, but man, there's a lot of base. Being patient on this Royal Champion, trying to get her in with the most tanking. Here she comes. She's going to come in right now behind these Titans and let the Titans hold on to everything. Town Hall going to fall. It should fall with the spirits there.
Yeah, definitely. And the Yetis that'll come out will go ahead and take a couple more defenses out at the very end of the pathing. Now the Yeti Mites went to the Town Hall, not to the outside defenses, and he definitely needed to go to the outside defenses to try to thin out the path for the World Champion a little bit there. But yes, it did go down. I wasn't really worried about that. There was enough fire on the ground. It had enough ramping up damage right there. It wasn't going to be a problem. But this World Champion surviving and still having enough time to finish out the base is going to be an impossibility that he will not be able to overcome. So it is going to be, at best, a time fail, but it does look like it is just that, a time fail for Swifty, the rookie over here in Empire Gaming. Comes out swinging, but it's a swing and a miss here at a 89% here to start us off for Empire Gaming. A solid attack, but a little bit on the slow side. Definitely had all the defenses under control, though. When
those Titans popped outside, it kind of slowed his whole attack down. He had to wait a little bit longer on that Royal Champion deployment and just wait for those Titans to wrap back in there. It's a heartbreaker when it's an 89% time fail because you have all the defenses essentially down here. but just not enough time to get the 11 buildings down to finish the triple.
Yeah, and on top of that, that Flameslinger took a while to actually lock onto the Town Hall. It was moving for a long time out there, and he couldn't really safely throw down his Royal Champion until he was 100% sure that the Town Hall was going to go down. So the delay there, that's why he delayed. He potentially could have put the Royal Champion in and got some early cleanup movement on the outside right corner and just cleared out the defenses with her and had her join and force everybody else back at the base. That would have been the difference in time if he could have done it. But because the Flameslinger took so long to actually lock onto the Town Hall and the little bit of damage that it took and the Teslas are popping over there, he had to play safe. He had to make sure the Town Hall was going to go down before he could drop her, and the delay cost him the triple. So smart play there. A little bit conservative, but now we pass it over to Night Shift, and we'll see if Perry can get it done. He's breaking out super bowlers, and we got a box base on defense.
This is going to be very similar to how the last attack ran, but instead of the Flinger, he's going to go ahead and use that log launcher. We've seen this being used with a lot of success from Anthony from Empire, actually, using the log launcher with Titans, using the log launcher with super bowlers, and on these bases, these box bases with the Town Hall opposite. It's a little bit risky, but when it works out really nicely. It'll be interesting to see if he goes in from the middle, which it looks like he is. This probably 2 o'clock position. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and work everything in. The log launcher will come in behind, and he's just going to push right through the middle of the base.
I like the spot of that minion to go pick up a cannon that was exposed on the outside of the base there. Good identification and just good efficiency overall. But the bowlers will begin their path in here following the log launcher. Now, the log launcher is shifted off to the right a little bit, so it'll open up access to I guess it doesn't really open access to either of the scatter shots on the bottom or top side there.
King's going to go for this scatter shot right here. He's going to start working through. We got the Super Bowlers fighting off the Clan Castle, and while they're fighting off that Clan Castle, I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, guys. When winning matters, thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Awesome tournament they're putting on for us. But let's go ahead and get back into the action here. Super Bowler's working through the middle of the base here. Warden ability did go off. Queen still got ability. Here comes that log launcher popping. Yeti's outside of it. Good freeze here. I love that freeze play there. King does get that scatter on the top side, and he's going to bring Royal Champion in for the other scatter, and now he's got a safe path to the Town Hall. Now we just need Royal Champion to get through this Queen. He does have 2 Headhunters that he can deploy. Here they go. Headhunters are in.
I was thinking the Queen ability would have to take out the defensive Queen, but the Royal Champion got there first with that poison that he decided to use up there with the help of the Royal Champion, the Headhunters. He's able to power through her. Now, this bottom corner is still a very, very dangerous area. Super, super compact, and when you pack that many defenses all at once for this Royal Champion to fight, it's going to ultimately overwhelm her. What he really needs is these bowlers to get back in action, but they're all the way at the top of the base there. They're holding the healers hostage, and they are going to stop this attack up. You'll pop that RC ability, gather what he can out of here, but these bowlers don't want to play. They're just sitting up there, half the fight, and they're finally getting off the wall and circling down, but it's too late to provide the protection and the tanking and the support for that Royal Champion to push through. So she sniped off, and with her, the chances for the triple, but looking at the percentage here, we're still climbing up into the 80s, so this war will start off close, but it is going to be a percentage advantage into the Empire Gaming's favor.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker when all 3 of the healers, well, not all 3, but 3 of the 5 healers stay up top there and really get no value. Oh, man, that's rough for Perry, because if he had those healers in there, it could have maybe kept those bowlers up a little bit longer, maybe kept the Queen up a little bit longer. You're going to try to work this one up a few more percent, but finishes off at 84, so it's going to be a 5% advantage for Empire after the first 2 attacks. So strong smash attacks for both these squads, but not quite enough gas in the tank there for Perry, and a time fail for Swifty is the difference.
Yeah, I really like the attack there for Perry. I think that had some really solid potential, but when you see these big open compartments right on the entry there that give an option for troops to veer off, like, it didn't even look like they were going to veer off. Like, at this point, like, if you looked at it at this part of the attack there, you would think, yeah, for sure, all the bowlers are going in, but then you see that small pack that split off early and then wrapped up to the north side, and that caused all the problems. If that pack would have stayed with the main group there is a high probability that it would have been able to keep this alive here and even maybe get the healers to transfer over to the Queen, because all the rages were being used in the middle of the base there, and so we lost out on all of that potential healing, and those healers just went to complete waste. So a little unlucky. It was a solid approach. I really like the plan here, and he just needs to I wish they could rerun it because I think with another rerun, they could definitely pull that off.
You kept saying small pack. It was just one bowler kept those healers up there. That's a heartbreaker. Anthony coming in with something we haven't really seen him use, the Queen Charge Hybrid. So going with the traditional approach here of the Queen taking the Town Hall. So she's going to work right into the Town Hall, try to clear out as much as possible, deal with the Clan Castle, rage it down early. And right now he does have that Battle Drill selected, which is going to be like the Diggy. It's going to have that stun effect, which can be really nice through the middle of the base. First freeze goes down to freeze that single. Great timing on that rage, is keeping this Queen powering through this compartment. Coco Loon's coming in to catch any Seeking Air Mines, and this is looking like a strong start for the Queen Charge, and the King's going to go ahead and set the opposite funnel for the Hybrid to come through the middle.
Now, he did end up catching 2 Black Air Bombs with those Coco Loons, and he set this Queen Charge up very nicely. But he's out of Coco Loons, so definitely keep an eye on the healers here to see if they end up taking any more damage or potential damage. So far, he's been able to avoid it all. So very, very nicely executed right now, but the Queen is not out of danger yet, with the Mana still lurking up ahead, and now Tesla's popping in the core of the base, but there's a lot of Hogs and a lot of Miners that are still moving in that area that are actually going to be protected by the ward ability now as he fights the CC and takes Eagle Artillery Strikes there. So good value out of that, but he needs to keep on pushing, and he has one more heal spell that has to be well placed in the backside.
The Ice Golems are holding everything up here in the middle. He's trying to get that Battle Drill to work through and keep the pathing working. Finally, the troops are going to go ahead and take out the Monolith. I think that was why he started the Hybrid so early, was to get to that Monolith so the Queen can keep charging through here. King's doing a great job on the top side. That Battle Drill is working through here. But you need a strong push for these troops to get through. Still has 1 invisibility spells, but besides that, he has no more support for these troops. But an invisibility spell could provide just enough for the Royal Champion to get through here. She throws her Seeking Shield, and Eric, it's going to be close here.
Yeah, he's got that Queen alive. She doesn't have a lot of healing or a lot of health right now, but the heal is transferred over to the Royal Champion. That's really giving her a lot of punch there. Even if she goes down, he'll have the other troops there picking up the healers. Looks like the King, no, she's still alive in there. She's still alive. He's got that minion working up there on the cannons that are completely exposed across the top of the base there. That'll definitely reduce some damage later on. He lost his Queen. He's going to need a good split here. This attack is going to come down to the split. And look at this. He's got a Super Miner in the top of the base there, working with the Royal Champion, and everybody else is moving across the right side. He's got a chance here. This is looking pretty solid.
Plenty of miners.
He's not out of this yet.
Plenty of miners up. Super Miner is working. Remember, that Super Miner will drop a bomb when it does get taken out, if it gets taken out, and it ramps up its damage like a single target Inferno. It's looking good. 34 seconds. Anthony's going to get the 3-star for the Empire squad, and they're going to take the lead on this second attack from Anthony. It's a triple with a well-executed Queen Charge Hybrid.
Yeah, I love the Super Miner inside of the Battle Drill, just picking up where the Battle Drill left off. And that area of the base there was looking like it was a little bit weak with only the Battle Drill moving into it, but it was able to secure the Eagle Artillery, and it got its most important target there and got him through in the end. And with the percentage advantage, that means Empire will maintain it and even potentially extend it. So a lot of pressure now on the night shift. They need to get their first triple, and they need to get it very soon in this war.
It looked like he had a few Hogs in that Battle Drill along with that Super Miner. I love that play right there. The Battle Drill did some really nice work. As everything kind of worked back in towards those Ice Golems and worked down towards the Monolith, the Battle Drill just continued towards that north side of the base and really cleared off the top side. And like you mentioned, Eric, Night Shift is going to have a lot of pressure now. Not only were they behind on a few percent, it wasn't a massive percent, but now they're down on stars. And ultimately, that's what's going to decide the war first. Stars, percent, and then time. So very important attack. You don't want to fall behind to a team like Empire this early.
Yeah, I mean, Empire is, like I said, one of the teams to beat in the competition here. They were able to make it all the way into the top 4 in the last season. They played in Poland. It's a little bit different roster than we actually saw play in Poland, but the core members are still the same there. They are a very, very strong team, and on the verge of making it into DreamHack San Diego. They definitely have brought their A game today, and they start off very strong there with that triple. So let's see if we can see the response here. It is Puma from the other side, and we'll see if the Night Shift can tie up this score and get us right back to where we were after that first exchange.
A little hero dive Lalo here. Looks like the Queen's going to go in to try to take the Town Hall. He does have a Battle Blimp selected at the current time. See that Battle Blimp come in over there to support. Right in there. Oh, he lightninged. Okay, I'm seeing it now, Eric. I see Eric's pointing out the lightning spells. We missed that at the beginning of the attack. So start off with a zap, and then the hero's going to come in. Queen's got a pop ability to get the Town Hall. she'll eventually get there.
Well, maybe, hopefully. He may need to use a freeze to get her through it, but she's got the rage
she's
there,
good.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
she's good. The rage actually, even though it wasn't a queen charge, the rage is boosting the healing of the unicorn, so that gives him the punch to get through it, even though he had to pop his queen ability a little bit early, and that gives him what he needs. But that means less spells for the next phase of attack here, and here we go. The Lalo will sweep into the top of the base, going into the defensive queen first, which means he must take the defensive royal champion down. He was able to secure that with his king and the royal champion down on the left side of the base there, so no more mobile defensive heroes here going to cause any problems. But he does have the Rage Tower, boosted the damage of 2 multi-infernos in the middle of the base there, on top of raged up Eagle artillery strikes there. So a lot of damage output and a very threatening area of the space here that he's absolutely getting melted by.
That's exactly what I was going to point out, Eric. That Rage Tower with the multis. We've seen that so much being a huge factor these past couple weeks. And right here, it's a factor again. Those raged up multi-target Infernos just ate his whole Lalo alive here. The Lalo didn't stand a chance. I like the play bringing in the Hound with the Stone Slammer from the top side, but by the time they came in, it was a little bit too late. There wasn't enough support through the middle, and that's the problem with these bases, man. That backside can just be so devastating. It was looking like a really powerful attack until the Rage Tower popped.
Exactly, and I feel like a lot of these bases to have the Rage Towers, like you really have to have a solid plan to get through that, because I've seen a lot of people attempt to push a Lalo through that, or a lot of different strategies, and it just gets melted. I think the Blizzard attacks that we see from players like Jesus from Empire Gaming, who's an absolute expert at that attack there, and then a lot of lightning attacks where they just try to thin out the buildings around the Rage Towers to try to remove the Rage value. Those are the most effective, but every time I see people try to send in the Lalos through multiple multi-infernos surrounded by Rage Towers, I don't know that I've ever seen it successful, except for maybe like a player like Stars or something like that from Navi.
Someone that plays just absolutely out of their mind, and it's so hard to replicate that. Let's be honest. I don't know. It was looking really good up until this point. Like right here is when everything went downhill. Once they got in range of those multis, man, it's just so tough to overcome that. Had to use the Warden ability early to get the headhunters to the enemy queen. Oh, that's just a devastating heartbreak, because it was a really nice setup to the attack. It just, like you mentioned, those little raged up multis, those little raged up sections can deal so much damage so quickly, and the Lalo didn't stand a chance there. So now Empire's up big.
Man, when you have like 4 different pockets of huge threats there, one around the Rage Tower, one around the Queen, one around the Road Champion, and one around the Town Hall. Dealing with 4 pockets of major threats there is the biggest base building thing that I've seen for the most difficult bases to take down. So definitely take note of that here, and we'll see if they play that defensive game a little bit further as we continue to make our way through. But still, 90% on that is still a decent percentage. That's actually a pretty solid percentage here. Anything that goes to the 90s is looking really, really good. I think anything in the 80s is right around where you want to be on any miss. But if you can break that, you're still in a very good spot, and we could easily see this war swing back or swing into the Night Shift's favor later on.
And that's a testament to how good that attack was looking until you hit those raged up Infernos. Like it was looking really, really strong. It's just so hard to counter that. Shadows coming in now. Another Queen Charge hybrid. Eric, they've got to be seeing something with the Night Shift's bases that is just screaming to them the hybrid is going to work and get through here. I mean, there are exposed town halls. The Monolith is tucked away a little bit further, so the Queen doesn't have to fight that right away. So if you can do what Anthony did, get the hybrid working through there, the Monolith isn't as much of a threat.
Well, it's these diamond-style bases. When you see the Town Hall kind of in one quadrant, the Eagle Artillery in the other quadrant, and then the scatter shots in the right and left, that general style I'd classify as a diamond-style base, and this attack generally works very well against it, where it's just spread out enough there that you're not going to be taking too much damage at any given time, and so your heal spells are going to be effective, but there's no like major pocket of like huge threats there. We're just a more spread out base there. This is going to be a very effective way to take it down. But also on top of that, we see both of the bomb towers next to the Town Hall, which is a dead giveaway that you'd want to do a Queen Charge into Hog Miner hybrid. Being able to avoid having to heal over a bomb tower is just one extra heal location removed off of the base there, but he does need to have this Queen survive, and she needs to cut this funnel very tightly. And is she down?
She's good, she's good. She just went to a building.
Oh, okay. I thought she went down for a second there.
The rocket loons are on top of her, forced out ability. I love the play, the timing on these Queen Charge hybrids. They get right in, right about that 1 minute 40 second mark which is like the perfect time for a hybrid. Gonna head working in with that battle drill, healing up the troops working through here. Still has that Warden ability that he can use a little bit later. King's gonna go in and work towards that Eagle artillery up top. Warden ability does go off, and look at this strong push through the middle. You're right, Eric. Not too much damage incoming, so the Warden ability and the heals combo together is gonna keep all these troops just working through the middle.
The biggest threat here is this top corner of the base with the multi-inferno and the Eagle artillery. So look at the Phoenix. The Phoenix was able to clutch the Eagle artillery, and that's going to take a ton of damage off of the backside because it would be a while before he can get back there. He's got a couple troops split off to the multi, but they're going to get melted. It's going to come down to whatever's in this battle drill, plus the Royal Champion and the Queen wrapping around here. He's got a lot of time because he was very time efficient, but I think he's going to lose his Royal Champion to the multi, and we'll see if the Queen and whatever's in that battle drill can finish off the base. He's got 30 seconds to close it out here, Bash.
That battle drill was really nice though. That stun was able to get that Expo stun for a second, and then it was able to finish off. Here comes that battle drill popping. It's going to be Yetis with balloons, so a little bit slower troops. 20 seconds. Doesn't have Queen ability here. That multi's staying up there in the middle. Oh, I don't know if he's got enough time, Eric. I think he's going to fall just short on the time.
Yeah, it's going to be some travel time to get back down to the multi and deal with the builder hut and that Tesla there. So with another 3 seconds to go, it is a 95% for Empire. And now is the time for the night shift to strike. If they can get this next one, they can just put themselves into a position where they're only behind by a couple of percentage, and then they could definitely make a comeback in this war. They need to make it happen now, and if they want to overtake Empire Gaming and get their position into DreamHack San Diego, they need to make it happen very soon, either this hack or the next one.
Yeah, I really like this play from Shadow, though. It was a really strong attack, just kind of faded. The King was almost through that whole section there. The Phoenix actually finished off the Eagle artillery, just kind of faded out there at the end, working in towards that other scatter shot on the left-hand side. But you're right. Night Shift can really take advantage of this. I mean, this wasn't a big miss, 95%. So Empire Gaming still up on percent, but if you can get that triple here, you square it all away, you gain that 5% back, and you move back within 10 buildings, moving into that all-important fourth attack.
Yeah, and the midpoints of the war here are going to be the most important, set the tone for the last little bit, and then we can just pass it to the closers. And usually the best players come towards the end. I think the typical way that most people will arrange their attacks here is try to put their best player in that number 4 spot. And we know who that's going to be for Empire Gaming, but it looks like Loch Ness will send it in for the night shift. And that, I mean, I think with Basher with his little Loch Ness monster shirt here, a little bit of a fan of Loch Ness maybe today?
Yeah, well, for this attack, let's go for it, Loch Ness. I'm on your side. Loch Ness has got to stay together. It looks like a super archer blimp here. Hear those goblins coming out here, going to rage up the wall breaker so they can open up that wall. And he's going to invis and just try to crush this whole section here. Going to try to get through the town hall, through the expo, through the multi-target Inferno, maybe even that poison tower. It's a big ask, but with this blimp, you can do that. That's what this is built to do.
Needs to secure the town hall. Lock it onto it now. That is the most important target out of everything else here. He refreshes the rage, continues to drop invisibility. Town hall goes down, picking up the multi. Can he get the monolith? The monolith would be huge right here. Take it, take it, take it. It's close, it's close. He's on it. He's not going to get it, though. So the monolith will stay standing, and he'll be ending onto it. So now it's just going to be a matter of keeping the healers alive and pumping out some healing here. But they're not going to have any rages to boost their healing. So as he moves through this rage tower area, that's going to be the key position. But look how the base is so open. There's a lot of open walls. He can just march his way through. There's nothing that he can't really not reach, except for maybe the defensive CC building itself. So he's definitely set up well here, and this has some potential.
Yeah, I like this open a lot. If you look, that whole left side of the base was deleted. And you're right, these little alleyways are going to give the Electro Titans a nice little path. If the King can go ahead and just set that funnel along the outside, it should push those Titans right through the middle along with the Queen. Queen can reach over the wall, pop off that multi, and then he can finish strong into that monolith compartment. Does have the enemy Queen and the enemy King, but no spells. Remember, that's the downside of using that Super Archer Blimp. Warden ability goes off.
Yeah, and that ward ability just soaked up multiple black air bombs, keeping these healers moving. And he gets that expo down before the Queen goes to ability. The Unicorn will heal her back up there, and the The Queen will stay in a very safe position all the way forward here and get some recovery with her ability still intact here. She's looking good. King's still on the outside. He still has his ability. A couple Electro Titans are moving to the outside here. The Queen can pop her ability and get through the defensive Queen. Keep an eye on her, keep an eye on her, and pop it, pop the Queen, pop the Queen!
Oh.
Take her down! And he got the wall break as well to transition out, but he's not on this yet. He has to still push all the way through that Monolith, through the defensive King, and still get into the core of the base there and deal with that defensive CC building that could cause some time issues.
Oh, this Monolith is about to do some work right here. The Royal Champion's going to get held up. It looks like Diggy's being targeted right now. Royal Champion might be next as she moves in range. Yeah, here she goes. Royal Champion being targeted by the Monolith. The King is still healthy. The Titan is healthy, but they're going to be held up on the enemy King here. And remember that Monolith does extra damage based on troops' hit points, which the King and the Titans have a ton of hit points. So it's going to deal extra damage through there. Finally gets through the King, but 10 seconds left. It's not enough.
Yeah, that multi-inferno needed to go down from the initial opener maybe, or he needed to pick up the Monolith from the initial opener, but that Monolith wrecked a lot there specifically. Being able to delete that Royal Champion was huge. So I think it's Super Archers ended up taking the Monolith. He could have potentially kept his Royal Champion alive long enough to get that multi down and maybe pulled through. It's hard to say. Time would have been an issue either way we look at it.
Yeah, almost needed like a little minion in there to go for that CC building. Also, if it does get through everything, because there was a wizard working on the wall, but it would have took forever to get through. The opener was pretty strong. Honestly, I don't know that he anticipated maybe. I don't know. The positioning seems like he wanted to get through the Monolith. It's just sometimes these Super Archer blimps, they take a little bit to get through everything. They did get held up on the enemy Royal Champion there. She was in the way, so they did, take 2 or 3 seconds to fire there, which is almost the whole invisibility. So just not enough spells to kind of work through and finish the Monolith off.
I think he had like a slight gap in his invisibility towards the end there, and that poison tower threw at him as he engaged a Monolith. I think that may have cost him the ability to take the Monolith down there, but either way, now we go in with the strongest player on the Empire Gaming roster. Jesus will try to lengthen the lead here. 1 star up, you'll see if he can turn it into 2, and it looks like he's going to be taking in his signature Blizzard Lalo.
This entry almost looked baited, but he deals with it right. He has, Giant Bomb goes off. Super Wizards are down, but he did get one of the scatter shot, did get the Eagle, so he did get some pretty decent value in there. Obviously, he wanted more value. It felt like that was a really obvious, like, hey, Blizzard here, buddy. We got this. But that's why you run those filler troops in there. You run a few goblins, you run wall breakers, so just to try to capture that. Ooh, look at that invis. Great use of the invis to retarget the Queen down to the bottom of the base.
Yeah, she was going to end up moving down to the King there if he didn't do that. So gets her on path here, and the King will join in with her, and they will work together to push in towards the Town Hall. He'll want to Lalo over the Town Hall here and support the heroes, and maybe even potentially save them if he can make it work right here. But I feel like the Blizzard value there just wasn't quite sufficient. So it is going to be a very, very difficult and final push here. But he has the extra invisibilities that he has left over from it, and so he can protect his heroes a little bit longer. But the World Champion joins in right under the Lalo, and they'll push their way through the Town Hall. But keep an eye on the percentage. Actually a Lava Pup there just attacked the Town Hall and got it activated. And so he'll freeze it and make his push through, and he can pop that ward ability and power through it without an issue.
More importantly, freezing that invisibility tower so that it doesn't go off and all the balloons sail right by the Town Hall. That can be devastating. But now that invisibility tower is going to work in his favor, helping some of those balloons stay protected. Queen's going to try to get through this multi, but that Monolith stays up and all the balloons start pushing outside. Look at this little section down here at the bottom. We got the enemy Queen. We got a multi with the Tesla farm, not to mention a scatter shot. This is going to be a tough finish for Jesus. I'm not sure this gets there.
Yeah, you got to get the defensive Queen down. His Royal Champion gets distracted, and she does not get the Monolith down. She eventually got the defensive Queen out of the way with the help of Electric Owl, but that Monolith is going to stay standing, and he's still got some balloons moving, but the scatter shot is going to wreck him, and this is actually going to be a miss here for Jesus. Has that been his only miss this entire challenge season?
He had one other earlier. I think it was week 1 he had one miss also, but it was like a really high. Like, this is an uncharacteristic miss in the 70s. Well, I guess it'll work to 80s by the time he's done here. But like to me, this base felt like, yeah, go ahead Blizzard right here. We're going to bait both scatters over here. We're going to put the Eagle over here. It felt like this is what the Night Shift wanted him to do on it.
Yeah, and I was saying at the beginning there, when we see those Rage Towers, one of the attacks that is very effective at clearing out the super compact area that people like to pack around those Rage Towers, if you can maybe lure them into it and get them to drop that blimp out of position, then they can lose out a lot of value, and it can ultimately shut the attack down. So this one is an 82%. 83. Might get 83. Yeah, I think you'll get 83 there as the Archer chips away. And there it is, 83%. And where does that put us on overall percentage? It's got to be close here if the Night Shift can respond with a triple. They're running out of opportunities. They need to make this happen now.
Eric, I'm always asking for drama. If Night Shift could triple here, we're all square.
Exactly?
Exactly.
What?
they're down.
What?
They're down 17% going into that attack. Jesus gets 83. So if they get 100%, we're all squared moving into the final attacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no.
I kind of want to see a triple here just for the drama.
All right. No pressure, but like this is a very important attack here coming up here. The most important attack of the board to level the playing field and give them the best chance of taking down Empire Gaming. Because if they can pull this off, if they can make the comeback and get the upset here, that would put them up to a 3-1, and that would put them in a very nice position to potentially get into DreamHack San Diego.
Oh,
so
baby.
Here we go. M-Dub will try to carry his
Super
team,
Archers again.
and he's also breaking out the Super Archer bomb. So a very similar approach, but we need to see if he could do it better than the last attempt at this.
Now, one thing we notice is he's going away from that Rage Core there. We got a Rage Tower with multiple Expos, the multi-target Inferno, and the Monolith with the Warden down there. But he's going to go ahead and he's going to work up top here. Here comes that double clone, so he's going to clone up all those Archers, and they're going to start working through here. Hopefully they don't chase outside. Okay, they're good, they're good. Keeping them invisible, he'll be able to work through and get the Town Hall down next. But, man, I'm really worried about the back end of this base, Eric.
He's got the Lava Hound that he pulled up to the top corner of the base. They're always important, especially if you have something like an Electro Titan come out, that you have an Archer already preset in the top of the base there to lure the CC away. And if you have like an Electro Titan pop up and kill your Super Archers, or in the case of the Wizard attack the Super Wizards, whatever you want, if those light troops are taken out there, then it can be a problem. So good forward thinking right there. The Queen is going to make her way in, and he needs to be as time efficient as possible. Anywhere that he can trim off a few seconds here could make the difference of the attack. But it is well set up here. I'm just a little bit concerned about how he's going to get the Eagle Artillery down.
It's going to be a tough entry through here. He's got to get these wall breaks on point. Ooh, a couple of the Titans walk outside, going to leave the Queen a little bit vulnerable. Does have the healers working through. Wall breakers coming in. Wall break gets through, lands on that first wall, but the rest of the Titans pop up because outside because that wall wasn't open. Here comes the other wall breaker with the Warden ability. That's going to give Queen access to the Eagle, Eric, just as you mentioned it.
I like it. I like it a lot here. The Titans are going to continue to tank all the heavy defenses and keep the damage off of the Queen. She is sustaining with just her Unicorn. The Multi-Inferno goes down, so she's even more safe now. He's on to the Monolith. He takes that down as well. Picks up the Eagle Artillery. M-Dub's moving strong, but he's still not out of this. He still has a single Inferno, the King, and this big Tesla farm on the backside of the base here.
Headhunter comes in for the enemy Royal Champion to slow her down. There's a Titan distracting it, so the Titan's being healed up here with the healers. Queen's fine, and everything's starting to work into that other section. His Royal Champion just ignored it. That Titan gets all the way through. Queen's going to work. Queen's going to go into that single. That's not good here.
Okay, she has her ability. That might be a good thing. The healer switch over to her. The Royal Champion still has her ability.
Okay.
She'll get through the scatter shot. Queen can go to ability and times it perfectly right as it's about to go full beam, and she'll preserve her HP, take down the Inferno. M-Dub, come on, move it. He's almost there.
Eric, this is looking really good. 30 seconds is plenty of time. He's just got to worry about that enemy King. Great use of the Seeking Shield here. He's got one sneaky Goblin rather, and let's see if he can get through. Let's see if he can get through this King here. The Expo goes down. Sneaky comes in on the top side. Eric, he's through the wall.
Come on, Queen. Come on, Queen.
Seconds.
Queen steps through. Queen locks onto the King there. 10 seconds.
No.
He's not going to make it fast. He's a little bit short. So close here, but the percentage remains high. If they can pick up a defense,
dang it,
at least at a 95% or lower, and then end it with a triple, they could still win this war. They're not out of it. It was a solid attempt here. It's not a triple. They're going to have to close strong.
Man, that was so close for MW. You could see the disappointment in his face. He knew he had the plan. Honestly, the wall breakers were clutch. They're getting the queen access to the middle of the base. You called it. You were worried about getting to that eagle, and he timed it up perfectly. First wall break came in, and then he used that warden ability with the second wall break. The timing was decent here. It's just, man, when you invest all that time into the Super Archer blimp, and then he did a little bit of a queen walk to deal with that lava hound, that's a lot of time invested to your opener, and it's tough with these Titans, man. They just slowly get through, and it's just not enough to get through this base.
And the king on the backside there, always trouble for every single attack there, whether it be air or ground. The king always mixing up some trouble there, and he's able to hold him off just long enough to stop it from going through. So 5 buildings left on the board here, and Smokey Bear will close. Now, a lot of the wars here so far throughout the season, throughout the challenge portion of the season, Smokey Bear has been in positions where he only needed to get 2 stars because his team was able to carry him. That is not the case today. He needs to get out here and he needs to deliver if he wants to guarantee victory for his team. If he triples here, then they will win. They'll put it above the night shift, too far for them to make a comeback, and that would lock in their 4th win of the challenge season and put them on the verge of getting into DreamHack San Diego. But Smokey Bear, if he misses, we could see a swing of the war here and a swing of momentum for this whole season.
Oh, Eric, he's going all out also. He's going across the base here with the Electro Titan Smash. He did use some lightnings over here in this left-hand compartment to take out the bow, take out the scatter shot, but now he's going to full send through the middle of this base. Rage Tower goes off. Queen's stuck on all these CC troops here, and he doesn't have a poison.
Okay, well, the Eagle Artillery is going to go down before she gets through the CC, so there's no way to recover her path. The Electro Titans are going that way as well. They can see those lava pups up in the air, and they want a piece of them. The whole attack is going off the rails here, Bash. He needs to get the town hall down. Okay, no matter what happens, Smokey, get the town hall down. You absolutely must. Otherwise, Night Shift has a really easy path to win this war.
Well, this is going to be an interesting finish. Now, Warden is with the Queen, and they're going to wrap around here. The log launcher pops very early here, and he's got a little bit of spell support. King's going to work through here. Jump's going to give access to the middle. He's going to try to push through with the Royal Champion and the King, along with those few Titans and the Yetis out of the Clan Castle. Watching the Queen over here on the right-hand side. He's going to go ahead and use the Headhunter to try to get through this enemy Queen, but his Queen, Eric, his Queen went down through ability. He has Warden ability. The Queen got his Queen through ability. He's pushing through the Town Hall, though. Can he get here?
I'm not worried about what the Queen's doing over there. I want to see the Town Hall go down here. That's more important, and he gets it. Okay. So that means, since he's not reaching a 95% here, that it is going to be a potential percentage shift into the Night Shift's favor. This is not going to go through. He's getting melted in the backside here. The last of his troops are about to go down. But that means if the Night Shift triples now, they'll take percentage advantage, and they will take the win with a tie on stars. So a lot of pressure here. Their whole season could depend on this next attack.
They have to triple, though. They have to triple, and we've seen them struggle at times to get those 3 stars. That's been a big storyline for the Night Shift. They finally did break that streak last week on our final war, but
we're looking at percentage here. He still racked it up really high.
He's still got
but it's not enough. It didn't reach that threshold, though.
Yeah, you're right. 95 was, actually 96 was a number needed to absolutely secure it here. Oh man, I wonder if he had Queen ability. Like, he tried to pop Queen ability. The enemy Queen just popped her right through it. Obviously, you were watching it in the middle. Our eyes were kind of split there. They're still in a solid spot, though, because Night Shift has to triple. I mean, it's not easy to go out and get that high-pressure 3-star.
Oh, yeah, and with the pressure on here with this final attack, like, this is a huge, huge moment for the Night Shift to shine and really separate themselves from these other teams here. But this would, if they get it, they would be at a 3-1 record. And with the slow start to their challenge season here, this would be a massive, massive victory. This is a huge defense right here. Like, with how well that attack ultimately ended up doing, if he would have got the Warden and the Queen to actually stay with the main pack here, there is a very high probability he's able to get the triple here. So still, getting 90% there after basically swagging his Queen and Royal Champion, or swing Queen and Warden, I mean. That is a very impressive push there. But now, Chase the Ace himself. He has a Blizzard Lalo. And no, I take it back. It is a Skelly Donut.
Yeah,
Lalo.
Skelly
so
Donut.
their season may come down to whether Chase the Ace is able to get the Skelly Donut through or not. And here we go. Skeleton spells are down.
Oh, he knew he messed up.
What did he do?
He invis the Town Hall, or the CC. He invis the CC, Eric. He's going to try to recover it. Skeletons are popping up. You can see the little panic in his face. It's going to be tough with those heroes there. Oh, no. Oh,
I don't
no.
like, look at his face there.
He gets nothing.
Oh, no!
Eric, that's devastation.
He knows!
Oh.
It's over! The chances of recovering after swagging all of your spells in the middle of the base here is almost zero. I've seen maybe one person ever recover an attack after a complete miss of the Skelly Donut, and with a triple required, this might be the victory for Empire Gaming right here. It is almost locked in. They just need to somehow, I guess if Night Shift could somehow pull off a miracle here, he could pull it back, but I don't see that happening.
That is a heartbreaker. It is a CC he can deal with, but man, you want to get that down. You want to get that monolith down and not have to worry about it. Not to mention investing all those spells. It's so many spells. Queen disperses of those rocket loons, but it forces the king to go to Phoenix here, which is going to be very tough. He's still working through here, still staying persistent, not going to give up on the attack. Chase the Ace knows it's all on the line with this attack, and he's got to go and give it his all because, man, this is an important war, but man, what a misstep.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge blow. He's still got his queen alive and moving. She's going to engage the defensive Roar Champion. They're able to make it down together. But the Roar Champion does go to the core of the base there. She's going to get pulled off of the monolith by the defensive queen. So another complication there. He does get the defensive queen there fairly weakened up, and the Lalo is not pathing to the town hall at the moment, and that's going to be a lot of extra heat there for a little bit longer. He's got the freezes to hold it at bay for a moment, but he still has a lot of base left here. He's honestly recovered it fairly nice considering everything, but the monolith continues to chip away, and that defensive queen's going to be chipping away as well. So I don't think he's going to pull this one through here, Bash.
Oh, it's a heartbreaker, man. It's a heartbreaker. If that monolith isn't there, if he doesn't get stalled up the extra second, King doesn't go to ability, or Phoenix rather, with those rocket loons. Oh, I guess if wishes were fishes, right?
Yeah.
But that's a tough one. It was a great effort to try to recover that one, but it is going to be the victory for Empire in a war that they really wanted to have. It's not necessarily they needed this war, but they wanted to have this one to get them that much closer to DreamHack San Diego.
Oh, and look how close this is.
Yeah,
if
that's right there,
if
man.
that Skelly Donut was successful, this base was crushed. He had so much of his resources there wasted because he had to fight off the CC and because he had to fight off that monolith. He never even made it through the monolith, so it just shows you the impact that has on attack there, completely shutting down his Roar Champion like that, and then a lot of the hero value in the beginning stages of the attack there lost. Yeah, that would have very likely been a triple had he been able to get that Skelly Donut through. So very, very unfortunate. The Night Shift had it within their grasp, but not able to grab it. It is a win for Empire Gaming, and that's going to advance their record to a 4-1.
What a heartbreak for Chase. He was this close. If that monolith isn't there, the monolith ultimately takes out the world champion in the middle of the base. She's able to push through, maybe get the queen down, which did some damage to those loons. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. But if you're Empire, you skated by a little bit there. Let's be honest. You skated by on a close call, but you get the victory, and that's one of the important wars they need to win. Now, guys, stick around. War 4 is a crazy matchup with Empire and aphilion. That's going to be our highlight of the night, I think.
Yeah, and if Empire wins that one as well, then that would lock in their position into DreamHack San Diego. And I mean, there's other teams that would be able to lock in as well, like Lotus is on the verge of locking in when they play against Golden X later on in the night. So there's a lot of big wars tonight here. This is a very, very important week, and at the moment, we are one step closer to locking in one of our teams to DreamHack San Diego. And Empire, after their performance out in Poland, doing great out there, they now might be able to get their second trip on the books here as a team.
Yeah, what a war, Glitter.
Listen, I've got all sorts of information that I'm showing up here with. First of all, huge win for Empire. Like you guys have now said a couple times, this is putting them one more win away from San Diego. That is, no matter how they get it, how they got there, that's huge. Because now they have a little bit of wiggle room, right? We still have week number 4, and they still have another war today that could get them to that spot. We're going to take a look at the standings because this is the information that I'm talking about. You mentioned it, Eric. Lotus and Golden X, they did play, and Lotus wins, which means that Lotus is the first team to officially solidify their spot at DreamHack San Diego.
Absolutely, and they are our returning champions after the last season on top of that. So they went out in Poland, and now they're the first team to get through undefeated, 5-0. Very impressive, but also kind of expected.
Yeah, that Lotus squad is stacked. They've been putting on an absolute show. Empire is right there, though.
Yeah, honestly, we're already setting up so many insane storylines for San Diego. I cannot wait to see what happens with the rest of just today alone. But it is time for a quick break after that first war, and when we return, we'll break down an attack and continue on the action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my...
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Our first war is done, and Empire is now only one more win away from solidifying their spot at DreamHack San Diego. That has got to feel good for this team, who has a phenomenal record, 4-1, only having lost one war so far this entire season. Lotus Gaming being the only other squad who's undefeated. And speaking of Lotus Gaming, they have now 100% solidified their spot in San Diego. It's week number 3, Eric, and things are already this, like, hot.
Yes, exactly. And since the wins that Empire has had are, I guess the only loss that they had was against Lotus Gaming. So all their wins are against the top-ranked teams that are right behind them. So I think they would be in a very, very strong position, because I think if they have to have any head-to-head tiebreakers and they end up with a tie score, I think they win most of those. So they're in a very, very commanding position, a huge win right there for them. And now if they can just win this next one, then they will guarantee their lock-in. So this is huge. This is a huge night for them. They just need to keep it up here for one more war.
All right. Well, speaking of that war, let's go back and look at what they did, because you want to break something down for us.
Absolutely. Let's talk about what Anthony did here. He had the triple of the war that ultimately decided it in the end, the Queen Charge into Hog Miner Hybrid. Whenever we do a Queen Charge Hog Miner Hybrid, we really need to think about the base split into 4 quadrants. So if we split the base into 4 quadrants, we want the Queen to go in and remove one of the quadrants. So her compartment was here. If she can trim that out there, then what we end up with is the King and the Siege Barracks can form the other half of the funnel, whether that comes in on the right side over here or the left side over here. Then what we want to do is create a lane. So we have 2 options for lanes, here and here. So as the Queen makes her way forward, we have the lane starting to form, and then he just needs to choose one. Whichever way the Queen is clearing first is the lane that he wants to choose. As the Queen decided to not go directly in from the bottom space there, and she wall broke in on the left side of that Town Hall compartment, then that side was already a little bit more clear, and so we could put the hybrid in and get the tanking into the monolith here. Very, very, very smart execution. And at Town Hall, I guess 13 and above, you're able to handle the CC with the hybrid because you have the Royal Champion right there. With the help of the poison, the Royal Champion can power through that. And since he didn't decide that he had enough trash on the outside there that the King couldn't handle, he opted to go in with the Battle Drill instead. And the Battle Drill did some really, really good work there. Normally, if you want to use the Siege Barracks, then that's perfectly okay with this attack here. You get a lot of support on the outside. But the Battle Drill, be able to push all the way up in here and actually help him get into the Eagle Artillery was a very, very key part of the attack here. But it was just icing on the cake that since the hybrid's making a near pass to the Queen, he was able to get the healers to not go to waste there. Like, even though the Queen ultimately went down, because of the angle that he was approaching at, if he had the Queen go down at any point there, he would have had a safe transfer of the healers over to the Hogs and Miners and the Royal Champions. So one way or another, he was going to get value out of those healers, regardless of what happened with this Queen. But if the Queen stays standing to the end, then is usually a secure sign that you're going to end up with the 3-star. But it got a little bit shaky here at the end. He had the split where his Royal Champion had to go up north on the base there, but as soon as he had an opportunity, notice that minion that dropped in up in the top left side here. As soon as that minion was had a couple cannons exposed, but he got all the other air targeting defenses out of the way. Always, always, always just have a couple of spare minions for that situation when you have some cannons exposed. It's a very effective way to pick up a couple of free, cheap defenses and take some damage off of the next phase as the miners or the remainder of the miners continue to make their way through. But guys, that was a nice attack here. We have, I guess, Smokey Bear on standby here and Glitter Explosions ready to talk to him.
Thank you very much, Eric. That's right. I'm ready to talk to Smokey Bear after the win for Empire Gaming. I mean, first of all, you look very happy right now, Smokey. Are you excited to get another dub?
Always. You know, it's always good to come in here on this stage to win, to see the guys happy, to move forward towards our goal. All those things are always good. We're always happy when those happen.
I mean, speaking of moving towards your goal, you guys are now obviously 4-1, second best record in the season right now, and only one more win away from solidifying that spot at San Diego. So how are you guys feeling about the very much anticipated war that we've got coming up later on today?
We're feeling good. You know, there's not a matchup that we've went into yet where we don't feel like we have a good shot, and that will be the same going forward for any opponent. You know, we feel like there's been some struggles. You know, Town Hall 15 is not easy.
Right.
Being on stage isn't easy. So having our team, being able to lean on our experience, being able to lean on each other, be able to work together, we feel good going into these matchups.
I mean, we talk about that a lot. Obviously, experience is huge in situations like this, especially when you guys are in a more difficult meta. Do you think that having kind of that as a fallback is a huge advantage for you as a team?
Yeah, and I know it doesn't always look pretty, right? We put up 11 stars. That doesn't look great. But if you actually look at a deeper level, we felt like we had 3-star plans on all those bases. All those bases were high percents. Swifty loses his queen early. My queen goes the wrong way because I headhunted the CC. So I still end up with a 90. And, some of these low-scoring wars, they don't tell the whole truth.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll regroup, we'll come back stronger, and we'll just keep moving forward because our goal isn't even necessarily tonight. We're moving forward we want to go to San Diego. We want to go to the finals. We want to go deep in other competitions. So, we're all going to take these experiences, internalize them. They're going to make us stronger, and we're going to keep going.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's the perfect mentality that you need to have when you are a competitor. So before I let you go and start prepping for the next war, do you have any shout-outs that you want to do?
Yeah, hey, shout out to Anthony for putting that 3 in. Way to come through in the clutch, bud. Always in the clutch. Shout out to all the boys. Shout out to LT. Always LT, you're the brains of the operation. We're nothing without you. Thank you for all your help. Thank you for the builders, the staff, and our community for always sticking with us. We appreciate everybody.
All right, Smokey. Well, it's always a pleasure to chat with you. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks so much. Hopefully I get to see you again tonight.
Right? Okay. That's the type of confidence we were hoping for coming into this next war because, well, for them, not literally this next war, but the next one, because that could be the next ticket that we are punching for San Diego. So stick around for the rest of the broadcast because these wars are about to get even better as the day continues. But speaking about the next war, let's talk about it because Taco Esports versus aphelion, and Taco needs this win.
Oh, Eric, you said Taco got all the easy squads out of the way. They're going up against aphelion, one of the strongest teams in here. And honestly, we talked about it in the opener. This is must win for them. They have to give it all they have and get that victory. Sitting at that 1-3 record, they can't afford another loss.
Yeah, you do not want to go to 4 losses here and go into guarantee bottom half of the overall rankings. Or I guess not guarantee. I guess you could, because of teams like Lotus and Empire doing so well and pushing their records so high. You could end up having a multi-way tie at 3 and 4 in the end. So there's always that possibility, but they don't want to tempt fate. They need to get out here. They need to take this win. But then again, aphelion also wants that win because if they can take the win, then they advance to a 4-1, and they'd be in the same position as Empire as they go into the war later today.
And in my opinion, aphelion is one of the top teams here. And I don't think it's an opinion, it's a fact. But they took Lotus right to the brink. We didn't get to see that war, unfortunately, but it was a 1-building victory for Lotus Gaming. So aphelion can hang in there with the big dogs, and we've seen it time and time again. This squad is strong. They are powerful, and honestly, it's going to be a tough task for Taco Esports to try to defeat them.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the top teams here in the competition, and I think that between the top 3 teams that are currently on our ranking leaderboards there, these are teams that are able to compete at the world stage here on a regular basis, and we see them popping up over and over at the top of these tournaments all throughout the community. So they've definitely made a name for themselves here. They need to continue that trend now because their challenge season may be in the what's the word I'm looking for there?
I don't know what word you're looking for, Eric, but it sure is, bud.
Yes, that.
It sure is. But I mean, just kind of compounding on what we've been saying here, this war is very important for both of these squads. aphelion has Empire later, which should be a crazy matchup. So today has a lot of huge matchups going on. But look at the tail of the tape here. Both these squads are pretty close. A little bit of a favor for aphelion.
In the balance, that's the word I was looking for. Balance. But
Still
balance,
found it, huh?
Speaking of balance, look at the scores. They're very similar here. A little bit of advantage into aphelion's favor, but Taco Esports has a solid record here, and they could definitely take down aphelion today and swing their season back. But they're not only going to need to be able to beat aphelion here, but they need to go to their next matches and beat them as well. So their path is still tough. aphilion's looking a little bit easier.
Yeah, essentially this could be a make or break war for one of our teams. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But if you want to see how this entire season plays out, please make your way on over to DreamHack San Diego, !DH San in chat for more information on how to get those tickets, when and where to attend. And of course, use the discount code down below. And then the second war means the second poll. So chat, how do you think this one's going to turn out? It could mean a lot for these teams. Will it be Taco Esports who starts to bring it back, or will it be aphelion? Let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat. You should be experts at this point. War number 2. You ready? Let's do it.
This one's big as well. I mean, I know we keep saying that, but it literally is a huge war for Taco Esports, but really an important war for aphelion also. So whichever team pulls out of this one is going to be feeling really good about the rest of their night. But I'm really interested to see what we see out of Taco. They really had a tough week last week. When they missed, it was big misses.
Yes, and aphelion's been putting up some really strong scores here, so we'll see if they can hold them back. We're ready to dive in. Here we go. Taco Esports taking on aphelion Nebula. So, like we said, the current records of the team here, 3-1 for aphelion Nebula, 1-3 for Taco Esports. This war may determine the fate of Taco Esports as their season continues, but it is going to be a blizzard that he delivers all the way to the core of the base there, even putting a heal spill on the blizzard to soak up the poison, and he's able to secure that town hall, yes, and wiping out the core of the base there and taking out a lot of major defenses with a relatively small spell investment compared to like a super archer bomb attack.
But the big thing here is he did have to use that Warden as well. He used the Warden ability to push through here. Now with that single target Inferno on the left-hand side, it's not as big of a deal if he can push through and get some strong value out of his heroes. That's what he's going to look to do now, is use the King and Queen to try to gut out some of this base. If he can get all the way to that multi-target Inferno, maybe even close to that scatter shot, he can fly right over top of it and perhaps be in that safe zone. But no Warden ability can make this one tough. Great play with the heal opening, though.
3 Lava Hounds here, though. Very, very heavy on the Lava Hounds. I would have almost expected to run some Ice Hounds here, and it's kind of interesting because he only decided to bring in 1 Super Troop. He brought in Stinky Goblins. He could have brought in Ice Hounds if he wanted to and had some extra freezes generated out of those. But he'll have the Warden at least survive. Electric Owl is able to tank the shots from the air defense on the initial approach there. He got the defensive Royal Champion out of the way. The defensive Queen has already been weakened up significantly up ahead, and he'll go ahead and start in the Lalo. Not waste any time, move it in on the far left side of the base there where there are very little threats for a Lalo, and he can just coast his way into those heavy defenses over there that would shut his heroes down.
That's a great call there. Putting the Lalo in so the heroes can continue to work and just kind of all merge together here. Now, not getting that multi is going to be rough. And also, yeah, Royal Champion comes back. Royal Champion, as I say that, comes with the multi. Scatter's looking.
This is
done. Good. Yeah, this is crushed.
Oh, man!
Oh, the swag. 5 spells, Eric.
Oh, my goodness. That is a huge amount of swag here. Taco Esports opened up strong. I mean, BJG Baller should change his name to Big Baller because he absolutely crushed that face. What an absolute boss.
That was a great attack. I was a little bit worried about the Warden investment and the heal, but ultimately he didn't need all those spells. He could have brought an extra heal and been fine in there. Well planned out attack. And look at his face. Yeah, everyone else is happy, but he knows they needed that. That was a very important attack, and the intensity there, I think it's well-deserved to celebrate a little bit, BJG. Relax a little bit, buddy. You did yours.
He cracked a smile there. There was a little bit of break in his stoicism there, but he knows what he's done there. As soon as you start dropping in that much swag into attack, then you know you've done well. But look how he was able to keep his Warden protected for a long time there. So like the Warden being used on the initial opener still got some good value. But the Lalo was moving into an area of the base there where the Hounds provided so much cover. There was no splash damage in the area of the base there. The single Inferno was not a threat for that many balloons and that many Hounds popping, so he's easily able to overwhelm it. And so that investment to send in the Blizzard with the heal spell to be able to counter the poison was an absolutely perfect play there, and he had plenty of spells. He had plenty of spells to cover that heal.
One little thing I saw there was he threw that Royal Champion Seeking Shield a little early, so it cut her off and made her turn back.
That
so that was a good call to do that. But man, just a well thought out attack. Taco Esports needs this war, and that's the start they need. We know Aphilion's no slouch, so this puts a little bit of pressure on them on that first attack. You know, they're already behind, technically not behind, but you feel behind when your enemy comes out and 3 stars on their first attack.
Yeah, but look at the Twitch poll on the screen right there. We're showing a 54% into Taco Esports and only a 46% into Aphilion. So, I mean, where the underdog team has the vote, he immediately wins over the audience, and now we'll see if they can maintain it as we get ready for the first attack here from Aphilion, and it looks like it's gonna be Soham. So what does he got here?
He's got sneakies. 24 sneakies.
Oh, I love a sneaky bat rider attack here. This is a sneaky bat rider, which means the first and most important thing that needs to happen here is he has to secure the town hall with the sneaky goblins, and usually at most 1 invisibility. But he seems to have a spare one. I'm not sure what he's gonna use it for.
Yeah, this is always fun to watch this. Bringing in all those sneakies to clear out all those storages. He still does have that 1 storage inside the middle of the base there, so you do have to be aware of that. Still has 10 sneaky goblins to work through here. Gonna go ahead and start up the king up top. I'm a little bit worried with that gold storage still being in there. I mean, he could definitely get through there. I'll have to see how that kind of develops as the hero started from the top side with the double ice golem and the log launcher investment. So a really heavy investment, not to mention the warden is in there as well, which the Dragon Riders can do well without the warden. Does get that storage down. Now he's only got 5 sneakies. Yeah, they're starting to make their way towards that town hall, Eric. He's got the double invis though.
He got a handful of small bombs triggered on the bottom side of the town hall, so we can definitely secure the rest. He got the traps cleared there, and that's a little bit of a dangerous position to be in because there's a lot of battle builders all around that town hall. So if those battle builders all go to repair the town hall at the same time that 5 sneaky goblins lock onto it, it could still potentially stand. He does have 2 invisibilities, so this is important. He hits a small bomb, a second small bomb. They're still alive. Another invisibility.
Range.
Takes out the town hall. Very, very close play there, but he does still get the value out of the heroes pushing to the core of the base there. The queen with the Yetis that came out of the log launcher, able to take the monolith down, and they can push their way into the defensive queen. He needs to get the scatter shot under control on this right side. If he can get that under control, he can set up the bat wave, and he can still end up with a triple here.
He's using those Dragon Riders kind of surgically here. He's got 1 on the bottom side, 1 on the top side to get through those multi-target infernos. Heroes are still working in, can bat bomb onto the scatter shot here potentially. Throws in the freeze so that this Dragon Rider is going to finish off the multi-target inferno. And he's still got bats. He's only got 2 freezes here. This is going to be tough.
He freezes
Here's the bat bomb
onto the Tesla farm and the battle builder there, which is the fastest firing defenses in the area there, but he does take the scatter shot down. He'll now move his way into those Teslas and the battle builder, getting through them fairly quickly, fairly efficiently. He's out of Dragon Riders, except for the 1 at low HP down south. It takes a black air bomb. Diggy will keep on moving, but the bats are going to run into this wizard tower, and they take a strike, and that will stop this attack in its tracks. That wizard tower will stay standing. He may get the archer tower on the left side of the base down, which would ultimately get him through the cannon as well, but this wizard tower is going to be too much, and we'll keep on pushing through a little bit more percentage, but that means Taco Esports, the underdog team in the match here, is going to open up with the lead, Vash.
Just a little bit disjointed there. The attack was kind of all over the place. Just a split second late on that freeze, but honestly, even if that freeze is on time, it's very tough for those bats to get through the battle builder, the archer tower, and then the wizard tower before that freeze expires. So it still would have been close, but man, that's a heartbreaker for Soham. It was looking really promising. Kind of had to use one of those spells, that rage spell there, to save the town hall. Wasn't panicking, got it under control, but man, that one that had a little drama in it.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a good response though. He was ready to deal with everything that was happening at the town hall there, so that was good. But when you send this attack in, ideally we want the town hall. Actually, we want the rage not to be used at the town hall. We want to use it on the Yetis and the queen that came out of the log launcher there, so we can have way more punch in that area. But as you can see, the rage tower is going off on both sides of the base there. Lots of damage picking up, and he was able to rage up and secure the town hall takedown, which was clutch. But I think if he was able to have those resources that he used on that to help assist his heroes to get a little bit more value, maybe kept his queen alive for a little bit longer and raged up the Yetis that came out of the log launcher, he probably could have ended up with a triple there. So a small mistake. Maybe he put too many onto that storage by the town hall. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't go through, and now Tony Gunk will come in for Taco Esports, and we'll see if he can sustain the lead that they have established now.
He's got 11, 12 zaps in here. So lightning spells coming in, taking out that invisibility tower, getting a little bit of extra value, getting those scatter shots out as well. Okay, so starting off with that heavy investment, using all the spells to take out both the invis, take out both the scatter shots. Now he's going to use this Warden Walk to create the funnel, create the pathing, and now he's got a Battle Blimp selected. So a Blimp probably for the Town Hall, and then Titans around the rings.
Yeah, and the rings he'll have full access to everything if he can go 2 layers deep here. You can see he's already got a wall break over by the defensive queen. So the Warden will push his way in. Need to make sure that the Warden is not picking up too much damage because you don't want to use this ability here, and you don't have any rages to boost your healing here. So he'll have the king coming down the line, and he will want the king to cut out the path and force these Electro Titans into that second layer. If he can reach that layer, then he can reach everything except for the Town Hall, and the Blimp can secure the Town Hall takedown.
Nice, and here comes that Blimp coming right through here. I was a little bit worried about his queen engaging the enemy queen. It worked out really well for him. He's going to go ahead and use that Warden ability. Town Hall is going to be protected by a Tornado Trap, but with that Warden ability and the Blimp basically right on top of it and no defenses in there, he should be pretty safe for this Goblin, sneaky Goblin Blimp to land in there. Queen's held up a little bit here by Skeletons, and she's going to go left, but the Titans are all going right, going to be supported by the Royal Champion now.
Yeah, he needs to get a way to get through this multi-inferno. The Royal Champion going in over there is going to provide that support. And with the Queen separated from the pack here to go fight off the Ice Golems and then go the opposite direction, if they can all still arrive into the Monolith area at the same time, he can definitely still recover this. It's not ideal, but he has a Royal Champion ability. She can pop her ability right there and thin out the backside defenses, get a chance to get this group regrouped and make sure they all arrive at his backside together. If they get into his backside and all attack it at once, they can definitely power through, and that is exactly what's happening. The Queen picks up the tanking. She has her ability. Royal Champion sweeping through. Diggy's intact. He'll move in next to get the stun onto the Monolith, and he's got it. It's under control. Tony Gung puts a second on the board here for the underdog team as Taco Esports lays waste to these Aphilion Nebula bases.
What an attack from Taco Tony, coming in with a crazy zap smash here. That was very, very huge investment, but works out perfectly. Like you mentioned, he could reach everything once he got into that second layer. Well executed attack from Tony. Honestly, for him, feels good to see him getting back with a triple because he's been struggling a little bit so far throughout Challenge. So good to see him back on the board, and it's going to be Taco Esports now with a commanding 2-triple lead going into Aphilion's second attack.
Now, what a way to start this off. That was a very, very nice attack here. And these anti-2-stars, they can be a little bit tricky, but I really like this play. Like, a lot of times when people would want to take advantage of all that zap value, they'd throw in witches, but the multi-infernos would stay standing when you do a witch attack, and that would obviously cause a lot of complications. But the Electro Titans were a very nice adjustment from what we typically see with this initial setup, using up all of his spells to just power through those scatter shots there, and then all the defenses were packed in around him, taking advantage of the lightning value and just really, really pushing hard through this base here with a strong Electro Titan drive.
That Royal Champion being able to come back and get that bow was huge. I don't think it would have mattered too much. He still had Queen up. He still had Titans up. He was still fine. But being able to circle back and keep everything progressing forward so there's no distractions was massive. A little Headhunter comes in for the King here at the bottom. Great plays here from Tony. And like I mentioned, just kind of feels good for him to kind of get back on track and probably feel a lot better about himself rather than, you know, like a 70% 2-star.
Yeah, and you can see that the team's feeling a little bit happy about that. It's all smiles all around here as they start off with a very, very strong and commanding start here. But Dobbs is going to try to overturn this lead now as he comes in with the zap into Lalo. Looks like the Lightning was able to take out the area around that Rage Tower, which is always a very valuable thing. We see an Inferno that goes down over there, the Rage Tower, and whatever else was next to it. Those are the biggest targets there, and just minimizing how much that Rage Tower could boost. And with the Rage Tower itself going down, it's not going to be able to boost that other multi-Inferno that's in the area. But a lot of times when we see a base with the, like, look at that bottom right side edge where we see Town Hall, Inferno, and then Scattershot in 3 separate compartments all across the edge of the base. If we can split that base and take out the center compartment, then we can push the Queen of the Town Hall, and then we could potentially go with the Royal Champion to go in and get that scatter shot down. If that scatter shot goes down and they can get the support of the Royal Champion to push in the multi-inferno, then this is very, very nicely set up, and will give them a solid chance to sweep out the other half of the base with the Lalo.
And here comes that Royal Champion, and just like you mentioned, going for that scatter shot, going to go ahead and throw in Stone Slammer also to support the Royal Champion and make sure she goes inside for that multi-target Inferno next. She is held up a little bit here by some Skeletons, but with the throwing of the Seeking Shield there, going to go ahead and get through the scatter shot and now to the multi. Great invis here. Great use of the spells to push through and get that multi-target Inferno down. The Stone Slammer pops, but here comes the Ice Lalo from the top side. Warden ability gets popped immediately, and he's pushing through, but that multi-target is just dealing some damage right now.
Yeah, I had to put the Warden in for the very top there to make sure he could have the most direct approach into the defensive Queen, but the headhunter still went to the King rather than the Queen. So luckily he had enough punch to be able to get through both of them by investing a Rage up in that area, but he still is struggling with this multi-Inferno, and he's going to have to go back for it. I don't know if he's having enough punch to get to it. He's got those extra balloons coming in, but the Sweeper is going to be knocking it back, and that extra effort is going to be wasted. So it's just a matter of, can he get past the Sweeper and then still have enough HP on his Warden, which does not look like that's going to be the case here. So it's a second defense for the underdog team. Taco Esports now is going to secure a 2-star lead to start off the war, but they cannot take their foot off the pedal now because they've got their lead. They have to maintain it, and there's still a lot of war left here.
Yeah, it's been really exciting for this Taco Esports team so far, getting everything bouncing their way. Aphilion's missed twice, but let's be honest, both of these attacks weren't off by much. It seemed like a little bit of a sneaky mistake there by Soham on the first attack. Dobbs wasn't too far off, couldn't get that multi-target Inferno under control there. And man, these defenses, they're holding. It's just enough. You don't have to, I mean, really, a 99% is still a 2-star, so they're holding just enough to get the lead. And now they're going to be up 2 stars to none going into the third attack, which is massive. And here we see the replay here from Dobbs. That multi-target Inferno was just the issue. He tried freezing it a couple times, but all the balloons faded over there before he could get to it.
Yeah, I got through the multi, or almost got through the multi. I had to throw in some backups, but that Sweeper, watch the Sweeper here, knocking those balloons back as they went in as a backup to try to take it down. Maybe if he could have had the extra support of those balloons somewhere else in the base there, then maybe, no, I don't think there was any way to pull that through. There was too much damage coming in the middle of the base there, and that multi was working for way too long. You got to get those multis under control. They're absolutely lethal to these Lalo attacks.
Yeah, I'm like definitely afraid of multi-target Infernos with Lalo. Like once my balloons touch a multi, I'm like, freeze, freeze! I'm like always panicking, and we see it right there. I mean, that's why those 5 beams can just shred.
6 beams.
6 beams, you're right.
Yeah,
6 beams
6 beams
shred,
at the high levels.
right on through there. You're right, with the upgraded levels there. So it's another defense. I'm looking at it. Taco's in a really commanding spot. I mean, really, like you mentioned, we talk about that momentum. Keep your foot on the gas. Don't let up now. You need this win. This is against one of the top teams. I think Aphilion is 3rd right now in the rankings. You need this win, and then maybe you get, I don't want to say easier wars, but a little less intense maybe in the next couple wars coming up for them. Zap starting out here for EZ, coming in with a Super Witch Smash.
Super Witch Smash is I'd say probably the 3rd most powerful or most common, I guess, of the Smash attacks there. Most people are preferring the Electro Titans and the Super Bowlers. But against these anti-2-star bases, I really do like to veer away from the Electro Titans that people seem to be the most commonly using, because the Super Witches can power past the Town Hall better than anybody else. Because they move a little bit slower, they tend to take the Town Hall and then they sit back and use their range to attack the other defenses around the area, and they can a lot of times avoid going into the Town Hall poison. So when you approach the poison this early into the attack, that can prove to be extremely valuable. But he'll make his way to the Eagle Artillery to start it off here. That is always one of the most valuable targets on the base there. Even though that was the signature defense of Town Hall 11, it still remains the most powerful defense and one of the most critical ones to deal with early on into an attack. And that Monolith is right behind it to take out with the Town Hall just in their reach without any further push.
And here we go. Super Witch is going into this Town Hall compartment. The invisibility tower does go off. He's going to go ahead and rage up, use that Warden ability. Now the big boys are going to start bouncing towards that Town Hall. Super Witches will be able to reach through here. The Queen does bounce outside, but it's okay because, wait, I thought it was okay. Wait a second. I thought the Super Witches were going to target the Town Hall with the rage. Okay, now they're going to be on the Town Hall. So they're going to get that Town Hall under control now. And Queen take a little bit of pressure from the scatter shot and that Wandering Witch down there. He can still bring this back. With Queen Wandering, it's not the end of the world. Town Hall's down now.
Yeah, but he still has this entire left-hand side of the base that he needs to make his way through, and with that much going on that early into the attack area,
is that a super miner?
Group in the core. Yeah, super miner.
Out of the barracks.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting, but it's Gonna get out in front of the Queen and give her some support there. The Queen takes the inner path, so she'll go to the multi, but I don't know if he can handle the single.
It's not even just one.
Yeah, I mean, that might give the Royal Champion the support that she needs, so she can slip in and get this single Inferno down. He's got a Queen ability, so he can wait as long as possible. He goes actually almost all the way down on his Queen's HP before he pops the ability. I don't know if I agree with that. I think you generally want to pop it as soon as it goes full beam to try to sustain longer, but he does actually get the stun of the Diggy, and the Queen gets topped off, so, I mean, maybe I'm wrong there. He has the Royal Champion crossing through, and he has a Headhunter as well. You're right, there's still a solid chance he can still pull this through, Bash.
Come on, Easy. You got the Headhunter. You got the Royal Champion working. Enemy Royal Champion's going to come over. Headhunter needs to be in here. Oh, but the Queen is held up. Still has those Super Miners, and the Super Miner's going to ramp up there.
What if the Miner explodes and kills the Expo?
Oh, no. I was waiting for it. But he's still, Queen can reach here. If he's got the cleanup, Queen can reach 5 seconds.
No. He's not going to make it, Bash. He's too short.
Oh, the 99!
Oh, rip the dream on that one.
It was right there.
One building off of a perfect performance so far this war. And now we'll see if Aphilion can respond with a triple, because that might be the lifeline that they need in this war here.
They knew it was right there, man. It was so close. And that Headhunter maybe came in just a split second. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Just needed like 2 seconds to get that last building down. Great effort here from EZ. You pointed out Queen bounced down to the outside, but with the Rage Super Witches in the middle, it worked out pretty nicely for him.
Yeah, as long as you secure the Town Hall, it's okay that you have a couple troops walk on you, and with the funnel being very minimal on the outside of the base there, like, you're gonna ultimately have some of the troops there walk. Like, that's almost inevitable with the way that he set it up there, but he got just enough to walk that he was able to take out the core of the base there, but still have enough force to wrap around. And yeah, that Royal Champion could have got a little tiny bit further there than he had a chance. He needed to get that Royal Champion down. He had the time to Headhunter right, but I think even if he did, the cannon would have picked up that that Headhunter either way. But now, Aphilion Nebula down by 2 stars. We'll try to level that into a 1-star deficit if we can pull off this triple here. And it looks like it is a Queen charge into Kill Squad Lalo. Now, a lot of times we've been seeing this attack with a recall spell, so we go after the Town Hall first. So he'll deploy his Queen up at the top side, and she's going to need to cross through this entire base because he's using the Warden with the Kill Squad. So he's not going to have the support of the Warden at the Town Hall, so that means the main push will need to wipe the core of the base, and the Queen will have to wrap through these compartments, wrap all the way around the base, and she needs to secure the Town Hall directly so that the Lalo doesn't have to suicide into it.
Yeah, I mean, just only go all the way across the base and grab the Town Hall. No big deal here. No big deal. The Queen's working through. He did delay those healers so that the Eagle Artillery would go off a little bit later. I like that play quite a bit. Wallbreaker comes in, gives the Queen a little bit further access. Looks like there was Yetis inside of that log launcher, but they don't get much there, even with the Rage going down. Oh, that was the Rage Tower, actually, not an offensive Rage. Okay, so just trying to give that Queen access so she can get through the middle of the base. Do got to keep an eye on these healers coming into all this pressure. If they get out of position, they can get easily taken out, but the Queen actually circles back and helps out quite a bit here.
Yeah, but she's going to be taking the wide route over to this Multi-Inferno. The Rage Tower fades, luckily, but he may have to invest a freeze into this Multi-Inferno to shut it down. Hopefully the Queen rounds quickly into it. There's the freeze. Still alive, still has enough HP on the healers, but he has ground skellies distracted him, so he has to burn a second freeze onto it, and that's less freezes to help the small Lalo push into the other Multi-Inferno down the bottom quadrant of the base there, because that's the quadrant that his Lalo's going to have to make their way through. So this Queen still has her healers alive, and he'll keep on pushing, but he's running out of resources. He's down to 1 Rage and a Queen ability. He must secure the Town Hall, because at this point, with no spell support remaining, if the Queen doesn't take the Town Hall, then he doesn't have a way to get the Town Hall down if she doesn't take it.
Queen goes to ability. She's on the CC. All the healers are down now. I don't think she's got enough gas to get this. She's going to go over to the enemy Queen. He's going to Lalo over the top. This could be the end of the war here for Aphilion. This is tough, Eric. This is tough to watch. This Lalo's not going to get through. I don't think so either. No spells.
There's no haste. There's no freezes. The balloons are just getting absolutely melted on their approach. He throws everything that he has at it, but he took a big risk. It absolutely did not pay off here, and he'll be left stranded with a 1-star, 72%. And Taco holding strong on defense while absolutely delivering on their offense.
That is surprising. We haven't really seen that crazy risky play like that from Aphilion to this point. That was a huge risk. But also, I mean, they were down 2 triples, so they knew they had to make a move. Not only 2 triples, but a 99%. So they were down pretty big going into this attack. So it's kind of like just throw it out there and kind of see what sticks. You know you're kind of behind the 8 ball, but man, that's a heartbreaker for Stamus, as that Queen just could not get through that multi. But just, man, the healers got to the multi got to the healers rather, finished them off, and the Queen had no chance at the Town Hall.
Yeah, he had so many wall breakers moving in that area. I think if the wall breakers would have actually opened up that initial multi-compartment, then he would have accessed both of the multis, and he would have had a lot cleaner access for his healers, and he definitely could have had a better chance of pulling through. Maybe that's what he was thinking there. He attempted a lot of wall breakers, and a lot of them actually hit the walls. They made contact, but they didn't open the key specific intersection that he needed to get direct access, direct line access, so he didn't drag his healers into danger.
This is a big war for Taco. I mean, they're
it is.
they're pretty much in the driver's seat now. Don't be self-aware. Don't make any crazy plays. But if they can win this, they can really swing the momentum back to their side. We talked about it at the show open. They played a lot of the tougher teams. Aphilion is the last of the tougher teams realistically. So they can, you know, not necessarily coast, but have a little bit of a less stressful schedule moving into the final week. So if they can get this victory, which it looks like they should, Taco Esports looks like they're going to try to recover and get that 4th spot under control, maybe even that 3rd spot, depending on how things play out here.
Yeah, and being able to go in against Aphilion here, where Aphilion is going to be taking on Empire later in the night. If they are losing to Taco, then they would have to try to push for their spot into DreamHack San Diego in week 4 in the final week, and so things get a little bit more complicated there. But it's always a good sign when if you can beat the teams that would potentially be your tiebreakers, if we have to come down to that scenario where if they both ended up with the same record at the very end of the 4th week, if Taco and Aphilion had the same record, then the head-to-head would be the first line of tiebreaker to decide who ends up going. So if you can beat the teams that are closest to your record, then you're in a very, very good position if you ultimately end that position.
A lot of war still to be played. I mean,
just saying, just throwing it out there.
I agree completely. I'm right there with you. I was a little bit worried about Taco Esports after last week. It looked like they lost all their momentum. They were kind of feeling down. Taco Tony took himself out of that final war. It seemed like they were a little bit distraught. But coming out this week, putting their foot on the gas and showing, oh yeah, we know why we got here. We can handle this. Ethan's coming through with a Super Witch smash. We haven't even mentioned what Ethan's doing here. No disrespect, Ethan. It's just we like seeing you guys bouncing back here. Going to go ahead and jump towards the Town Hall. Got that Flinger coming in on the left side. A little bit of a late Flinger here. 1:20 left on the clock there. Flinger's got a hit lifetime of about 2 minutes, so not going to get the full potential of that, but pushing through the middle and being self-aware, getting that little 2-star in here.
Yeah, getting the safe 2-star against the anti-2-star bases, which is great at pushing into the core and then surviving to get more percentage and more buildings down afterwards. There's the talent takedown. He even absorbs a whole bunch of red air bombs on his healers while he's under the ward ability. But watch the healers here. Watch the pace that these Super Witches move forward. So the healers are finally stepping towards the Town Hall Poison, but the Town Hall Poison is fading at this point here. So these healers will very likely survive, and that's going to make so that the Super Witches continue to have the support of them as he continues to push through. But unfortunately, the skeleton spell down south is a moment too late there, and he has his Road Champion locked onto. But he has an invisibility, so he picks her back up and keeps her moving.
And invisibility and a freeze there to recover that, but that's all good. Honestly, this is looking powerful. 20 seconds is the only issue here. Honestly, I think he has enough to get through, but not enough time on his hands as the World Champion's trying to work through those final defenses. He's got all the Super Witches up, and he knows it's a time fill, but realistically, that's the best play here. Get that safe 2, take your time. Yeah, another 3-star here would have been great. Show the other squads that you mean business, but ultimately a 92% time fail is nothing to be ashamed of, as this Taco Esports team is looking like they're right back on track.
Yeah, they're really handling these anti-2-star bases very, very nicely. I think if he would have got this Flame Flinger moving a lot earlier than he did, I think that could have converted into a triple there, because he would have had the Flame Flinger move all the way through, that he would have had the troops that came out of it come in to assist with the cleanup, and he really had a solid chance of pulling that through. I think that was the only mistake that he had there, but Super Witches absolutely excel against anti-2-star bases, and you saw exactly why that ends up working.
And he could have put the Flinger in. The King was taking the mortars there if that was the concern, or maybe he was just saving the siege just to be extra safe.
Oh yeah,
I mean, could have been the potential there. as there, I think there was Yetis in there, but yeah, he could have, the King was tanking the mortars over there. He could have definitely got the support from the Flinger on that left-hand side and maybe furthered that attack. But again, they're fine. They're okay.
I understand the play, though. Like, you want to make sure that you have backup methods on top of backup methods on top of backup methods, and he had all of the resources still on standby if the Witches didn't go to the course. So his play makes 100% sense with the situation that they are in right now, and that's a smart play here, and it's really going to give him...
Is this going to be a Stone Slammer Blizzard?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, this is interesting. So he's going to use the Stone Slammer, drop it off there, rage up the Wizards out of here. I like this play for Will. So he got a couple defenses down, and then the Wizards are going to go right in for the Town Hall, and then try to gut out as much of the remaining section as possible here. Okay, nice little interesting creative play here from Sir Will.
Yeah, and I like that because he was able to land directly on top of the bomb tower. Normally, if you land a blimp on top of the bomb tower, you have the Super Wizards have to take the final strike at the bomb tower, and then they end up standing on top of it, and then they get blown up. So if you do it with a slammer, then notice how before he opened up that slammer, he waited for the slammer to actually destroy the bomb tower. Then he manually opened it, even invested a Lava Hound to hold the air defense at bay to make sure that that slammer stayed protected. And now that's a smart way to do it, because a lot of times people aren't going to trap up an entry that would land directly on top of a bomb tower, knowing that a Blizzard would not be able to safely secure a Town Hall takedown. And so he's able to play to the weaknesses of the base there, to just getting inside of the head of the base builder and identifying that that would be an unlikely spot to be trapped against, and he's able to get the value.
And it's a really smart play. I mean, with the lava, you call it the Lava Hound there. With the Blimp, you're usually going to use a Lava Hound anyway, so it's not really anything too unconventional from a traditional Blizzard open anyways. Royal Champion's trying to get to that multi, but those Skellies are giving her some fits. Folly does throw that Seeking Shield. Diggy's going to come over and stun. Heroes are working through the middle, uses an Invis on the Queen, uses a Freeze on the Royal Champion, and here comes that Lalo to accompany and try to protect that Royal Champion a little bit more as she works through here.
He had that wall break to try to transition his King into the Eagle Artillery compartment, but the King ended up circling the Town Hall compartment, but that's fine. He's given some extra support for the Queen. He has the Phoenix Gome out over there, and now he knows that area is free of black air bombs and red air bombs specifically, as well as Lalo makes their way through. But we see the Tornado Trap popping on the side, a couple of red air bombs going off and hitting the Lava Hound, not to the balloons. So looking good there, freezes, and he got the defensive Queen engaged, but she's not down just yet. No, she is down. That's the King that's still standing. Yep. So he was able to get the headhunters through, and now if he can push his way into this backside scatter shot set, then he's absolutely got it under control here. Taking some big hits, but he's got the freezes. He's got it on lockdown here, Vash.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried missing the freeze on the scatter on the first one, but he had a second freeze on standby. It's all going to come down to cleanup, which he's got minions all throughout the base. He's got plenty of balloons through here, and so well-executed attack from Will. Something we don't really see, a Stone Slammer Blizzard into Lalo. Honestly, just well executed. You talked about that bomb tower being an issue and you can't really land on it with the Super Wizards. Well, that's not an issue if it's not there because you deleted it with the Stone Slammer.
Absolutely. Very nicely done here. A little bit close on time. This Baby Dragon comes in late. Whoa! And he does get the last builder pad down there. I mean, the King's pad.
Yep.
Yeah, the King's pad. I mean, the builder pad. I was plus there. I was like, I don't know if he's going to make it.
That's all we need is a builder hero that just goes around and builds more things.
Oh, no.
Rebuilds defense. Wait, new idea.
Oh,
builder
man.
hero rebuilds defenses. Oh, note that.
Brainstorm.
Note that. We got you. We got you. Live here on broadcast. We're coming up with update ideas. Nice attack, Sir Will. Maybe a little too late. I hate saying that, but into the fourth attack, you're down by essentially 3 triples with the 1-star. It does feel good going into that big matchup later to get that triple on the board and know that your team can still handle it, but also Taco Esports has came to play today.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. We want to see Taco Esports come out here on this last attack and play it very, very safe. Get the 2-star. Don't take any risks. They've had a lot of times to reconfigure a plan, make sure that they could go in here. They knew well in advance that all they needed is a 2-star to lock in the win here. So they don't need to do anything crazy. They need to play it smart here and don't take any risk. And it looks like it's going to be a Sui Lalo. And it looks like the Town Hall is fairly embedded into that top section of the base. So it's not a hand me, but we'll see if Grandpa can get it done here and lock in this win.
All right, here we go. Taking the full time clock here to decide what he wants to do. Does have a golem? Does Have some sneaky goblins here working, just setting some pathing on the top side. Looks like maybe going to push right into the town hall here with the heroes initially. Here comes the golem in. Now you still have to be aware of that monolith, but he should be able to get to it pretty quickly here with the heroes. Jump spell goes down to give access to both these compartments, but now everything's going to have to take on quite a bit with both of those compartments open. But here comes a log launcher in behind the king, which is actually going to help out with the monolith as well.
And the log launcher was also hitting the ground skellies off of the board there, making so that the queen's not going to get slowed down by them, makes the queen invisible. He's got one more invisibility, and he's got an earthquake as well, so he'll pop the earthquake as the log launcher drops out some yetis to get out in front of the queen there, but the monolith did lock onto the queen there for just a moment. That forced her ability. That could potentially cost the town hall. Queen's veering off to the right. She's not going to the town hall. She dies at the scatter shot. Grandpa does not have the 2-star locked in just yet. He throws in the road champion. He has to put the Lalo through the town hall, and that's going to potentially cost him some percentage here.
King's coming back.
Okay.
King's got
right.
ability.
You're right, King.
Yeah.
Okay. King comes back and
Wait,
clutches
King, don't
it.
get distracted. Wait, King.
Go back, King!
Yetis, okay, Yeti's got it.
Okay.
Eric might have a heart attack here live on broadcast. All right, it works out. Gets through there, gets the town hall down. Here comes the Lalo from that far left-hand side. Lots of drama on this one, but ultimately gets the goal down, gets that town hall in before starting the Lalo. But you're right, he would have just had to yeet that Lalo right on through the town hall. Doesn't have to now because it's all dealt with, and just got to get to that 2-star to secure victory.
And it looks like he could force Quinn out of the game at this point and still arrive there. But he does have an Electro Titan that's running loose on the base. He'll have to deal with that somehow if he wants to have this entire pack of balloons not go down.
Look at there you go.
Okay, yeah, well, you kind of have to at that point. There's so much damage incoming from that Electro Titan that would melt through that entire pack. It's all clumped together, and obviously that would cause some problems here. But he's outrunning it a little bit now, and his entire pack is very likely
that
to
is
get
a
wrecked.
huge pack.
It's all clumped together as well. So as soon as it hits the scatter shot there, that entire pack is going to start dropping in droves as he pushes into the far back end. But that Electro Titan on defense is still chasing him and is going to shut it down. But it's okay. It's enough for the win, and that's going to put them to a 2-3 record and give them a chance to recover the season and still potentially get to DreamHack San Diego.
Taco Esports with a massive upset here in war number 2 of the night. Remember, guys, we still have 3 more wars. I almost said 4. This is our second war of the night. We still have some crazy good action, including aphilion going up against Empire later on tonight. So some huge matchup. This one wasn't that far off. That Titan did so much work.
It does.
If that Titan's not there, he's got a chance here. It was a little bit up and down, a little bit rocky roads, but ultimately it's going to be the victory for Taco Esports on the 90+% here from Grandpa.
It always scares me when the king has to secure the town hall like that when he's sweeping back in, but you had all those defensive heroes right behind it that was pulling him off of it. But the Yetis that were going down, the Yetis that were stacked, were able to throw their Yeti mites at the town hall and get it down, and that took a lot of heat off of the next phase attack there. Made so the Lalo did not have to secure the town hall. And when the heroes have already cleared out so much around the town hall, it does make it a little bit of a gamble whether you actually even get into it, because you end up removing a lot of your potential pathing, and you have to go through a lot of other defenses which could throw out the pathing. We have sweepers knocking you around. It could have been a nightmare scenario for Taco Esports had that not gone through. But now the final attack here for Aphilion Nebula as they get set up for their war against Empire later on in the night. We'll see if they can get a boost of confidence and get the triple on this one as he sends in a Blizzard, and it looks like he's going to be nuking out the area around the Rage Tower, which is what we really like to see. But there's still another Rage Tower on the other side of the base that has 2 multis next to it, so a little bit more stacked damage on that side, but this side does have the monolith takedown, and he's able to take it.
You got the monolith plus a full CC pool here. There's a couple ice hounds come out behind those rocket loons here. Really great value. You said nuked, and you weren't exaggerating. That little corner section got absolutely destroyed. Now the Queen's going to go ahead and deal with these ice golems. No problem there. It's just going to take a few seconds. Throws in the Valkyrie to help out as well. I like that play quite a bit. And the Queen should be able to go in here and grab the town hall, no problem. Using a couple balloons up top just to set some pathing. Enemy King is pulled out here. Waiting for those ice golems to finally fade, and here comes the Queen working in towards the town hall using those golems and then the wall breaker to push and open up the town hall compartment.
Actually, giants, not golems. He's got giants sprinkling in to give the extra tanky. Now, giants don't have as much overall HP as the golems, but they can definitely do some good work there and just boost the HP, just give her a little bit of a buffer, while also the giants actually do a decent amount of damage output as well. Like, don't underestimate how much damage output a giant actually has. one of the lesser used troops there, but in this situation, it works perfect to get the queen through to the town hall. She pops her ability and secures it without any issues. And at the same time, the king and the royal champion doing great work up at the top of the base there. Get that scatter shot down, get into the eagle artillery. RC still has her ability, and that ability, I thought it might change to the sweep right there, but that's fine. He's still got it under control here and looking very solid if he can survive through this rage tower surrounding these multi-infernos.
Warden ability goes off to protect the balloons through the first multi. The rage should start fading here as the Warden ability is coming off. It's still going quite a bit. Royal Champion's working in. Can she get through here? Good freeze. Oh, but look at this.
Lost her.
The scatter shot. Scatter shot was doing some work, and now that multi is just going to do some work as the balloons are going to have no path to it. It was a really great opener from Will, or not from Will, from Kirk, excuse me, and just not enough to get through at the back end here. And this just looks uncharacteristic of Aphilion.
Yeah, not the best war for them. But I mean, I think that would have actually gone through had the Royal Champion actually taken that multi-inferno down, because she was right on it. It took her a couple buildings around it to get into it, but she eventually got there. But she had taken just too much damage there to be able to power through it, and it ended up melting the rest of the balloons. But like we said, when you see those rage towers with the multi-inferno surrounding them, it is a very, very difficult area to move through with a Lalo, and you saw it cause the problems there that it's caused in every other attack, where the Lalo just gets absolutely melted. And it is going to be a defense. It is 10 stars for Aphilion. They do not hit the mark that they have been, but Taco Esports delivers. They put up 12 stars, and 12 stars is typically enough to win most of the wars. So that is the benchmark that we'd like to see the winning teams take.
12 stars with a 99 and a 92 in there, not to mention a 90 there at the end. So all of their attacks 90 plus, which is a really strong war in these esports format wars. So man, Taco, you got to be feeling good. You get yourself back on the board. I believe they do not have to play again tonight now, so they can take that momentum, build it up into next week, relax, get your team ready, get those bases built for next week, and move forward on such a high note, going up against one of the tougher teams in the group, and they really took it to them.
Yes, and if they have maybe some easier matchups next week that they will have a little bit even easier time with, and that, I don't know. I mean, Affiliate is a very strong team. There's no bad teams in the competition here. They were all in the top 8 in North America, so it is very, very difficult regardless of who you're fighting. Their path is not 100%, but it's looking pretty solid here, and that was a big win here, Glitter.
I love a good comeback story, okay? And what we saw out of Taco Esports was a night and day difference from the performance that we saw last week. The adjustments that they made from one to the next are huge, and that's also massive when you consider just how tight the competition has been this entire event so far. So let's take a look back at the leaderboard, see what this does for them, because their journey is not over yet. All right, obviously you can see that puts them now at 2 and 3, evening them up towards that middle of the pack. But when you look at the top, you've got Empire Gaming so close to getting their 5, and Lotus has already hit it. There's still a little bit more work left to do. So it's not just done quite yet. And Aphelion also has another matchup later on today, so we'll see what they are able to do with that one as well. But it's time for another short break. When we come back, we'll do some highlights, some analysis, and continue on week 3 of the challenge.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We just watched Taco Esports get the dub. So you're saying there's still a chance for them to continue on their road to the Challenge Finals in San Diego. A huge win for Taco Esports. I mean, hopefully that starts a little bit of momentum for them.
You have to think it starts a little momentum for them. That was a huge performance. They can take the rest of the night off, kind of chill out. They got 2 wars next week, and they can really try to fight for that last spot.
It's going to be very interesting as you see where the rest of our teams stand on this leaderboard. Lotus Gaming being the only team so far who's punched their ticket to that San Diego DreamHack that I am talking about. Things are still heating up, though. Let's talk about the last war that we did because you picked a specific attack you want to talk about.
I mean, I'm going to talk about the first attack here. It was the attack from BJG. It was a Blizzard Lalo that crushed the base, but in my opinion, it set the tone for the war. So he does something a little bit unconventional here. You're going to notice he's going to use the Warden, which we see that. That's no big deal. We see the Warden ability used. You have to just get the value. But the big thing here is this heal spell. So he's going to go ahead and he's going to set off that poison tower right here in the middle of the base, but he's going to heal through it. So what you can do is you can throw down a heal and keep your super wizards alive through the poison tower by using that heal. And by doing that, he's able to gut out this whole section, get out the clan castle, get out that multi-target inferno, not to mention the Warden is back here cleaning up as well. And this, man, I was a little bit worried. I'm not gonna lie to you, BJG. I was worried about this opener. Anytime you invest the Warden, it's tough. You really have to try your best to get to these splash defenses in the middle of the base. That multi-target inferno, that's scatter shot, not to mention guarded by the queen. But I think he handled it really well. Poison spell comes in to deal with the ice golems. He's gonna wrap these heroes inside the base, and you'll notice that he brings in the Lalo from the top. If we take a look, Eric called it out on broadcast. There's not much that's gonna deal too much damage to the Lalo. There's a couple wizard towers here, there's an air defense, but that's what we have the Lava Hounds in there. He went with the 3 Lava Hounds here, a heavy Lava Hound entry So he's able to do that and secure that side of the base. Meanwhile, the heroes are going to come in through here and just crush this side of the base. It's no big deal. And the big turning point here, we'll keep an eye on this Royal Champion as she starts working through. I mean, he managed this one so well. And I think my worries were for nothing as the Warden stayed up and actually supported the heroes. Here comes that Lalo coming in from the top side, sweeping right on through here. We already talked about that. There's not too much that's going to really worry them, but he needs to get through this multi and through the scatter. And this is the big point. Watch this Royal Champion here. As she gets working up into the base here, she's going to throw that Seeking Shield right through there, and that's going to allow her to turn and take out the multi, take out the scatter. Although, like, he had the spells, he didn't really need that. He swags out 3 freezes, a haste, and an invisibility. This is exactly what Taco Esports needed to do. They needed to get a triple back on the board. They needed to start this war really hot, and this attack set the tone. It put the pressure on for aphilion, and they just didn't let up. They got the victory, and we're going to be joined by Taco Tony himself. He's over with an interview with Glitter.
Thank you very much, Bash. That's right. I've got Tony ready to chat with us, and I am excited that we get to talk. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? It's about time. Been a couple of weeks without talking.
I know, and I'm glad to have you back. And I'm glad you said that too, because you and I chatted after your attack last week, and you were disappointed in your performance. And then you come through today with an incredibly strong second triple of the war. So how do you feel after your bounce back?
Oh, I felt so great. I was in a big slump for the past couple of weeks, and I felt bad because, you know, as the captain of the team and due retirement on the way, I mean, I was really feeling bad, and this triple helped put us in a really good spot, and I was really happy to come through for my team after a while.
I mean, not only you, but your entire squad just looked so much more solid this week in comparison to last week. What did you guys change in such a short amount of time?
There were a couple of things. We spent a lot more time on our base prep. I did a lot of the trapping. We had some builders come in, did a lot of other tests. We feel like we had a pretty good read on aphilion, and having one of our former clanmates on that team was really a big motivator. But also going 1-3, that's not something we're used to, and we're a way better team than what that record shows. So it was really an eye-opener seeing ourselves at 1-3. We know we're supposed to be a really good team, and we really think we can make land. So this was a step in the right direction. We have 2 important wars next week, and we'll be ready for them.
I mean, speaking of all the additional prep that you guys did, you ended up going up against these anti-2-star bases with aphilion like incredibly well, right? And we saw that that was something that Alpha MX had struggled with last time around. You guys just didn't even seem fazed by it.
Yeah, it was really surprising because that's not what we were expecting to see from aphilion. So we were really happy when we saw those because we have a lot of really good, strong Legends players, and we were expecting a lot of different things. We put a lot of time into practicing different other types of bases, so when we saw this, we were kind of like, okay, we know we can hit these pretty well, so we were confident right from the start.
Well, it most certainly showed. And now that you guys have this win under your belt, do you feel like this is going to give you some of that momentum that you need to really start pushing to get yourself in a solid spot for San Diego?
Yeah, it's definitely a good momentum swing. Also seeing all 3 people vote against us on Twitter, that was also a good momentum swing.
All 3 people, you can just call us out by name, Tony. Wow, I thought we were friends, dude.
I mean, I heard Eric talking that we're still a LAN team earlier, so he might get a pass, but everyone else, I don't know what your excuse is.
Okay, I apologize. Eric, we'll give Eric his due credit, but I'm just proud of you. You guys did fantastic. Before I let you go, you know the drill. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Oh yeah, big shout out to Snow, of course. She sent me some food today and wished me good luck, so that was really helpful as well. Made the difference. Big shout out to Fatal and JPS and everyone else that helped test and build, and really just shout out to the whole team. Let's keep it going. Next week's a big week, so we'll have all week to test again. All
right, well, I love it. Congratulations one more time. Hopefully we continue seeing this momentum in the next week.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We might have just gotten called out.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit.
We might have just been called out a little bit by Tony for not having faith in Taco Esports. I'm gonna blame the boys, honestly. I take your expert opinion.
Look, look, Tony, I'll be honest. I'm a momentum guy. Aphilion had all the momentum coming into this war. You guys didn't. It is what it is. I call it how I sees it. Eric did it too.
Well, I was playing more of a reverse psychology play.
Oh, okay.
You know,
yeah.
I was like, oh, you
So
guys,
what are you gonna say to Aphilion when they ask later?
I knew you could do it the whole time.
Okay, you know what? Either way, it was the momentum that Taco Esports needed. If
Right.
they want to keep the dream of making it to San Diego alive, and they looked so much more solid. So congratulations to them. But now we got to keep going with our wars. War number 3, right around the corner. This time it's going to be the Night Shift versus Alpha MX.
This is a huge war for Night Shift. I mean, Alpha as well. Like, Alpha needs to get a victory, but Night Shift, man, they were right there. They were right there earlier. Could be really sitting at 3-1 instead, sitting at 2-2.
Yeah, but if they're still right even there, they could end up going either way. But they are still in a strong position here, and we'll see what they can do here. But I think this is a little bit easier than their previous opponent. Empire was a tough team to face on as their opening match earlier on. So this is going to be where we see them gather themselves for the season, or not, I guess, because if they can beat Alpha MX Esports, then they can push themselves to a 3-2 record. They can be right on the cusp of making it into San Diego, and I know this team can do it. Like, Chase was so close on the final attack of the last war there. Just had one invisibility that was out of place on a Skeletona, and that made the difference of the war.
Yeah, and we both thought it might get there if he gets that monolith down. But their opponents, Alpha MX, looking to, man, they're so hot and cold, looking to get some momentum back on their side. Wanjo, Fernandez, Loster, Marcelo, they need to get some momentum going.
Yes, and what do you think, Glitter?
Well, we actually got a chance to hear from Wanho earlier on today. So in case you missed it, it was a really cool feature. We're going to play it back for you one more time.
Pues yo creo que como equipo coincidimos que haber eliminado a estos equipos, habernos dado la tarea de haber estado a su nivel, es algo muy gratificante, sobre todo porque teníamos muchos comentarios o veíamos muchos comentarios en los que a nuestro equipo lo hacían de menos, pensaban que era un equipo chico de cierta manera, y al enfrentarnos a equipos que ya llevan tanto tiempo jugando a buenos jugadores, pues sí, es increíble, es una gran sensación el haber podido ganarles y demostrar que nosotros también tenemos un nivel muy alto. Ok, yo creo que como todos los equipos nos sentimos un poco nerviosos, sin embargo tenemos muchas ganas de demostrar que nosotros los mexicanos también tenemos mucho que dar y que podemos llegar a competir en gran nivel. Me encanta la música, sin embargo ahorita estoy enfocado en esto, en Clash of Clans. Sí espero en un futuro poderme dedicar de manera profesional a esto. La verdad es que llevo 3-4 años más o menos estudiando, entonces, como todo, hay que dedicarle mucho tiempo y muchos años de entrenamiento. Entonces, lo sigo haciendo, lo sigo practicando, pero en estos momentos estoy un poco más enfocado en Clash of Clans. Pues a mí me gustaría seguir estudiando esta bonita profesión que es la música. Me gustaría en unos años poder dedicarme de manera profesional al canto. Inclusive me gustaría compartirles un pequeño clip de una de mis presentaciones. Ojalá la disfruten tanto como yo. Me gustaría agradecer a todas aquellas personas que nos estuvieron apoyando durante aquellas guerras complicadas. Gracias a todos por confiar en nosotros y les prometemos que no vamos a defraudar a nadie.
We are constantly learning so many cool additional talents that our Clash of Clans players have that we just had to talk about that one more time.
Yeah, that was really cool. Also looking super dapper. Like, oh, the fashion sense is incredible. But Alpha MX currently sitting at 1-2. They're not out of it by any means. If they have a strong night tonight, they can really bring it back. Night Shift looking to do the same. Alpha's going to play this match and then one more match against Happy Endings towards the end of the night. So they get a win here, a little upset victory, they can really get that momentum going into that final match tonight.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like an upset with stats like that. Alpha MX Esports is still holding a really strong stat line from their previous phases in the competition. So they need to, they've been slipping up a little bit here once they got into challenge phase, and obviously the record shows that. So they need to bring it back to where they were before, and they need to get the triples on the board here, and they can definitely be a contender for that, or one of those spots there for challenge.
Well, we're about to see which team wants it more, but before we do, of course, obviously, which team ends up in the very end, you're going to want to see that one in person, and that's going to be at DreamHack San Diego, !DHSan in chat for more information on how to get yourself there and when it will be. Of course, we've got the discount code here, and then war number 3 means poll number 3. You know the drill. Down below in Twitch chat, let us know who you think's going to be taking this one home. Will it be the Night Shift or will it be Alpha MX? Both of these teams need a dub, so it's a really good opportunity for either one of them to take this one home. Probably going to be close, which means it's going to be interesting, so let's get into it.
I'm really interested to see what the poll results are going to be, because this one I feel like could go either way. I feel like Night Shift is kind of building a little bit of fan favorite there, but Alpha, they've only played 3 wars this far, so they still have a lot of wars ahead of them. 4 more remaining between this week and next week, so they can really decide their own fate. I mean, 1 and 2 rather isn't too bad.
Yeah, but like you said with Alpha MX Esports, either they're hot or they're cold, and I feel like it's the same story there for the Night Shift. I think they either have a war where they end up getting like no triples, or they start busting out multiple triples and just completely overwhelm their opponents. So I don't know which team we're going to see here today, but as we saw the Night Shift earlier on today, they were only able to get 12 stars against Empire, so they're going to step it up here because I feel like they're going to need more than that to beat our Alpha MX Esports.
And here we go. Where's Perry coming in with the Blizz Lalo as he gets his Blizzard going? I want to quickly take a second to thank our sponsors at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, guys, think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. A Blizzard coming in. He's going to go ahead and Blizzard right onto the Town Hall here. Rage Spell is going to go down and get that Town Hall all secured. The Wizards are right working, and they're right under the Snapdragon logo. Guys, huge shout out to the sponsor for putting on this awesome tournament. Goes ahead and throws in that Quake a little bit late there. Why the Quake there, Eric?
It's a backup to secure the Town Hall, but I think on top of that, he was able to pick up maybe another defense or 2, because you have to remember that if you chain through the Town Hall, then you did a lot of additional damage to the buildings behind it. So maybe he was thinking that if the Quake was able to finish off the Monolith as he struck the Town Hall, then he could have got it down. But the Battle Builders were right there, and they were repairing it. So they were able to save it if he was able to take it down. But it also just guarantees that Town Hall is going to drop regardless. But a little bit of a fail-safe and a little bit of a potential extra value. Ultimately, I think it's not the biggest value here compared to if he didn't use it at all. But he does have his heroes pushing in nicely. They will lock onto that Monolith, take it down, step into the scatter shot, takes that down, and now we'll pick up the defensive queen as well. And its Royal Champion was able to pick up a bit on the outside and transfers her Diggy over to the ward of the target. Will maybe even take up a strike of the Eagle Artillery over there.
Gonna eventually get the enemy queen down. Here comes that Lalo from the top side. His queen's gonna fight the enemy queen, but it's gonna force his queen's up. Actually, queen's gonna go down. He doesn't get enemy queen down. Warden ability's gonna go in, and I don't see any headhunters working across here. Yeah, this is rough. No headhunters for the Royal Champion either. They must have got taken out.
There they are.
Oh,
they're onto the king right there.
The king was up top. Okay, I didn't see the king in there underneath all the loons.
Yeah, I mean, that's not ideal. We usually don't like to put the headhunters through the king because it stalls him up to be able to arrive to the other heroes. He got the defensive queen down eventually there.
That champion.
And yeah, the Royal Champion's picking him apart over on the right side. So where's Perry going to fall a bit short on this one? And that's going to give an early opportunity for Alpha MX Esports to get in the lead here. However, this percentage does climb up fairly high, so it is a pretty solid percentage, and we'll see if that bar is high enough here to keep it above Alpha MX Esports.
That Royal Champion came in and did so much work there on the loons, the Warden, finishing it all off. You're right, though, 87, maybe even 88% here as he works on the storage with 30 seconds. Should be able to get that down without issue. So 88% here for Where's Perry. Obviously hoping to get through there, but just the headhunters getting caught up on that king were the bigger issue. Not able to get over to the queen in time, not able to get over to the Royal Champion at all to help out. I guess she did take a little bit of damage, but not enough there. 89% to finish this one off. Picked up another building on the outside.
Yeah, and I feel like when you want to do these Lalos, like if the king and the queen are able to clear out the compartments that they did, and the Lalo has to start on the Eagle Artillery like it did, I think you just put in like the Siege Machine and you put in I guess he didn't really have a siege machine. A lot of times you have a slammer for that section. But if he decided that he didn't want to put the warden in at the top of the base there and could have deployed him over on the right side, that he could have had better access to get the headhunters through with the ward ability protection into the defensive royal champion. That definitely would have helped out. But with the way that the balloons had to path through the base and go right off of the eagle and into this very, very dangerous multi-inferno area, then he kind of needed the warden to deploy at the angle that he did. So he was kind of in a tough spot there. So maybe just the wrong call on the base there. Lalo was going to be very difficult no matter what he did. But now we pass it over to Wanjo, and we'll see if he can get the opening triple for Alpha MX Esports.
And this is, well, normally we see the Super Dragons with this, but kind of a signature attack with the Dragons here. Not the Singer, Wanjo here, but coming in with the Goblins into Sneaky Goblins to secure the Town Hall. Super safe blimp here. Sneakies are going to go to work, take that Town Hall down, no issues there. And then he's just able to work on the rest of the base without having to worry about securing that second star. I love watching phone players play. The little like claw action there with the right hand, just working through, getting everything going on the base. Queen's going to go ahead and take out this air defense, and then here come the Dragons and the Dragon. Oh, wait, actually, Inferno Dragons and then Dragon Riders.
Yes, and with the balloons also surging forward there with the ward ability protecting, you should be able to get any black air bombs, and the initial entry of the base there cleared out. And he will push through that Rage Tower area nice and early. The Town Hall being taken out by that blimp early on was able to set the funnel on that side, but he does need to push his way through the monolith. I feel like some spell investments into the monolith area is going to be very, very important, because also the defensive royal champion, he's got the skeleton spells in that area, so that was able to give him a decent amount of support. He's able to get the royal champion down, takes out the defensive CC building, and picks that monolith up there. So now if he can get his way through the defensive king with that main force over the left side there, and the royal champion can sweep through and take the advantage of the cover provided in that area, he's got a really solid chance to push it through the backside here.
And Inferno Dragons burn that king down without issues. Got the Dragons still working in. Royal Champion's coming through the middle. She's caught up on some skeletons there, but she's going to continue to push through the middle of this base. Here comes that skeleton spell to distract the Teslas, distract that scatter shot. Although the scatter shot's locked onto a rider right now. Queen still has ability, Royal Champion still has ability. This is looking really strong. With Dragons, time's rarely an issue, so he should have plenty of time to get through here. The Diggy's gonna come over, stun the scatter shot, and this is looking good. Just a couple defense. Wait, it faded.
Queen with an ability.
Queen, okay,
you got a Queen with an ability. What are you talking about, Vash? He's got it under control here. Royal Champion will go down. She'll transfer the Diggy over, and the Diggy will continue to work with the Queen. And look at this last remaining Inferno Dragon. Actually, two of them are able to take down that last Archer Tower, and the Queen has free reign over the last couple of buildings. She'll pop her ability, and that ability is effectively swag at this point here. Just save him a little time, and that means Alpha MX Esports, with currently the lower record out of the two teams, is going to be opening up with a triple and put himself into an early lead.
Eric, is this the week of upsets? I know this is our first attack,
right?
But these wars have been crazy this week, man. Super, super crazy. We almost saw Night Shift upset Empire in war number 1. Realistically, they could have upset Empire there. We saw the upset, so to speak, of Taco Esports over aphilion, and now Alpha MX coming out with a huge 3-star over the Night Shift.
Man, Alpha MX Esports, remember when they came into the challenge phase here, they were holding a 13-star average, which is a 60% hit rate. They were absolutely through. They've since dropped then, but now starting off strong here, they will gain the momentum. And Wanjo has been so good with all these different drag attacks there. He's definitely got an eye for it. A lot of players have struggled with any kind of dragon and super dragon attacks recently, and he's been on his A game with these attacks. He's definitely understands the fundamentals of this attack here and knows exactly what he needs to be able to push them through a base there, and he's been very consistent with it.
I like what he does with that blimp at the start. Getting that Town Hall out early, and it lets you kind of know what you have to do with the rest of the attack. Not only that, but it also like kind of segments the base a lot. We talk about those quadrants of a base, cutting it down. You don't get that full quadrant out, but it takes a lot of pressure from that quadrant, and you're able to work through with the Hydra and just push through the base like we saw right there. And it's going to be an 11% advantage plus the star advantage moving into our second attacks. It's a huge momentum booster. I feel like momentum is the theme of the night.
Yeah, but apparently the audience disagrees because they have voted 59% into the Night Shift's favor for the community poll here, as they're favorite to win it. So we'll see what ultimately happens with that. But here we go. Let's see if the night shift can pull back in the war here. They send in a Campbell, and it looks like he's got a queen charge into Lalo. Now it's going to be a recall queen charge, and he's also got the log launcher. So very likely when we see these diamond style bases, when we go in with a queen charge just to secure the town hall, then we can, as Dash say, yoink her out of there with a recall, and then redeploy her to support a flank of a kill squad to go in towards the other side of the base. And if we can set that up properly, I feel like this attack is very, very strong against these diamond style bases and quickly becoming a favorite of these pro players.
Honestly, it's just a favorite of me just to watch it because it's so much fun. We don't see the recall get a lot of love, but in this case, like, it is so effective. Here we go. Queen's going to go ahead and work in here towards the town hall. She's actually going to help out the Yeti here momentarily, get through those skeletons, get through that storage, and then she should target the town hall next. Yep, there we go. Town hall's targeted. Also pulls out the clan castle, so can opt to deal with this clan castle now while the queen's over here actually goes ahead and yoinks her out of there, Eric. And she should start on the opposite side of the base now.
Yeah, he still had some rage active there, and he lost one of the healers in the transition. Like, the recall spell can pull out 4 healers and the unicorn, so a lot of times you expect to lose the unicorn on the initial drop there, but he deployed all 5 of his healers, and he definitely still had some rage active there. He could have potentially fought off some of the CC, but he'll just fight it off on the other side of the base there. It'll cross through. Log Launcher will go right in between the Queen and the main kill squad, but the King, Warden, and Royal Champion all deployed together there, and the King and the Queen will provide tanking for the Log Launcher on both sides, so it's getting lots of logs thrown in here, open up the base nicely, and if he can rage up the, what I assume are going to be Yetis on the inside of it, then he can pick up a lot of value out of this log launcher, and even as the King going over that direction to get the defensive King out of the way. So I think the Yetis that would pop out would get some huge value, but this kill squad is moving strong through the base here.
Huge, heavy deployment, but it's looking like it's gonna pay off here. Great freeze on the enemy Queen. Oh, but the Royal Champion goes down. Yetis do pop out of there, but they go over to a storage, so nothing really there for them to target as far as defenses go. The King's in there fighting off the enemy Royal Champion, and here comes the Lalo in from that bottom side here. Queen's working on the top side, kind of opposite sections, and there's still quite a bit of base and a lot of splash. This is going to be a tough finish.
I mean, I got the Lalo to be into the bottom of the base there right as the raid tower was fading. He had the freeze to lock it down until he's able to get through. But the Queen able to reach over the walls, pick up one of the multi-infernos, gets around, takes up the other multi-inferno. So looking solid there. Lots of heroes are still standing, but the Lalo is starting to dwindle down a little bit here. So the Queen about to where she left off on the other side of the base. She can reach over the wall and pick up the Expo, which is a huge amount of damage relieved here, but time is becoming increasingly an issue here, and I don't know if he can overcome that.
Yeah, I think Clock is his enemy here, as the Queen's basically going to be back at full health by the time she gets through the wall. But you're right, the clock is going to tick away, and it's going to be a time fill, if anything, here. Honestly, Queen probably does secure the rest of the base, but she's going to need another minute to break through all of these walls to get to the exterior of the base. I mean, she could have technically walked out there, but the rule of 3 says she wants to go right through that wall. It's 91% on the Yoink Lalo for A. Campbell, and Alpha MX is still going to be up and looking to push that lead even further.
Yeah, I really like that attack, though, in general. It is very, very powerful against those those diamond-style bases. That, and I think the hybrid, the Queen Charge Hogminer hybrid, are the 2 most preferable attacks here against these diamond-style bases. But I really like what the Queen was able to do there. Maybe a little bit of a base flaw that the Queen was able to reach that multi-inferno that she tagged out in that top compartment over the walls there from the Eagle Artillery compartment. So maybe back to the drawing board a little bit on that. But I mean, you don't really count on the Queen be able to reach over there and tuck herself into that corner, be able to reach over and grab it. So I don't know. Either way, it is a defense, and now Alpha MX Esports will send their Marcelo in, and we'll see if he can pick up a triple here and put them 2 stars up. And it does look like he's going in with a Blizzard Lalo.
Yeah,
yes.
Looking like Blizzard to start this one off. Does have a few rocket loons. Sometimes we'll see those rocket loons come in and kind of clear a path for the Blizzard, but it looks like he's going to go right into that rage compartment. You were talking about this earlier, Eric. One way to handle these raged up compartments is to use a Blizzard. So he's going to be able to get out the multi-target Inferno, he'll be able to get out the scatter shot, and potentially the Queen if the Wizards cooperate. We'll see if they go north here. It looks like they're going to stay down here, but he's also going to be able to get out that rage tower. Now they'll go for the Queen, and she should fall right now. There she is.
And on top of that, getting the chains off the Queen to get one of the defensive headhunters out of the way will give his heroes a little bit of extra support here. Less headhunters to fight is always a good sign for them. but clearing out that compartment is one of the spell towers out of the way. The other one is set to invisibility and is right at the town hall. So as the heroes start at the same spot that the Blizzard left off, they have a straight line path all the way in there that I guess they're gonna have to establish a little bit further here. But look at the far left side of the base. He picked up, what was it, an outside archer tower? Whatever that was out there. He picked up one building over on the left side, which means he may collapse backwards with something else and try to force his heroes into the town hall.
Queen's
Okay.
going.
Oh, that's bad.
Yep.
That's bad.
Queen's going to the right side. He could have used that wizard to take that pet house out, but instead the Queen's going to go off to the right-hand side, and now the town hall grab is going to be under question as the King's going to use his ability already working into the town hall compartment, but I don't think he's going to have enough gas to get through the town hall because there's so much in that compartment. With no Queen support, it's going to be absolutely brutal. Queen's now up there. She just went to ability. Oh, this one's falling apart. He's got a Lalo right through the town hall now.
Yeah, that's a good sign for the night shift here. If they can hold it to a 1-star, that'd be even better for them. But that invisibility tower does go off. It does trigger early, and it will... Turn around, balloons! All right, they're over the top of it. They turn back on it, but now they're going to hang out the poison for a little bit there as they continue to make their way forward, and all of them drop out of the sky there, and that's why it was so important that he was able to push his Queen in there to take it. Now he loses so much here that he's not going to have enough on the other side of the base, and this attack will quickly fall apart.
And he's just going to look to recover as much of the percent as he can here. He threw the Royal Champion in kind of away from that Lalo, knowing that he's not going to 3-star. Just try to get as many buildings as possible, get as much on the board, and realistically doing a great job of this. After this attack, even with the mistakes, his team is still going to be up on percent. So a nice recovery here from Marcelo.
Yeah, getting all these, that's always the big advantage of Lalo in general. If you're able to push through and get those key targets down, obviously secure the 2-star, but when things go wrong, the Lalo, since it is a whole bunch of small moving pieces, are able to pick off a lot of the perimeter defenses, and that frees up a lot of the trash. So even if you leave up these heavy defenses in the deeper parts of the core, you can often trim out the edges, and you can gather in a ton of percentage and get that up there and give your team the best chance even with a miss. So 91% for Marcelo, and his team will maintain the lead.
He actually matched Campbell's attack there, so that one was really broken. Things went sideways on him, but like you said, the Lalo cleared out enough. He used the Royal Champion perfectly there to get the percentage back where it needed to be, and they maintained that 11 building lead after the first attack, but more importantly, they're still up on that star.
Yes, and exactly, and I didn't think they were going to give that up there, although it was a little bit close there with the town hall. You just sail over the top of it.
Yeah, that could have been devastating if those balloons sail right on there. Luckily, there was enough defenses that were still visible that kind of kept those balloons hanging around there with the Warden ability. But a great job just sticking with this one, recovering it, and getting it back on track. It's going to be Loch Ness next, coming in with Electro Dragons, our first Electro Dragon attack of the night, going ahead and zapping out. Ooh, it's trying to maybe get Monolith, does not get it because the Builders heal up there, using some rocket loons on the top side to get some of those corner air defenses taken out. Let's see if that one falls. It does. Okay, so just starting to set some pathing here for these E-Drags to push through.
Man, that worries me. That always worries me when you invest that much into the Monolith takedown and end up missing it. You have to realize that if you're going to be using lightning to hit the Monolith, then you really have to be hitting all of the battle builders in the area with the Earthquake to distract them. And yeah, he's going to go full send on the opposite side of the Town Hall with the Monolith standing, and he's obviously moving into a lot of risk here. Rage Tower goes off on defense, and that's going to boost all of the damage as he walks his way in. But he'll pop the ward ability, and he will make his way into that very, very threatening area. But notice he's holding on to his blimp. He needs to wait for an opportunity, and he needs to secure the Town Hall takedown at an absolute minimum here.
We've seen the Night Shift use these E-Drags very effectively, and let's see if Loch Ness can do the same as his teammates here. Oh, it goes in with that short blimp here, actually, on the opposite side. Those rocket loons come in handy, so he's going to be able to secure that Town Hall with the Goblins, and with the heroes pushing through here, it's actually looking really strong. That Monolith being up is still going to be a problem, not to mention the Royal Champion on the top side with that Scatter Shot protected. I don't know if this one's going to have enough gas in the tank to get through. Yeah, the Royal Champion's going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, his Royal Champion getting picked off by the defensive Royal Champion. The Headers try to provide the support, but now he's stuck by ground skellies up there, so his Royal Champion completely gets shut down. His Queen will run into the defensive King down south, and that is going to be another miss here for the Night Shift. Now, they've been struggling a bit here on offense this entire challenge season. They've got a couple of lucky breaks there, and they were able to get, like I said, one win off of a 10-star war where they were able to edge out their opponent there. They had a win where they were able to perform and get that 12-star mark, and that was their second win on the books there. But their other 2 wars, they've been racking in a lot of 10-star wars, and they really need to step it up here. They have 2 more opportunities, but so far they're netting a 0% triple rate on the day.
Yeah, that's a rough one there. And it looked like it was pretty strong until it wasn't. And that's usually how E-Drags go. We've seen it time and time again. They look so strong through the middle of the base, and then the middle of the base just overwhelms them, and then they fade to oblivion. 84% here for Loch Ness. Percent is decent here. I mean, Alpha's hitting pretty strong. I mean, we're only a couple attacks into the war, but that percent is decent. So even though that one didn't go his way, if Alpha, gets an attack that's decent, they're not going to fall too far behind, but they're yet to get that triple. We've talked about that triple barrier where they finally broke that last week. If they can't get a triple on the board, they're behind here. So that's the main issue at hand.
Yeah, the defenses, the likelihood that they end up getting more defenses is very high. Being at Town Hall 15 is very, very difficult to get anything through, regardless of how good you are. And if they can get to 11 stars and then just get like one solid defense, they could definitely pull this back. So the pressure's ramping up for them, and it would be awesome if we could see like Chase the Ace come in and get the redemption after the last war where he came so close. And if he could swing it at the end there and get that would be absolutely hype.
Yeah, but Chase, you got to remember the second invis has to be on the right tile also.
Yeah.
Not just the first one, the second one too.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Chase. Just giving you a hard time, bud. We appreciate you and everything you do for the community. But this war's still up for grabs, but Alpha going to look to push this one further and out of reach, and they can do that with this 3rd attack. We always talk about these 3rd and 4th attacks. They're very, very crucial. And Alpha, man, if they can get this victory, a bit of an upset victory, push themselves to 2-2, push the night shift, more importantly, down to 2-3, giving themselves a little bit more of a chance to move into LAN.
Yeah, and a lot of times a lot of teams will put their star player on that 4th position since it is so incredibly important, and usually is one of the highest pressure situations. So you want to lead off with a strong player, and you want to end up with your strongest player in that 4th position. So there's a lot of potential still ahead here to see a comeback, but we'll see if Memory Doom is able to put it out of reach here a little bit.
With the Zap Titans coming in, it zapped out the Invis, zapped out the Monolith there behind the Town Hall. Now the Flinger's going to come in, and as long as there's no traps and no skeletons get onto his Flinger without him noticing, should have no issue eventually getting to that Town Hall. And that's where this Hog Rider comes in. The Hog Rider is going to pull any Teslas, but also pull out any skeletons. Now the big thing here is to make sure that that mortar right there is tanked long enough so that the Flinger doesn't get targeted.
Also, you don't want the Warden to get locked onto by that single Inferno, but he wants to invest some spells into the Warden to try to push him through the single Inferno.
Get out of there, Warden!
Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there!
He's walking.
Okay, he's out, he's safe. Safe distance there. And we'll see if that Flame Flinger can secure the Town Hall without anything being claimed by that single. But the single is going to go down to the Flame Flinger, and that's going to set the funnel even stronger here as everybody else continues to move forward. But watch that one Electric Titan that's splitting off for the main pack, because if that goes to the Town Hall, it could drag all the healers with it because they're all locked onto it, and it is headed in that direction.
No.
This is bad here for Alpha MX Esports.
Oh, those healers go right in there for the Town Hall, so that's not going to have any healing on the backside.
CC! Where's
wait, he's fine, he's fine.
Is
Eric.
he
He's fine. Yeah, the Town Hall's down.
Okay.
Yeah, the Town. Well, I mean, not fine from a percentage standpoint because everything's dead. Everything's dead on the attack, Eric, except for the heroes.
Man. Okay, well, you know how I was just saying, if the Night Shift can get a big defense? Well, they got their big defense here, Bash. This is going to potentially swing the war. They're still going to have 7 stars on the board because they were able to clutch that other one earlier on. But it's going to open up an opportunity here for the Night Shift to pull through. This attack is quickly going to start falling apart here as this World Champion being the only thing that is still holding ability. She pops it right there, and she's running out of HP with 2 Grand Expos locking onto her.
It's crazy how much one troop can throw off a whole attack, and that's all it was. That Electric Titan took all the healers into the Town Hall and got them obliterated. Therefore, no healing on the backside, and then he also had the CC over there. King goes to Phoenix, which means the King will fade out here in a few moments. We do have that one Titan on the top side, but this one's going to be a lower percent but realistically, Loch Ness's was only 84. So Alpha's still going to be up on percent after this one.
Yep, exactly. But we'll see what happens from here, because either way, the night shift would still need another defense, even if they triple to still get ahead. So small percentage difference here could quickly be made up for. And I don't know how all those multi stayed standing on the side of the base there. Did the queen just skip them all? What happened to the queen?
Yeah, she went outside.
Oh, she went to the outside? Okay, I was so focused on the town hall, I wasn't even watching what the queen was doing, because she was trying to throw in her own right over there and just skips past all these multis. So one way or another, he was going to be in trouble. Everything moved into the right area, but nothing moved the way that he needed it to.
Man, that's a heartbreaker. The setup was decent there. It's just that one Titan pulls everything in. Queen walks. Actually, a few of the troops walking on him hurts a little bit there. Oh, but they're still in a commanding spot. They're still up a star. The pressure is still on the night shift here. They still have to get the triple, because Alpha MX came out with that Hydra attack that did land that 3-star early on in the war. And I talk about that all the time. You know, you get that early triple, it kind of gets your gets in the head of your opponent. You know, no one wants to be down a star, but no one wants to be attacking and feeling like you have to triple. It's tough.
Oh yeah, especially in this Town Hall 15 meta. It's very difficult to get any triples, and that's why these 11 and 12 star wars are commonly the ultimate score of the war. So they need to, this war, I feel like at this point, I'm looking like I feel like it's going to end up being like an 11-11 tie, maybe 11-12, but we need to see M-Dub get in here and get a triple. Looks like he's got another, a Super Archer bomb into Electro Titan Smash. Now, they've attempted this in their previous wars today, and they had some time issues with this. So we'll see if he can be more efficient and get the base down quickly enough. I love when they go ahead and throw one archer in the top corner here to lure the CC away from his super archers. So it's not distracting the super archers from going after the key targets there. And also, if there's an Electro Titan on defense, it is lured out of the way so it doesn't just hang out and end up just killing the super archers with the aura. But he's able to claim most of the big targets in the core of the base here. If he get that defensive queen, I thought he might get the queen as he shot at the CC, but he wasn't able to get the arrows lined up to hit both of them. But either way, it is a solid setup here, and he's got full access through this base here. The biggest thing that I worry about is this single Inferno on the far back side of the base there that he won't be able to reach over the walls.
Does a good job getting everything moving here. Now, the Queen's going to be held up here with the Clan Castle troops, and this Rocket Loons are going to be an issue. Watch the Rocket Loons here. Watch the Rocket Loons. Watch the Rocket Loons. Oh, Rocket Loons with the scatter. Okay, Warden ability to protect. Whoa. I was really worried Queen might go to ability and get taken out through ability, but handles that with the Warden ability. King's going to go ahead and work through here, but now everything's kind of just segmented throughout here. The left-hand side of the base is pretty much dealt with, but he's got to push through this tough range section now.
Yeah, I like the position of the Royal Champion, waiting for a couple of troops to be in a tanky position, and then moved into the Royal Champion. The King still in the area there, providing some good protection with the Phoenix kicking him back up, and the Phoenix is able to absorb a bunch of black air bombs while it was under its own invincibility. Tags out the defensive Queen, but now we get to see the single Inferno go to work on the far back side of the base, and remember, since he used up all of his spells there on that initial setup, he has no spells to put this single Inferno at bay and give him a chance to pull through. So he's going to be losing a lot of troops as he makes his way through. There goes the Royal Champion, lost all of the Electro Titans, and this one is quickly falling apart here. So another miss here for the night shift, and they're gonna need a big defense to follow this up here.
The rough thing here was he pulled that CC up to the top, and then they pulled him back to the left. In the meantime, when they did finally get over, the Queen had to deal with them, but the Queen was holding the healers. So 3 of those Titans surged forward without any healers, and he basically went into this attack, sacrificing 3 Titans right out the gate, and that's why we saw no support there in the middle of the base, and it's a very low percent. He's going to hopefully get this storage over here, but 75% leaves the door wide open for Alpha MX to put this one out of reach with this 4th attack. That's a heartbreaker if you're M-Dub. Had a little success with it earlier, but 75% misses the mark here.
Absolutely. Good spot for Alpha MX Esports to be in. And remember, Alpha MX Esports came into this with a 1-2 record. So if they can actually win here, they would actually overtake the Night Shift, who's currently at a 2-2. So that would make them jump into the 4th spot on the overall boards there and put them in a very nice position. So this is a big win if they can take it. But right now, it's not guaranteed, but they've set themselves up nicely to take down the Night Shift. The Night Shift has been struggling all through the challenge season here with only 2 triples claimed over the course of their 4 wars. They really, really need to step it up in this last attack here, and they're going to need a big defense. So if they can get this, then they give themselves a chance, but they're going to have to get the defense before they even have a chance.
Yeah, and that's an important thing here. It's going to be a big defense because Alpha MX is already up on percentage. So if they can push that percentage lead even further or even put a triple up, this one's going to be out of reach. But here we go. It's Troy Gomar coming in with it looks like a yoink into Hydra here. Or not even Hydra. You like that? You like that? It's not even going to be Hydra though. It's just going to be Dragloon into the yoink. Yoink being the queen charge with the recall spell. He uses those 4 healers like you mentioned earlier. He can pull out the 4 healers, the queen, and the unicorn, all with 1 recall spell.
Guys, Bash is really trying to get that.
I don't care if you guys like it or not. I love it, so I'm going to keep using it.
He's really pushing for it, though. Cracks me up. All right, well, this queen is going to secure the town hall. I feel like you want to keep this queen moving a little bit further here if she turns off to the left, because if she can get the air defense there before he pulls her out, then that's a good sign. But if she goes out to the right, recall her out immediately.
Yoink.
Oh, yoink.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
You got this. You got even on my notes here it says Yoink Dragon, just for the record.
Fair enough.
Then he's going to push the queen to the opposite side here and just start setting up some pathing, setting up the funneling for the dragons. Does have the Stone Slammer selected. We'll have to see where that king comes in. King can come in and maybe try to get that top compartment here at 12 o'clock. Oh, wait, King's going to come in from the bottom. I thought the king might just go right in at 12 o'clock and try to clear that whole compartment.
Well, he's going to get pushed into the air defense here and make the queen go south to the Eagle Artillery. So the queen was able to form half of the funnel at the town hall, forms the other half of the funnel to go down south, and the king will further collapse that funnel for these dragons to cut right through the middle. If they go in there and they get the defensive road champion out of the way and get the monolith out of the way and can push through 2 multi-inferno, or even just the right side multi-inferno, then he'll be set up very nicely. But if they can get their rage tower to go off, even if they ultimately die out, then that would give the road champion all a chance. But we do have a big Tessifar in the very bottom of the base here, and so now I feel like he needs to also get the defensive queen down with his dragons to have the chance to push his road champion through.
And they're getting ready to engage, or his queen is going to also engage the king at the same time. 1 dragon's on the queen, it gets taken out. 2 more dragons come over. Queen's on the king.
Nice.
Dragons are going to get through the enemy queen. He's going to get through this king. Oh, pops queen ability. This compartment's still rough, and it's raged, Eric. It's going to be a tough run. Here comes the royal champion from the top side. Need the queen to get back to full health to have a chance here.
Yeah, Warden hanging on there while the king was tanking the defenses with the help of the Phoenix there, boosting or keeping him alive for a little bit longer here. But the royal champion sweeps in the backside. Big Tessa farm there. Would have been nice if the queen could have held on to her ability, but he was a little bit distracted with the dragons trying to get through the defensive queen, that he was late on the headhunters, and that's going to ultimately cost him here. This royal champion is slowing down as she moves into some of these heavier defenses, and she's not going to make it. And with her is the defense, and that is going to give the Night Shift the chance that they need. Guys, they're not out of this yet. Alpha MX Esports still has a solid lead here, but they are not locking in a victory just yet.
Not quite yet. They do push the percentage lead up quite a bit here, though, with a 92. That's going to be 17% higher than where M-Dub landed, which is actually going to give them a 23 building advantage. So 92% is a big swing there, 17 buildings. But Night Shift, if you can triple Chase, you can put a little pressure on that final attack. We've seen some big misses here.
Yes, exactly. So a lot of pressure here. Like, I feel like if they can win this war here, then they can definitely set themselves up nicely to potentially get into challenge or into DreamHack San Diego next week. So this is going to be a very, very important attack, maybe one of the most important attacks of their season. They need to shrug off the slump that they've been in. They need to get out here, and they need to deliver right now. They're running out of opportunities, and they need to change the tone of their team right now.
Troy Gomar almost got through on this one. That would have put this war all the way away, but that little section down there at the bottom, not only did we have the Rage Multi and the Rage Scatter, but we had Rage Tesla Farm, which is absolutely disgusting, along with that ground bow that just forced the hand of the queen there. Queen engaging with the king was just an issue. All right, Chase the Ace, let's see what you got, bud. You weren't too far off on your first attack. It all comes down to this for this war anyways. We have that Quake in there. It looks like we're going to have another Skelly Donut. He's bringing that Quake. Like, I'm not missing this time, Eric. So, but I'm worried about the Invis. So he's got to go the multi. Or he's got to go the multi. He can't go for the Monolith, because if he goes for the Monolith, the Invis goes off.
Exactly. So he'll use the Earthquake first, then the Rage. His invisibility is perfectly placed there. Skeleton spells are down. Invisibility is down with the second one perfectly placed there. He will claim the multi, and the Town Hall's looking to drop here, and he's got it under control. Okay, CC, I mean, yeah, not Town Hall.
You're
yeah,
good.
a little bit different. And he does claim his primary targets. We saw in the last war where they would have taken the win there had he got the Skelly Donut to be successful, because he followed up with such a perfect second phase. And so he just needs to do that again as he pushes in his heroes with the support of another skeleton spell and a golem into the defensive heroes. Balloons come down to support up there and collapse that funnel. Headhunters down as well. But these heroes are giving him a little bit of trouble. He drops in more headhunters. He needs to get through these heroes, and he needs to maintain the efficiency as he pushes through to the artillery.
Chase the ace. It's all on the line here. It's all or nothing. You need the 3-star. Let's see what you can do for your squad. Good wall breaker to break the queen inside. Those heroes are almost all the way dealt with. Royal Champion's going to be dispersed of now. He's still got his king working through here. He did use the king's ability, but he does have the queen ability. Now the toughest part of this is going to be timing up this Lalo through the town hall. There is an invisibility tower there. He can freeze it, or he can just try to kind of get lucky. I think the right play here is to freeze it and then deal with it afterwards.
I like the percentage acceleration here as he continues to make his way towards the town hall. So he's about to engage the town hall, and he's reaching that 50% there right around the same time, freezing up not only the town hall, but also the Inferno, not the Inferno, the Invisibility Tower and the Monolith there. Give him a solid chance to push through. There's his haste. There's the ward ability. He has to one-shot the town hall. One-shot it!
Uh-oh.
Okay, he's gonna have to go back for it, Bash. He's gonna have to go back for it. He pops in another freeze. He skips the town hall.
Nothing's there.
He's got this.
He had the freeze.
What he's got. What do you do? Wait, he's got a queen ability. No, I don't know. I don't think there's any way he can recover it. Oh man, it was all or nothing. He put it all on the line. The town hall stays standing, and that hold is going to push Alpha MX Esports above the night shift in the overall rankings, and that was a big miss there. And you can see his disappointment. It just shake it off. Yeah, he knows if that town hall would have gone down, if he would have had enough balloons to one-shot the town hall, he would have secured that triple and given his team a chance. But I guess
he had the freeze though.
Did he have another freeze?
I'm 96% sure he had a freeze.
That's rough.
Yeah, that is rough. Chase,
you're 96%? Because this attack is also 96% here.
That's a I'm a bit lost for words there. That's a heartbreaker for Chase. Maybe I'm wrong on the freeze, but I thought he had a freeze left, which he could have froze the invis before it went off. But it's hard when you have everything going on. It's hard to keep that going. He did use 2 freezes going into it. We'll have to look at the replay. Maybe we'll see whether or not he did have that freeze. Maybe I'm wrong here, but here comes that approach. So he's going to use those freezes, and realistically, he could have saved a freeze a little bit longer. Yeah, so there's the first one. He still has 2. He only uses 2 on the town hall.
You're right.
Yeah. Oh, that's a heartbreaker, man. That's a heartbreaker. He had the haste down also. He could have actually held a little bit on the first couple. Yeah, see, he could have froze here, got town hall down, and got the 3-star.
Yeah, well, maybe the 3-star. He still ended up using that freeze somewhere else on the bay. It went back on the town hall again. Yep, that third one came into the town hall after he already passed it. And by then, everybody had made too much distance from the town hall, and there was no way they're going back for it. So very unfortunate war here for the night shift. Only 9 stars on the board, and that is not where they want to be. But you know what? They still have a chance to make it through. Like that'll put them to a 2-3. You don't want to take 4 losses, because 4 losses would greatly diminish your chances of making it through into the top 4 here to get into DreamHack San Diego. So not out of this yet here, but this is a big boon here for Alpha MX Esports as they come in. They only need the 1 star at this point here, and that should be a hand me.
Man, I am heartbroken for Chase. Just not his night, man. So many things just a little bit off on both of his attacks. Like, he just barely missed on that Skelly Donut early, barely misses there. It's a heartbreaker, but Demense is going to try to do the victory lap here and secure this war for his squad. Good performance for Alpha MX. This is what they needed. This has pushed them up to 2-2, which, with them still having 3 wars to play, they can sneak into that 4th spot, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how important every single triple that you're able to get through is going to be. And I think a lot of people underestimate even just the difficulty level of Town Hall 15, especially not just not just taking on any Talent 15 base in general, but especially when you have one attempt at a base. You don't know what's in the CSC, you don't know where the traps are.
Right.
These are always uncommon bases. They're not ones that you're just going to go find all over the internet and be able to have base links and be able to figure out. You know, like these are tough, uncommon, custom-built bases, and they are very, very difficult to take down. And that is why even these top players, like this is the top 8 teams in North America, they secured their spot here, and they all are going to struggle with these bases, and that's just the theme of Town Hall 15. It doesn't matter whether you're a world championship, or world champion, or the newcomer to the scene, everybody struggles with these bases in Town 15. So being able to consistently get at least 11 or 12 stars there gives you a chance here, and Alpha MX Esports is still pushing for 12 stars here. If they get 12 stars, they can definitely set the tone for the rest of their challenge phase here, and hopefully they could be able to continue their trend here and get all the way into DreamHack San Diego, but they're definitely reducing the chances of Night Shift making it through.
I like Demente's setup here. Nice little start with the heroes, or the Blizzard into the heroes. Gonna go ahead and use this Warden ability to protect the balloons coming out of the Town Hall. Great. And then he's got the balloon right with the balloon distracting the monolith, although the Queen pulls the World Champion away from there, but shouldn't be an issue. He's got more balloons working over there. I don't think he's got enough gas through the backside of this base.
9 balloons left
Oh,
to be deployed here.
Wait, I thought all the balloons were in.
No,
Wait.
he's only got half of his balloons deployed here. RC pops their ability.
still tough,
that takes
but
out a
he's
lot
got
of the back of the
gas.
base there, but yeah, he's got the freeze. He can use his
I
World
thought
Champion.
that was all the loons.
No, he's still moving.
Let me just hold 9 loons. Okay.
Guys.
My bad, Demente.
Bash, that is 12 stars. That is the mark
GGs.
that they needed to reach to stay competitive with the top teams here that have already moved up into a closer position to make it into San Diego, but that was the performance that they need, and that is the momentum they need to ride through the last couple of wars here, because that's going to set them up nicely and put them to a 2-2 record. They're even. They just need to lock in another 2 wins, and they would very likely make it to San Diego.
And it's with the Blizzard Lalo. We see the Blizzard Lalo time and time again coming through in the clutch. It's one of the most powerful attacks in the game. It handles these bases well. You have to have a little courage, I'll say, to, you know, make this play, go over the Town Hall. As long as your spells are right, though, he handles it well and apparently just holds 9 loons to make me look like an idiot. Yeah. I mean, GG's. A well-executed attack. I thought it was running out of gas because I thought all the loons were in, but no, plenty of gas. Plenty of gas.
He was delaying because, as you noticed, when he popped the ward ability, he deployed a Lava Hound. So as the Lava Hound was crossing through the base,
right there.
you see balloons trickle in to support the Lava Hound as soon as it taints the defenses as it moves through. So
Great play.
very, very perfect execution with the Lalo there. He had the punch that he needed through the Town Hall, just exactly what he needed to get through there. And then the balloons were just sprinkled in right as the Lava Hound was moving to take a position for every single defense. So that was a very, very nice performance there from Alpha MX Esports, and they definitely deserved that win there, Glitter.
You know, we said it was going to be an interesting night. And not only does Alpha MX get a really strong victory, we saw a couple mishaps there on behalf of the Night Shift. And this is going to keep our leaderboard very, very close. And what's going to happen is week 4 is going to, I feel like we're going to come down to a tiebreaker situation, right?
Oh,
yeah, it's going to be a really interesting week 4, but that attack was the absolute execution of patience. Look at this leaderboard. A lot of things are tightening up in the middle of the pack.
Oh my gosh, that is so insane there. That's what I was saying. When you have 2 teams that do extremely well, and especially when you have a couple teams that are on the low end, that packs the entire middle very, very tightly together. And that's when those head-to-head tiebreakers will come into play. Every single star can make a difference. You don't know exactly what tiebreaker is going to descend which team into San Diego, but it's all very close there.
Exactly. That's why you guys don't want to be missing a single moment of any of this action. Now it's time for another short break, and when we return, we'll continue on with our wars. We'll do some analysis, and it's going to get even spicier. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We have just completed yet another war, and it actually insanely tightens up the middle of the pack on our leaderboard, with Alpha MX getting a dub in their column. And this is where things are going to start to get a little bit rough for some of these teams, because everyone is going to be fighting for those remaining spots of San Diego. Lotus Gaming being the first squad so far to nail down that first spot. But we've got more wars coming up that might change that here in just a little bit. But before we get into all of that, Eric, let's break down an attack from the last war.
Absolutely. So we saw this Hydra attack there from Wanho, who came in with the Hydra that has been very, very consistent for him. He's been using this and the Super Dragons all throughout the season. It is a very, very effective way in the right hands to take down these diamond-style bases. He typically has the same general approach here. Notice how he gets the funnel formed on the far left side of the base there, setting up his king to be able to walk into the Eagle Artillery on the far, far left side there, just sending in some balloons to go pick up that outside archer tower. But at the same time, he's also using rocket balloons to clear out the air defense that was in the town hall compartment, and able to set up the funnel over there after the blimp was able to go in and secure the town hall takedown. But then one Emperor Dragon clears out the defenses, or the not defenses, the random trash around the town hall compartment, and that creates this lane that the Town Hall is forming one half, the Heroes are forming the other half, and the Dragons are able to push their way into the core. They have a couple of key specific targets in the core that they're going after. So the key targets would be the CC and the Monolith here, and the Royal Champion, but also the defensive Queen getting taken out of the way there. But don't forget the defensive King. If the King doesn't go down, then the Royal Champion wouldn't be able to move her way through into the backside of the base here. So the bulk of his spells are actually used on the Dragons that are going right to the core to destroy that Monolith, take down the defensive Royal Champion, and take out the CC. Because his King and his Queen over on the far left side of the base are able to go in there and get the Eagle Artillery and get the defensive King out of the way there. Because he formed that funnel early on the outside of the base to be able to get them to take the turn in, that sets him up perfectly. So those are the key targets that we're looking for to make these Dragon attacks work. If you want to be able to break out these Dragon attacks around war, then you need to make sure that those threats are removed. And also want to point out that as he pushed his way through with the Dragons, he never had to fight the CC that the Heroes would have had to end up fighting, because he kept his Heroes away from the CC range so that it was never pulled out. That sets him up absolutely perfectly to have his Royal Champion sweep through, claim as much as she can, and at the same time, his Queen stayed safe all the way through with the Unicorn staying attacked there, and that way the Unicorn can sweep through and give the Queen the support that she needs to go in there and take the last couple of defenses down. A very, very nice attack here from Wanho as he makes the triple that ultimately got his team into the lead there. They were able to sustain it all the way through, picking up some big defenses, and now they are at a 2-2 record here, and they've set themselves up very, very nicely to be able to potentially get into San Diego. So we'll see if they can get there, but we got an interview standing by with Glitter.
Thank you very much, Eric. That's right. I am standing by with Wanho Fernande, ready to talk with us here about that last war. Let's just dive straight into it. Coming into today, what was your strategy for playing against the Night Shift?
Le contesto directo.
Pues primeramente, ¿cómo te fue en esta primera estrategia viniendo contra Night Shift? ¿Cómo crees que les fue al equipo?
Pues creo que era una guerra muy importante. No estábamos nada contentos con lo que veníamos haciendo. Creo que habíamos estado muy bajos en estrellas y el funcionamiento del equipo no había sido el que esperábamos. O sea, la verdad, sentimos que no estábamos dando el ancho conforme al nivel que traemos. Y pues decidimos cambiar un poco la estrategia con respecto a lo que traíamos, y pues yo estaba cerrando o yendo cuarto, por ejemplo, y estaba como eligiendo bases al último. Ahorita elegí primero, fui primero, y pues otros jugadores tuvieron más tiempo para pensar. Pienso que fue bastante mejor la guerra de hoy en cuanto a funcionamiento.
Mm-hmm. So we were really not that happy with our performance over the past few weeks, of course. So that forced us to make some changes with our lineups. For example, I used to go fourth. Now for this week, I started picking the bases and going first and trying to switch it up. We had to do something to stack it up and to change things coming up this week.
Well, it definitely made a huge difference. And then when you guys get that first triple right out of the gate, what did that do for your team's confidence?
¿Y qué crees que se sintieron en esa confianza con el equipo cuando lograron ese triple en el equipo?
Bueno, yo creo que fue muy importante como llevar esa ventaja desde el principio y nunca la dejamos, pero realmente pues teníamos confianza de todos los jugadores. No creo que haya sido en sí eso la diferencia. Todos los ataques estuvieron muy cerca y pues en general creo que hicimos un buen trabajo fuera de haber empezado o no con un triple.
Mm-hmm. So definitely was a big boost for our team, but I don't think that was the winning factor, because we were prepared for this match and we knew for a fact that we were going to take the matches. The way we were playing today, we were really confident that despite the triple, we were going to get the win.
Yeah, well, all of the changes that you guys made were fantastic. You looked incredible. Before I let you go, do you want to do any shout outs to anybody that supports you?
Sí, y felicitaciones por la composición que han hecho ahora, se los ve muy fuertes. Y para finalizar, ¿te gustaría mandar algunos saludos a la gente?
Pues nada, saludar a toda la gente que nos sigue de habla hispana, que pues son bastantes. Entonces, pues aquí andamos. Muchos, no sé, son de Latinoamérica y no pueden jugar, pero pues aquí andamos. intentando representarlos de la mejor manera posible.
Genial. So basically, a big shout out to all those speaking visitors. We know we try to represent the Latam community, so we hope to make you proud.
All right, well, gracias por tu tiempo. We'll speak soon.
Thank you very much.
All right, I love that we even have this as an option now, because being able to talk to our Spanish-speaking community has made such a big difference in some of the things that we can hear from those squads. And you even heard it. Like, they had to make so many changes this week, and everything they did, it really showed in their gameplay.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it kind of seemed like they were kind of down and out. Like, we really, like, they were just kind of there, and we didn't really take them into consideration as one of our powerhouse teams. But with that victory, they really set themselves up nicely for the rest of the challenge.
I mean, they came into the challenge season with the highest hit rate. So, like, I'm not, like, too surprised that they were able to come back. They just need to regather themselves there. I think that was the biggest thing. And they have. They got the 12 stars there. That's the benchmark that they need. They're going to have to maintain that, especially if they make it to San Diego and actually play on that big stage there, because that's where it's really going to play out.
All right, well, the big stage. You're talking about it, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
It's war number 4. It's that time of the night. We talked about this. This is our big matchup because it will determine some things for San Diego. It is aphilion versus Empire.
Well, I mean, technically, it could not determine if aphilion wins because they lost.
There you go. There you go. It could leave us another week.
Yeah, because no matter what, we're going to have another week. Guys, same time, same place. We'll be here next week, but it's going to be aphilion Nebula going up against Empire Gaming in a really highly sought-after contest here. Aphilion needs to bounce back after that loss earlier to really cement themselves as one of the powerhouses, but Empire, we'll talk about in a second, can really make a strong move towards DreamHack.
Exactly, and that was such a big win there for Taco Esports to take down Aphilion earlier today. And we'll see if the Aphilion can get some defenses here, because Taco is doing a fairly good job of picking apart their bases, especially since they decided to run those anti-2-star bases. The anti-2-star bases were picked apart pretty hard, but Empire, I'm not sure. I mean, they got players that can definitely pick apart those anti-2s as well. So we'll see what happens here, but Empire is definitely one step away from getting their position into DreamHack San Diego. If they win this, they are moving on.
And they won it earlier by the skin of their teeth, and an uncharacteristic big miss by Jesus. Normally, like, we'll see Jesus miss here and there, and it'll be, 90s or something. But it was in the 70s, if I recall right. Or, no, it was 83% on his Blizzlalo miss earlier, which kind of left the door open for the night shift, and it almost cost Empire there at the end of the war. But ultimately, they are able to squeak by and get the victory, and a victory is a victory. No matter how you get that victory, you get the victory.
You get that victory. You do indeed, Bash. And they have 4 of them on the board so far, and the only team that has been able to beat Empire was Lotus, and Lotus is already locked in for San Diego. So this is a big war, but look at this. Aphilion actually has a higher hit rate than Empire.
Wow. This one could go either way. We'll have to see if Aphilion can bounce back. They kind of struggled earlier, but Empire, this is going to be a good war.
I said that to Eric before. I said, do you think that the previous performances on just today alone will inform what we've got going on here today? We'll have to wait and see. But I was talking about San Diego because this could be a determining match. You need to be there to see the results of it. So, !DHSAN in chat for more information on the when, the where, the how, and of course, the discount code. You should know the drill by now, but in case you don't, there it is, because our much anticipated war number 4 is ready to go. So let's get into it.
Let's get it, guys. Yeah, you definitely want to be there in San Diego, right, Eric?
Absolutely.
It's going to be a good time. You'll get to meet some of the players. You'll get to meet Eric. I might be there too, I guess, along with what I'm hearing other COC figures. So it's going to be a good time. But here we go. Dobbs been coming in for Aphilion. Dobbs, I believe, missed earlier in their loss to Taco Esports. Coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo. Does have the Flame Flinger selected. Gonna maybe try to push this Queen all the way in towards that Town Hall area. It's gonna be a tough charge, but she could possibly get in there.
Yes, and with the Flame Flinger holding the attention of the Expo, he's in a good spot there. Did the wall breaker not get all the way through?
No, he failed. Yeah, Cannon took out the wall breaker.
Well, that's not good. He's gonna not be able to push all the way into the Multi-Inferno as a result there. Throws down the Yeti down south to tank the mortar there, and it should have held it at bay there long enough to get the Flame Flinger to be able to get the support into that mortar. Or at least, I guess if the Yeti ends up dying out there, the Yeti might should throw forward to get that mortar down. But the Queen is off path here. He clearly wanted to wall break her through and get her into the multi-inferno and reach into the core a bit there. So that Rage Tower is still going to boost these defenses around there. And I feel like he needs to switch up the whole plan here. I think he was going to Lalo through the Town Hall, and now he needs to Queen charge the Town Hall, and he needs to Lalo at the Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Initially, when I looked at it, I thought maybe he was trying to push all the way through the Town Hall, but didn't have the wall breaks or jump for it. But now with the Queen bouncing outside, you pretty much have to rechange the whole plan here and just adapt on the fly, which that is what separates the good players here. If you can adapt on the fly and still come away with a really high attack, if not a 3-star, that will set you apart. Now, the Queen's going to go ahead and start working in here. The King does a great job of setting that pathing for the Queen to go right in for the Town Hall, and he should have no problem with this Town Hall takedown now. And the Flinger's still working on that far side. He's got a really strong push through the space. Plenty of time as well with the Royal Champion yet to be deployed.
And on top of that, the CC troops are going to come out of the Flame Flinger in just a moment here. That Rage Tower is going to go off a second time, so he's going to be under a lot of damage, but he'll go ahead and ward ability through that. Looks like Rocket Balloon and a Dragon Rider pop out of the Flame Flinger, hitting a couple Black Air Bombs. The Dragon Rider hit a Black Air Bomb, and that's not good there. He definitely needs that Dragon Rider to help him get through that Multi-Inferno, and it's going to go down early as well as all the balloons there. And that entire Rage Tower area just completely falls apart here. But the Road Champion just threw her shield and wiped out a lot of it. And the Diggy gets a stun on the Monolith.
Diggy stuns the Monolith. She went away for a second to get that super mini. She's got a chance here. Oh, wait, Healer tanks the Monolith. Okay, wait, he's got it. He's got it. It's good. It gets through, Eric.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna get that multi down. He doesn't have to go back in the area. He is over the root there with excitement and grabs. I guess
There's the juggling. There's the juggling.
Okay, he's gonna go celebrate with the juggling. But wait, he's not out of this time. He's not out of this yet. He's still gonna beat it in time. I think he's got enough down. There's nothing he can do except for sit back and watch right now. But with only 2 storages left, he does have it. It's a triple to open up here for Aphilion Nebula.
That was impressive. And that was a really good adapt on the fly attack. Sometimes your attack's not going to go the way you planned it. Clearly, that happened there. Dobbs was able to adapt on the fly and make everything go the way he needed to. Great use of the King here. I think that was a big thing. Getting that King in to deal with the enemy King and just clear out the path so the Queen goes right in for the Town Hall and takes it up. But that Flinger did so much work down there at the bottom.
Absolutely. That was a nice adjustment there. You don't expect an attack to come back that strong after something goes wrong like that. And the Queen, that was a very, very nice adjustment. A quick thinking on your feet there. He is still able to get good value out of the Flame Flinger, even though it was sitting over there by itself for a very long time. And he was able to get the Queen to redirect through the Town Hall and didn't end up wasting the healers there, luckily, as the Road Champion picks him up there and comes in clutch to take out those key defenses. And that RC ability, taking out the Eagle Artillery, was huge as well, because that RC ability hit so many of those key targets that were right around where that Rage Tower was and really set up that finish.
Wait, how do you juggle like that? I can only juggle like traditional juggling. What do you, what the? Oh, he dropped it. Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. He dropped him. Nice attack. Nice attack. Swifty is in for Empire Gaming, coming in with the Zap Titans. Starting off with the lightning spells and then going to accompany that with the Warden Walk. We got a couple balloons working down here to take out that Arch Tower. Poison Ledge is going to come in to help take out that King. Let's see if we can get the King out in time here. Does have a log launcher selected, so a lot of times we're going to push across the base and right through the middle using that log launcher.
Yes, and the Warden is going to take out the defensive King. Notice how the King is not able to lock onto the... Why did the Warden give up the targeting on him?
Yeah,
well, that's
really,
annoying.
He'll get it now.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Okay, maybe not. All right. Well, either way, the King going down is not a primary concern there. As soon as the Queen locks on, she can take the final strike there, and he'll get him down before it causes any problems. It even gets in a headhunter just to guarantee that's not going to cause any problems. But the Warden has passed up the Queen a little bit there. He is taking a little bit of damage, but as long as the defensive Warden doesn't lock onto him, he's still okay. That Warden got a strike off on his Warden, and now the Headhunter's locked on, and he goes to an early Warden ability. That Warden was passing up the whole pack there and causing some problems. But at least he was able to get the Ward ability to soak up a couple of Black Air Bombs.
The Warden was trying to solo the whole attack himself here. Titans are going to be able to work through here as the log launcher opens up that Town Hall compartment. There is a little sliver here. The Titans could walk out. Now the storage will pull them back in. No drama there as they'll go right in for the Town Hall. He still has a Rage, still has a jump spell here. It looks like the King did get taken out there, but there's a Titan down there with the Phoenix. Rage spell goes in, and the Town Hall should be able to fall through here with that Rage. It's got a strong potential here to finish off with a jump spell coming in late.
Yeah, the defensive queen not able to stop him from securing the Town Hall takedown. He quickly sidesteps and takes her out, and even puts a jump over there. And that jump could give the queen access over to the scatter shot. She's not going to take it. She's going to keep on pushing towards the single inferno, and he doesn't have any freezes to save her. But he puts the Roar Champion over there. He'll try to. Oh, he has the queen ability. I didn't realize he's got a queen ability. So he does get that single inferno down, and the queen will push into the air defense here and save her healers maybe. But I don't know if he even needs to heal us at this point here. I think he just needs to get the Roar Champion to sweep out the backside, and he should be in a good spot.
43 seconds, plenty of time here for Swifty, and this is looking like it's going to get through. Really, the only major thing in there is going to be that scatter shot, which tanks a little bit there from the wall breaker coming in. Now we do have a few of the skeletons, but with 30 seconds and the Royal Champion seeking shield ability, still able to take out quite a bit of these defenses. This one should be no problemo. Jump spell finally comes into play, and Swifty gets the response for Empire.
Absolutely, very nicely done. 2 triples out of the gate here, and this war's living up to the hype.
Yeah, this is what we were looking for. We were looking for these two teams to really put on a show for us. We called this our show match from the get-go because there's so much on the line for both of these squads. This isn't just, you know, win and you're in for Empire. This is pretty close to must win for aphilion. With that hard loss earlier, you want to get secured into DreamHack sooner than later.
Absolutely, and with a current record of 4-1, that's exactly what they needed here to start off this war. Put some pressure back over to aphilion Nebula. Show them that even though you're both those top-end teams here, that you can match them blow for blow, and they've definitely started off very, very strong here. So I like this approach here, coming in completely opposite of the Town Hall, using that lightning to set it up there along with the ward and walk. Zap and Electro Titan Smash doesn't always have to be just used against those box bases. It is powerful against this style. As long as you have the zap value that you can connect with the Warden and actually set up your path all the way through the base like that and secure the Town Hall relatively safely, and that one he did.
Yeah, it was pretty clean throughout. I was wondering about that jump, but the jump did actually come into play to help the queen get through there. Really could have done without the jump. Could have probably swagged that spell.
Better to have it than not. Because
100%.
if you don't have it and you need it, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Soham starting off with a zap his own. We're seeing a lot of zaps, taking out the Eagle, a multi, and the Expo here in that rage compartment. So a great early grab here for Soham. Now he's going to bring in the heroes. He does have the battle drill selected right now. We'll have to see if that changes. But at the current time, Soham going to start with that battle drill. I'm wondering what he's going to do with the battle drill here.
I guess, I mean, the battle drill is convenient because he can go and take out the areas with like air defenses without taking additional fire, and he could use it to support his heroes here if he chooses, or he can just kind of send it with the Lalo. And it, as long as you're not taking a lot of like ground expo fire, which if you look at the area around the Town Hall, you have all the cannons on the far edge of the base there, and you have air expos in the middle. So actually a battle drill would work out very, very nicely to try to cut through the core and do more value than a slammer would hit without having to deal with like black air bombs and air defense fire.
King barely gets that multi on the top side. I think even Phoenix finished off that multi. Royal Champion does go to Seeking Shield here, throws it off, but the Clan Castle troops, there's nothing to deal with them now. Queen and Royal Champion go down, and there's a couple super minions in here, so it's something to keep an eye on. He does have a poison spell, so he can obviously disperse of them with the poison spell, but the poison's got to be right, and they're split out. One of the super... Okay, it's coming in. It's coming in. Look at this battle drill from the left-hand side going to go into the multi here as the Lalo goes over the Town Hall.
Absolutely, that's going to work out nicely here, but there's still those rocket balloons that will strike at the battle drill there, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. And they'll actually, since it goes underground there, they don't chase it while it's underground, so as long as it can pop up quickly and get its targets down, then it's going to get out of there. It'll actually pop up under the Queen. I don't know if it actually gives any damage on her when he pops up, but the Yetis that will come out will get the job done, but he's lost a lot here.
Yeah, all the balloons faded there. It was a fun plan. If he could have kept that battle drill up a little bit longer, if those rocket balloons weren't there, could have potentially had a little bit of a potential to get through that far side. But also, it felt like the timing was a little bit off there. The battle drill needed to come in just a little bit earlier, I think, to get the timing through that back end scatter. It was a fun plan, but ultimately, it's not going to be enough here for Soham, as this one's going to fall short. It's going to get into the 80s, but that's about it.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, attacking to the 80s is still some solid percentage there. That's about where we want to be landing if we're going to end up with a miss. And he's not far off here. Like, his Lalo did get shut down as it came off of the Town Hall a little bit there, and that's where he ran into the most problems. But his battle drill, honestly, it actually took out multiple big defenses as it made its way through. And then those Yetis helped get the defensive queen down, and then the Yeti Mites jumped the wall, took the scatter shot down. Like, that battle drill did some work, even though it was getting chased by the rocket balloons. If it didn't have the rocket balloons there, it would have got even more. But this one continues to climb, goes all the way up into the high 80s, and parks it at 87%. So that's going to be the threshold for Empire Gaming to reach there if they want to, once again, match the score there from aphilion.
Yeah, nice little attack for Soham, just a little bit short there. That last compartment, and a lot of times that's what we're seeing on these attacks. It's just like one final compartment holds up the attack from being a 3-star, and ultimately that's what it was here. A Queen scatter shot was just too much to overcome for the battle drill, for the Lalo, as they made their approach through it.
Yes, and Soham has had some really cool attacks here, but I feel like he's been something slightly off for him today. He hasn't been able to land in the triple, but he's been very, very close on his attacks there. Like, just little tiny things go wrong, and those small mistakes cascade into bigger problems here at Town 15, which is why it ultimately ends up being so difficult. Just a small mistake there just builds and causes another problem, and then another problem, and that one, I think the biggest problem was how he handled the defensive CC. But now Anthony's going to come in from Empire Gaming. We'll see if he can reach that 87% mark here as he goes in with a Super Bowler Smash. It is a kind of a pseudo box base, anti 2-star base. Like, the Town Hall is close to the middle, but it is veering off to the right side a little bit here, and it does look like he's going to charge directly through the defensive heroes to start off here. Now, that's a little bit of like, you're in a lot of value early on here by grabbing all those heroes, but if you charge through them and you are able to come out successfully on the other side there without too many losses, then you will have very nice access for your rogue champion to wrap around the backside.
And we've seen him use this a lot with that log launcher instead of the flinger, but opposite of the flinger here, the flinger will be able to get a lot of value, set up some great pathing, but he does have to be careful of that mortar. Ooh, he pulls the warden out. And that mortar is going to end up targeting the Flame Flinger, which means the Flame Flinger is not going to get its full life expectancy there. Super Bowlers are in. Wallbreaker opens up. Ooh, nice Yeti. Yeti's going to tank the mortar. Good call there, Anthony, to throw that in. And then also throws in a Hog Rider there to help out a little bit. Everything's starting to work through the middle. King's going to funnel the opposite side. Jump spell is down, and he's going to make that approach to the Town Hall.
Yeah, that Flame Flinger was very nicely set up there with the Yeti and the Hog, and now it has no threats in that area, but a lot of his troops here are kind of wandering north. There's Teslas that are popping up there, and those Teslas are going to cause some problems. Did he just wall break?
Yeah, wall breaker.
That wall break was supposed to give access into the Inferno, but it's causing all of his troops to wander north there. I think only the King was supposed to take that access, and now everybody's going that way
Queen.
except for the Queen. Queen will turn back and
triple ice school. Oh no, Queen.
Oh no! Anthony, pull it back here. You gotta get the Town Hall down.
Queen is going to be held up here for a few seconds by these ice golems. She does still have Unicorn, but Unicorn's also going to get frozen. The other scatter shot, luckily, is going to get taken out by the Flame Flinger in the meantime. But if Queen loses too much health too quickly here, this could be devastating. Last ice golem pops. Oh, but Queen goes to ability, which makes the scatter shot re-target here. He throws in the freeze on the Town Hall. He's just trying to make that push. Here comes the Royal Champion. He's trying to save. He's trying to get through here. Oh, Royal Champion should get it with that rage. I think she's going to be fine here.
Yeah, and on top of that, his healers are surviving too. The one Super Bowler is holding attention to the Monolith. The Royal Champion steps into it. Diggy gets the stun. Royal Champion and Warden working together, taking the Monolith down. Pops her ability. There it goes.
Ooh.
And he's got a chance here. Flame Flinger troops come out.
Flinger.
He's got the Yeti supporting the Warden, and the Royal Champion is still moving. However, his Royal Champion is going to die out, so it's down to the Warden here and the Yetis. He's got 20 seconds to get it. Guys, I don't think he's got the time. Yeah, he definitely doesn't. But I think he actually does have enough force here. This Warden and the Yetis would eventually be able to finish it out. So very close attack here. Everything went off the rails, but a good adjustment. And look at the percentage. He climbs it above what aphilion Nebula was able to get there, and that is going to put them a couple of buildings in the lead. I think 5 buildings up.
Yep, 5% is now the advantage for Empire. This war is back and forth, defense after defense. These teams are going to battle right now. It was a really valiant effort from Anthony. Wasn't really too far off. I thought his Flinger was in trouble there. I didn't see the Yeti in his troop bar, but the Yeti comes in ultimately to tank that mortar just in time. I was a little bit worried about the timing, but comes in just in time. And the wall break here was a really interesting thing because the wall break pushes everything outside. I think they would have walked out anyways because that wall was open. But man, that's a heartbreaker. If everything pushes through the middle, he gets a really strong push through there, clean up with the RC, has a really good chance of 3-starring this one, but I mean, he wasn't that far off of a 3-star with the recovery.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely adjusted there. And that queen, like, she split off from the main pack there and went to the core, and that was so critical because the queen not only picked up the Eagle Artillery and fought off the CC, and she did it with very minimal resources being invested into it, but she set up the pathing for the Royal Champion, and that Royal Champion clutched to the Town Hall. So that was critical to the recovery there, so he's lucky that happened. But now, Lord Kirk will come in for Aphilion Nebula with a 5-building deficit in the war, and we'll see if he can make it happen with a bit of lightning to take out the defenses around the Rage Tower, including the Rage Tower itself, and that will be the area that the Warden Walk will want to connect to as he gets ready to go in, I assume, through the Eagle Artillery. Looks like he's already got wall breakers set up there.
Super Witch Smash coming in, and it's going to be a long approach here for these Super Witches. Remember, the Super Witches are very powerful, and they'll spawn those big boys, which have tons of hit points and can deal a lot of damage on their own. The big issue here is how slow they move. They'll eventually get through the base. A lot of times we see these attacks finish up with most of the Super Witches up at the end. The big issue is always the time, and let's see what Lord Kirk can do here. Queen's working in here. He doesn't start in the Witches yet. Still has 3 wall breakers here. Maybe you want to just deal with these enemy heroes right in here in the middle first before he just deploys those Witches, and then come in from that top side here with the log launcher.
Nice freeze right there, saving his Warden from the defensive Queen while also giving the protection they need to be able to power through her. But the log launcher, I think, is going to come in from, I guess, right behind where the Super Witches are right now. Yep, that's exactly where he wants it. So we can get the access in here. He's going to end up leaving up a multi-infer on the far left
Queen
side
goes
of the
to
base.
ability.
Oh, yeah, that's not good. Okay, and the healers are taking black air bombs right there. So hold on to the ward ability and taking some fire right there and taking a few losses.
Ooh, Warden's going to go to ability.
Okay, well, it's getting a bit shaky here for Lord Kirk as he keeps pushing forward. Needs to get this monolith down. It did so much damage there, and now he finally takes it. But he still has a strong push going towards the Town Hall, but no Queen ability intact to ensure that Town Hall takedown and make it a little bit smoother. But you know, a lot of damage here from that multi-inferno on his healers as well, and radar bombs.
That monolith was a big factor in here. He does have enough in towards the Town Hall, but he's got to eventually get through there. Those skeletons are holding everything up, freezes the Town Hall so he can get through it with the Witches and the Royal Champion. Queen's going to bounce back through here, and most of the buildings are cleared out here. 50 seconds, plenty of time. King's going to try to grab another building or two here while he goes to Phoenix. We still got all 4 of the Witches up. Queen is in there. No ability for the Queen. 1 balloon. There's not too much base. 75%, 40 seconds. This is getting tight. Oh, but the Witches are starting to fade a little bit here.
Yeah, losing his Queen to the defensive Warden there. He got really piled up while he's engaging the defensive King, sitting inside of the Town Hall poison. Really, really stalled him up there. That was looking pretty solid. I think if everybody didn't stack up trying to get that defensive King down, then he would have had everybody dying inside of the Town Hall poison. That did so much damage, jumping out of that right into the high damage on the backside there with the Expo and the defensive Warden. Just slowly picking them apart there. 79% leaves a lot of percentage on the board. A lot more than I would have expected there.
That's crazy that because all 4 of the Super Witches were up until he went in to fight that King, and then they all disappeared. They all got disintegrated there through the poison, through the Warden, through the King. Tough break there for Kirk, and it's a low one also. 79% leaves the door wide open for Empire Gaming to take command of this war.
Yes, and that's the bar that they're going to set here for Empire, so we'll see if they can beat it once again. So the percentage disadvantage going into that, a lot of percentage being left on the board here is going to set that bar relatively low for them. So I'm curious to see what they decide to do next here, but at this point, Aphilion's going to need to pick up a pretty solid defense to be able to level the war here. If they can just triple, though, like, they could definitely make up the percentage very quickly. Well, they maybe not the percentage, but they can overtake them on stars, right?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
It's going to be Shadow coming in next with a Queen Charge Lalo here. Has a Battle Blimp selected to start initially. There's a double Invis in here, so this one could be a little bit annoying to deal with. But the nice thing is he can deal with this Monolith a little bit early. Queen goes in here. It's going to be a tough task for this Queen to take it in. The Warden Pedestal there and the Monolith, but he's handling it perfectly fine. Goes ahead and drops in and What's inside the blimp here?
Yeti bomb?
Yetis? Okay.
It's a Yeti bomb
It just
here.
falls short, okay.
Yeah, but it landed on top of the ground. There's so many ground skillies in the area there that the Yetis just kind of chilled inside of the rage there. They tanked the monolith. They were able to throw Yeti mice there. They were able to clear out all of the major defenses in the area, but the Queen will continue her charge through. And this other ground expo up north is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for him. It'll sustain damage on the whole time. But luckily it's a ground expo, so it's not going to ever turn onto the healers if the Queen outranges it.
Yeah, he's going to have to cut this Queen off quickly with the King, and that's what he's trying to do right now. Sending that King in to push the Queen back into the Town Hall compartment is the goal right now. Does have that other invisibility tower, which can be a pest here. Let's see which way the Queen goes. She's going north. She's not making her decision yet. Enemy Queen is right there to hold her for a second. She's going to deal with these Clan Castle troops. King should be able to cut off the rest of the path, so she pushes right back in to the Town Hall next.
Yeah, I thought she might turn south to some of the buildings
Agreed.
down there in the bottom compartment, but the King was able to handle it while the Queen was distracted by the defensive CC. She does turn all the way back there. She's still inside of the rage. He'll freeze up not only the Town Hall, but also the invisibility tower, protecting his healers while also preventing that invisibility tower from triggering and saving the Town Hall. Now in with a wall breaker, but that wall breaker is a little bit late there to get the Queen to take the turn, and she's just going to chill there. She's in a very heavy crossfire right now, and she's in a very dangerous position where I don't think she's going to survive.
Yeah, that's a tough one for the Queen. She got pulled in there. I wanted the Royal Champion to get that multi a little bit sooner. Royal Champion took some awkward pathing there. Does eventually get through the multi. He still has Warden ability here. Did he send the Headhunters in through? I don't see. Oh, okay, they're already through. I was looking for them with the balloons, but they already got through. But they do not get the Royal Champion all the way down here. It's a tough task with the sweeper pushing back. Royal Champion comes in, trying to clean up. Let's see if he's got enough gas, Eric. It's fading quick, but still got Royal Champion ability.
Yeah, and he's also got those healers to transfer off of the Queen. The Royal Champion will pop her ability, clear out some of the back-end defenses. It looks like he's going to get all those balloons inside the minimum range of the scatter, reduce that damage there, gets the stun of the Diggy onto the Expo, but the double giant bomb drops that Royal Champion, and that might cost him the attack there. Really needed that Royal Champion.
He's good, he's good, he's good. Oh, 60 seconds.
Is he though?
15 seconds.
He needed it. He needed it down.
He was good until I looked at the clock, Eric.
Oh, man.
That's a heartbreaker. This is a 3-star if it wasn't for time. Man, we've seen so many time fails today, Shadow. Oh, GG's, man. What a nice attack. And it's going to finish out at 97. The only plus side, okay, really, you want the 3-star there. Only plus side is they're going to swing the percentage even more in their favor with an 18% difference there. So they're going to be up 23%. But man, that was a huge opportunity for a 3-star. Just came up short. A double giant bomb, maybe saving the 3.
Yeah, that Royal Champion was right there in position. Diggy had the stun on the Expo. That was so close there. But I love that even though the Queen died, the Royal Champion is able to pick up the healers. And those healers were dodging danger all the way through the middle of the base there. Like the balloons were holding the tension of the Inferno. The Diggy kept getting the stuns on the defenses that would have targeted the healers. And then as soon as they got behind the main forces of the balloons, the healers were relatively safe the rest of the way through. And like, look how close they are to going down there. Like all those healers are very, very low HP. But as soon as they reach that Expo, pop the RC ability, even softened up the buildings in that area as he made his way into it, and as soon as he got onto that Expo, it was over because the Royal Champion wasn't able to recover enough HP, and that Grand Expo just does a lot of damage all the way through. There's the double giant bomb.
Diggy actually cost him there because Diggy set off the double giant bomb. That's a heartbreaker. Sir Will's in next. It looks like we already got a zap in, took out a bow, rage tower, and a multi-target Inferno. I'm assuming it was a multi-target Inferno, but an Inferno nonetheless. Gonna go ahead and set up pathing here with the wall breaker and get those heroes working into the space early as it's a Lalo attack with a lightning opener.
Yes, and with a rage tower on the other half of the base there, it's a symmetrical base, so he zapped out one of the rage towers and all the defenses around it, but he's got a battle drill that's going at the Royal Champion at the top of the base. They're using the battle drill nice and early, so not only getting the stuns from the Diggy, but then getting the stuns with the battle drill. But if they both target the same targets, they're kind of stacking their stuns. They don't really get a lot of value out of it.
But that battle drill does output some nice damage, and now it's tanking some of those other defenses so that the Royal Champion can get a little bit more. But unfortunately for her, the Clan Castle troops come over and cause some issues. Yetis do come out of that battle drill, and the heroes are going to start working their way down to the Town Hall. The King's going to be in the way, but he's still got King ability. He's got 4 Headhunters here, so he's got a strong enough push. They should be able to get into this Town Hall compartment, no issue.
He made the Royal Champion on offense invisible so he could get off of the Ice Golems. He got that Eagle Artillery down literally to one shot, and it's going to stay standing there with a sliver of HP and continue to output fire. So his Queen and King are able to cross all the way around to the bottom of the base here, and if the Queen can secure the Town Hall takedown, he's still in a pretty good spot, but he's not going to rely on her because he is going to end up with a Town Hall activation here, and the Queen's still fighting off Ice Golems. So he's going to try to push through this Town Hall and make sure the Lalo gets through it, but that's a little bit of a problem as far as the Queen missing out on some value.
Yeah, the Queen is now breaking a wall. That's a
Queen,
heartbreaker.
get over there.
Yeah, she should have went in. Oh, that sucks for him. But the Warden ability is going to protect the balloons so they can get through the Town Hall. He goes ahead and sends all the troops right in through the middle here. Got to get the scatter shot down. Queen is still really healthy. She finally breaks through her wall that she wanted so bad. Get this multi. You talked about the Eagle being low. Oh, the multi doesn't fall. The Eagle's low, and I don't see any healing around it, so the Eagle should be same health, right?
Yeah, it'll go down in one shot here, but he's taking so many casualties outside of that. He's got a Queen ability. I feel like that Queen, maybe she had enough punch to secure the Town Hall, and he could have put the Lalo more directly in from the right side of the base and just broadsided into the Rage Tower area. I wonder if that would have been more effective here, but at the same time, I understand not wanting to take the risk of the Town Hall, especially when the Queen was going off the rail there and attacking walls, and the Town Hall was going to be activating so soon anyways. I understand why he made the move that he made, but I always wonder if there was a possibility if it was played slightly differently, if he could have ended up pulling through. So still a solid percentage. We'll climb this one all the way up into the mid-90s, but he'll leave a bit on the board here, and most importantly, he doesn't get the triple, which means our war is going to stay in the percentage advantage into Empire's favor.
Yeah, big percent attack there from Will, just a little bit. Man, that Queen did not want to cooperate with him. I don't know, even if he wants the Queen to take the Town Hall, the Town Hall activated and then she was beating on a wall. It's hard to say if she would have even went in there for him at the right time. But I guess the Lalo does clear out a little bit, but I think she just continues working up here and then goes for the wall. So I think it would have been a big risk to wait on the Queen to try to grab this Town Hall.
Oh yeah, and time was ticking away too, so you have a split second to make a decision there to decide what you want to do. And it's better to go with the safer decision and make sure you get the Town Hall down, because you got to remember there's only one attack per player in these wars, so you do not have a backup if you end up with the 1-stars. So you got to make sure you secure the Town Hall, because obviously that would have a much bigger detrimental effect on the war there than any other scenario.
And Eric, we should see Jesus coming in next for Empire. Did have that big misstep earlier, but obviously going to look to redeem himself. And it's going to be, oh wait, it's not going to be, I was going to say it's going to be Blizz Lalo just out of habit, but it's not going to be Blizz Lalo. It's coming in with a clone. We got a blimp. Could this be could this be a balloon clone, or could this be Yeti clone?
What? I bet you. I think that Jesus is sending in a cloned Yeti blimp to set up Lalo. It looks like it's exactly what it is. Clones up the Yetis, catches some of the rocket balloons with it as well, and takes out that entire section of the base. Claims a scatter shot, a multi-inferno, gets a partial CC pull, and he's really set him up with a nice funnel here. But the CC stays standing, and he'll need to go in there and fight the CC while he makes his way to the Town Hall. So not 100% of the value, but definitely a solid chunk of the base they're taking out.
Really interesting play here from Jesus. I think a lot of these teams are starting to recognize that they can kind of counter those Blizzard by not giving up too much value or even baiting the Blizzard like we kind of saw last war, or at least it felt baited that way. All right, so it sends in the wall breaker to go ahead and open up that Town Hall compartment. Ice Golem's going to come in and tank for the Queen. King is going to go ahead and start working through the bottom side, and Queen has a nice path in here to the Town Hall now.
Yeah, but the King does not take the turn into the wall break to go after the single Inferno there. He swings wide, going all the way down south. He gets even further distracted at the defensive Queen and pulls south into the Tesla farm. And his Queen, unfortunately, is going to have to fight off that Lava Hound now. So he'll freeze up to try to keep that Expo at bay here, and he's going to stay to the original plan here. He's still counting on his Queen to go in there and secure the Town Hall takedown with their ability, and the Royal Champion doing a good job of supporting. Town Hall's not activated yet, and that's very, very important here, because he wants to have it activate when the Queen actually locks on and secures it, and there we go, she's locked on now. She'll pop her ability, and this is still working out quite nicely for him, but Lalo is taking some heavy damage.
Gets that multi down just in the nick of time there. It almost got pushed back. The sweeper was pushing back there. We do have the monolith still up in the middle, still plenty of balloons. He's got 5 balloons in his pocket as well. A great freeze there on the monolith. Monolith. He's getting into the Eagle Artillery now. The bow is set to ground. It's just that Air Defense Wizard Tower and the Monolith for the most part. They can stop this Lalo strike, and let's see if they got enough. But it's looking like a really strong approach here for Jesus to finish the base off. I'm worried about that Monolith. Actually, time also circling back. Time's not really an issue. Just that Monolith there is doing some work.
Yeah, it's claiming the Electric Owl right now, which is going to reduce the overall firepower in the area. The balloon split. Needs the Warden to go with the pack that's going down into the Monolith right there. The Warden follows the Warden. Come on, Warden. I thought he did attack the King for a second there, but he gets off of the King, and he gets the tag onto the Monolith. The balloons survive, and they're all going to turn right back around to go into cleanup. And I was telling Glitter before the match here that when Jesus triples, we see Empire rocking in 12+ stars. And when Jesus misses, the team gets like 11 stars. So like when Jesus delivers, the team usually ends up winning. And he's absolutely got it under control here. The star player of the squad here and the #1 player in North America gets it done once again.
You ever see like those stats where it's like, when this player scores 23 points, this team has a 96% chance of victory. It's one of those situations here as Empire Gaming takes the commanding lead with their second 3-star of the war. Not to mention they're up 29% after the 3-star. Something I guess, who knows what Jesus does in practice and stuff. We haven't seen this from him yet. The Clone Yeti Lalo. But it worked really well there. I think he would have liked to pull out the Clan Castle with the Clone Yetis. Doesn't, but Queen handles it just fine. Love the use of the RC. One of the things I noticed with Jesus' attacks is his timing. His timing is always on point with his heroes, his Lalo, his spells are always where they need to be and when they need to be.
And I really like that attack there. Like, if you like a Blizzard, but you're not really confident in your invisibility placements, and you also want something that's easier to get donated to you, the Clone Yeti Bomb is a very, very nice alternative to it because it's almost exactly, in fact, even maybe even less spell investment than a Blizzard and often gets a similar amount of value. So it's like really right up his alleyway. But here we go. We got Damien coming in for Aphilion Nebula now, and it looks like he's got Lightning and Electro Titans against another one of these bases with the Rage Tower opposite of the Town Hall by the Eagle Artillery, surrounded by tons of big defenses. We see all the Expos. He was able to zap out some of the defenses, got out one of the Infernos and one of the Expos that was by that Rage Tower, but there's still a lot of damage in the area, and I think he's going to end up pushing directly at the Town Hall here, so definitely keep an eye on the healers as he pushes his way through it.
Yeah, he's basically got to go right through the Town Hall here. As the Flame Flinkers over there on the bottom side of the base, kind of covered up by their time bar right there, but he's going to go right through the Town Hall here, which can be a little bit risky with these Titans. We've seen this be a situation where you see those Super Bowlers or even those Super Witches come in sometimes to kind of keep some of the pressure off and keep the range. But here we go. The Poison Tower throws. The Titans are going to go ahead and get held up here by the double Ice Golem. King is working through here. That Monolith is doing some nasty work. There's a Tornado Trap in there. Eric, he's got to push through this compartment as quickly as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, his Warden has followed the King more than it's followed Electric Titans. So Electric Titans do not have the support of the Warden ability to pop right now where he really needs it. All these Electric Titans end up taking a weird path. They went over to the CC and took that little channel instead of taking the jump access through. But all of his healers just went down, and Damien's in a lot of trouble here. He's really going to rely heavily on the Flame Flinger, picking up that Eagle Artillery and really setting himself up on the backside of the attack here, and maybe he can still slip through with the Royal Champion.
Yeah, Royal Champion's in though, and she's taking a lot of damage. Eagle is locked onto her. It's going to force out her ability right about now. Her ability goes off. She was protected there by the Warden there momentarily. Cleanup is still working behind, but this attack is starting to fade out right here.
Eagle Artillery is really liking to take his shots at the Royal Champion. That's the most important troop that he needed to protect there, and taking 2 rounds of Eagle Artillery strikes there shuts her down completely. He's got the Yetis there coming out now, but he definitely needed the Yetis to give the Royal Champion the support and the tanking on the backside of the base here. The Queen tried to step through. He had the Diggy there for a moment. He's still very, very close here. The Yetis will keep on ground a little bit more. I think he would have had that had the Eagle Artillery not locked on to his Royal Champion. I think that would have given him a chance. Like maybe the Queen could have taken the strikes there and made that Royal Champion end up surviving. So a little bit unfortunate, but the Royal Champion does have more HP than the Queen, so it does make sense that she was the target over the Queen, as everything else had died out there, lost all those Electro Titans as he tried to push the Town Hall. The pathing wasn't perfect, the Warden wasn't cooperating. Still, 90% here for Aphilion is going to put them in a position where I don't know if they can come back unless we see a 1-star out of Empire to close out the war. And that means But if Empire locks in a 2-star right here, they are locking in their ticket to move on to DreamHack San Diego.
That's exactly what's going to happen here. As long as they get that 2-star, and we've seen it time and time again, where Smokey Bear has came in clutch, not necessarily clutch, but self-aware, I should say, knowing that he just needs that 2-star, and he'll make the right play here. And that's what he's really good at, identifying what the team needs from him to do, and he comes in and delivers. A really unfortunate one here for Damien. As you mentioned it during the live attack, but the Warden just went away from all those Titans, so the Titans just got ate up in the middle, and just not enough push to get through there eventually.
Yeah, and those healers got targeted by both the Multi-Inferno and the Town Hall, so without the Warden over there to support, that Warden just went way off track there. He had the Queen that moved off to the right side, and the King was already out there by design of the attack there, but the Warden just got way too distracted. He did not have the Warden ability support in the area they needed. And if those Electro Titans got that Warden support there, he had a really solid chance of having them survive and having the healer survive and having the whole attack survive. And that would have been able to keep the Eagle Artillery distracted, obviously. But that has now set up Empire Gaming, the final attack of the war. And this is the one that could send them into DreamHack San Diego. They just need to play it safe here. And that's exactly what Smokey Bear is doing as he sends in a Queen Charge recall kill squad into Lalo, and that's exactly the way they should play this here. It is one of the safest approaches. If the Queen has something go wrong and he needs to go as a backup, he's got plenty of options as the Town Hall is nicely exposed.
Eric, instead of all those words, you could just say yoink.
Yeah. I like to say it more the fun way.
You like hearing yourself. I get you, Eric. I'm just kidding. Queen's going to go ahead and secure the Town Hall, and then he'll use that recall to yoink her right on out of there.
Oh, do you see that? There's a bunch of traps in the air, and they literally dodged the damage there as the healers got pulled out. But now this King will collapse at the bottom here, and the Queen can form the other half of the funnel and drive the King into the base.
Right, we'll see that heavy kill squad of the King, the Warden, the Log Launcher, and a lot of times the Royal Champion will accompany them inside here, and then the Queen will charge in to that left side scatter right there, and then we'll see the Lalo come in over top eventually as well. So this attack is really fun to watch, and you talked about it before where it works on these diamond-shaped bases because you can get the Queen in there, you can get all of the value you need to, and just pull her right out and throw on the opposite side of the base. Does lose one healer here. That healer just YOLOs out of there. That's interesting.
It finds a black bear bomb. It didn't last very long. Yeah, that's why we wanted them to stay together here, where he's actually got the support. But yeah, he's got that Royal Champion making her way through with the Warden support there, with the Log Launcher troops providing some heavy tanking up in
Queen
front.
goes to ability.
Oh, what's the King? The King almost got the Monolith to engage and take it down, but he didn't, so the Monolith stays standing. He's not out of this yet here, Bash, but he is looking good.
Yeah, it's a strong approach here. He gets that first wall break, second wall break comes in and retargets to a different wall there, but ultimately doesn't need it, but it actually might cost him as the Queen might walk out. He dropped in 2 wall breakers. Oh, double Seeking Airmine there. Queen already went to ability. Oh, this is actually going to be a tough finish here. It was looking so promising, but that double wall breaker actually going to hurt him here.
Yeah, that Multi-Inferno is going to end up killing the Queen's healers, and she has no more spell support. The Lalo has no spell support, but you know what?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because Empire Gaming is locking in their ticket and moving on to DreamHack San Diego. That is 12 stars on the board there, and we keep saying it over and over. You hit that 12-star mark, you are very likely to lock in your win, and that is what they did. They've done it 5 times now, with their only loss the entire challenge season being against Lotus Gaming, and Lotus Gaming also has their position locked in for DreamHack San Diego. So that's 2. There are 2 tickets left here, and the rest of the teams will be fighting for those spots.
Hey, Eric, it's like he yoinked victory right away from him, from aphilion
there. I suppose he did.
He yoinked it right away. 88% there for Smokey, and it's a victory for Empire. This Empire squad is looking like they can hang with the best of them as they prove it time and time again. They moved to 5-1. They'll only have to play one more time next week, but it's just going to be a victory lap for the Empire squad. GG's to them as they come through when it matters most, get the victory against one of the tougher teams, aphilion. And I feel like I talked about momentum earlier. We saw aphilion with a ton of momentum last week, and this thing's not going their way this week.
Yeah, 2 losses, and now they went from a team that was on the cusp of getting into DreamHack San Diego, and now it is up for question here whether they make it in. That's where I'm saying you could be coming into week 3 at a 3-1 record, needing 5 to lock it in. 4 potentially locks it in, but if you end up with 2 losses, they're getting knocked straight down to 3-3 now, and their path into San Diego is not guaranteed at all, like not even close. They are going to need to win their next match here and then maybe even have to win a tiebreaker on top of that.
Yeah, and with that loss to Taco Esports, a team that is going to try to get to 4-3, could play big going into next week. Glitter, Empire's our second team going to DreamHack.
You said it might not determine things for San Diego, Bash, if we check the tape.
It did, okay.
And it did.
You guys are just after my throat today. Okay, I see you guys. I see how it is. Okay.
We got to get the small wins where we can, Bash, in the same fashion that Empire has now gotten their win.
Yeah, 5-1.
And they are the second team. Those spots for San Diego are filling up real fast. You now have got Lotus Gaming and Empire Gaming, your top two teams right now, with those first two spots to DreamHack San Diego. So the middle of the pack that we keep talking about is only going to get closer and closer. Now we still have one more war on the day, so we're going to send it to another short break. When we come back, we'll do some analysis of this last war, and then we will get into the final one of the day. So don't go anywhere.
Yoink.
I knew it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Another war is complete, and this time it is Empire who sets their sights on San Diego as they get the final required win to get the second ticket to DreamHack. That has gotta feel good.
And looking at our standings, things are tightening up in the middle of the pack. Aphilion has one more to play, and it's gonna be a must win. Empire and Lotus, GG's to you guys, but man, that middle of the pack is gonna be so much fun.
I mean, week 4 is gonna get a little bit crazy. I don't think I necessarily expected us to confirm 2 teams already in week number 3, but I'm that much more excited for week number 4. But we still have one more war today. And before we even get to that war, we still have an attack that you want to break down.
Oh, yeah, we definitely got to look at the clone Yeti Lalo from Jesus. I call it Blizzard right out the gate because that's what we're used to seeing him do, but this was actually not. It was going to be clone Yeti. So he's going to bring in and drop his blimp right in this general area, and then he's going to use this clone spell to go ahead and just get as much value with these Yetis. So his goal here is really just to get as much of this area kind of taken out here. Also, if he can get the Royal Champion out, that's going to be good as well. He does get pushed back from the sweeper, and that Seeking Airmine makes everything pop a little bit early. I think he wanted to try to land in this further compartment right here, but it still works out pretty nicely for him. The only downside is he doesn't pull the CC, which the radius was probably somewhere in here for that CC pull. But watch how he handles this. I talked about this on the broadcast, where Jesus always has his troops in the right spot. His timing is always great, and he does a really good job of that. So he's going to bring the king in here to go ahead and clear out and create that pathing for the queen to push in for the town hall. Queen has to get town hall, and he puts all of his faith in the queen moving through and getting the town hall. We're stuck here in limbo for a second here. We'll see if the attack resumes. But eventually what happens is the king is going to clear out, the royal champion is going to push in, and the queen is going to, okay, we're restarting. We're back at the top, guys. Run it back! Run it back from the top. We're fine. It's okay. We've been here. We're good. We're good. All right, so Blimp's going to come in again. Again, we'll rage up. We'll get everything in this area taken out. He did want to get that CC pull, but doesn't. Like I mentioned just a few seconds. Oh, we're bouncing all over the place. I'm so confused what's going on right now. I'm all over the place. All right, so Queen's in charge of getting this town hall, but he does have to deal with those clan castle troops. Notice the lava hound's going to pull up to the queen, so that's a little bit of an issue. Now he's going to go ahead and use this freeze as the real champion is working in and clearing out some of these defenses. But notice, this is why I said he has to have the queen grab the town hall, because he already started the Lalo. The Lalo is in, which means the queen is all in on grabbing the town hall. The royal champion does a great job grabbing all of these buildings to work through here, and then eventually the queen will arrive at that town hall building. I was a little bit worried about this multi with the sweeper pushing back there, but the royal champion Seeking Shield paired with these few loons with the haste push into that compartment, get that multi down, and this allows him to clean this base up. Something a little bit more unconventional we've seen from him. We see him use Blizzard a lot, but ultimately it's a Lalo, and that is his specialty. These Lalo attacks are what helps him secure the victories for his team and ultimately punches his ticket to DreamHack for his squad. So I don't know. I was really stunned to see this. I'm not going to lie to you, but we saw him almost, I don't want to say fall for the bait, but it felt like his Blizzard was baited a little bit earlier. So he switches it up a little bit, goes with that Clone Yeti, showing that he can do a little bit of everything. This balloon split here was massive, by the way. The balloons, half of them go up top to finish off the buildings up there, and then half go down to deal with the monolith. So now all he's got to do is clean up, and it's going to be a nice 3-star, and this ultimately decided the war for Empire, punched their ticket to DreamHack so they can play in the finals. And nothing but GG's to Jesus, one of the best attackers in the NA circuit right now. Man, what a fun war to watch. That one lived up to the hype. But now we're going to have an interview with Glitter with Smokey.
Thank you very much, Bash. Yes, that's right. Get to talk to Smokey again. And I'm glad that we do get to talk again, because you were humble in the last interview. But now that you have punched your ticket to San Diego, how are you feeling?
Hey, this is a great feeling, and I'm glad I've gotten the opportunity to speak with you again tonight. I told you earlier that's what I hope to do. So, I'm glad that we've gotten this opportunity. We're feeling great right now. Everything's lined up for us. We've had a couple unlucky breaks. That's okay. We're here where we want to be, and I told the rookie, hey, start working on your tan, bud. We're going to San Diego.
Oh my God, I love that. I mean, we were watching your player cams and we saw a little bit of that celebration coming through after Jesus' triple. Is that kind of when you knew it was in the bag for you?
Oh, in the bag? No, we watched you guys all pick the other team, and we thought that
Twice
was
now.
crazy because we know those guys. I removed one of those players from this team. He ended up on that team. We're something like 17-2 against these guys, dating back to last season, and you all picked the other team. That was crazy to us. That was crazy.
I am on board with the players calling us out for our predictions. Okay, keep doing this. Thank you, Smokey.
Well, I'm not going to trip on it, right? We got the trip to San Diego. Our team's over the moon right now. I hope we all can go to San Diego, have a good time, and just continue with this momentum. And we'll see where the chips fall in San Diego.
I could not agree with you anymore, Smokey. And I have to ask, if we're going to rip on the casters a little bit, I don't know if you've heard, but have you heard about Bash's yoink, and how do you feel about it?
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's what he calls that recall. You know, that's something I went to just to lock up the 2-star. I had another plan in case they had tripled and we needed to go for a 3, but I yoinked. I did the yoink on him. Shout out to Bash.
All right, then that means it has the Smokey seal of approval, and I appreciate it. Smokey, huge congratulations to you and the team. Thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us again. Now we get to see you in San Diego.
Hey, thanks so much. We look forward to it.
All right, guys. So that's now 2 for 2, where we have been called out by the players for being wrong in our predictions. How you feeling about that?
It doesn't feel good. That's for sure. I mean, in my head, you know, Empire won the first one earlier, so Aphilion wins this one, and then we have drama for week 4. That's all it was, Smokey. I just wanted drama for next week. Congrats to you guys. You guys definitely earned it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I want to choose the picks that cause everybody to pack up into the middle there, so we can have like an 8-way tie. is that a way? We can have an 8. No, okay. We can't get an 8-way tie, but
we almost have that already happening in the leaderboard already, even with Lotus and Empire now going to San Diego.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be a very entertaining week number 4, but he also approves of the yoink. You've got to feel good about that. And now we'll have to see if any of these other teams approve of the yoink, because it's time for the final war of the day between Alpha MX and Happy Endings.
I'm just happy that Eric hates me calling it yoink.
I do.
He absolutely despises. Honestly, so let's talk about this war here. Let's get off my yoink. That sounds so bad. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. This is a family show. Alpha MX came out and won earlier, and they can really put themselves in a nice spot moving into week 4. They have to play 2 more times next week, but if they can go into week 4 at 3-2, that is huge.
Yes, and coming off of their 12-star victory in their previous war just a moment ago, they definitely have the momentum that they need here, and now they just need to get out here and deliver again. They could definitely set themselves up here and move above the pack here if they're able to pull this off. So that's exactly where they want to be. They've definitely delivered, and they just need to continue to do so.
Yeah, and we saw them playing with Night Shift earlier, and honestly, they looked back to form, so to speak. We saw them kind of stumbling. I won't say they were stumbling, but they had a slow start to the first few wars and challenge. But ultimately, like, we only saw them 3 times in those first couple weeks. So they're bouncing back nicely. And like I said, 3-2 would be a huge achievement for them this week.
Yes, indeed, and that would make so that they're going into the final week with a positive record is exactly where you want to be. You want to have any edge that you can above the other teams here, and so this war is going to be very important. But Happy Endings has been struggling this entire season. Like, they are currently 0-4. So you would think that the win here would be a hand-me, but Happy Endings has been making it into challenge season consistently almost every single season. We could see that upset. And I don't know that they're really playing for a position into San Diego at this point, because they have fallen a bit behind. But you know what they can do? They can cause some upsets, and they can cause some turmoil. And so there's some motivation to do that.
Yeah, they're definitely playing upset here. I mean, they're sitting at, what, 0-4, 0-5, something like that. They did play offline earlier against Golden X, and they came out strong. They had a 3-star to start the war, and Golden X didn't triple in that war, Eric. So they started with a triple, Golden X doesn't triple, which means they should win. But they had 2 1-stars, and that's why they lost the war earlier. So things they've been right there in a lot of these wars, just things not going their way. Some bad breaks, ball bouncing the wrong way type of situation for happy endings. We know they can handle it. They get here all the time. You talked about it. They're a very consistent team. It's just sometimes the luck's not on their side.
Yeah, and I really feel like against a team like Alpha MX Esports, they're going to need to put up like minimum 11 stars here. They need to get at least 1 solid triple here to keep the percentages high. And if they can do that, then they can have a chance. But as you can see, their hit rates are quite low, and Alpha MX Esports has consistently stayed up around that 30% mark there, and they're maintaining that. So they will get the. I couldn't imagine that Alpha MX Esports doesn't at least get 11 stars here. I think they get 12. I think they have a solid chance of taking the win here against Happy Endings.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Eric just said there. To reiterate, I think Alpha should win this one and honestly build that momentum up into next week. I think they could be a player for that 3rd or even 4th spot.
Yeah, it's going to be really close next week. We, admittedly, though, have not been super great on our predictions so far today. So we're going to play a new game because we've obviously already picked teams. Can't change that, right?
Guess the percentage? Oh no, that's later.
That's later. We'll do guess the percent later. But now we're going to do guess the stars for this last one. I want you to tell me what you think the star score is going to be.
12 to 10 Alpha.
I say 12 to 11.
Ooh,
Alpha.
close one. Okay.
But
All
I'm
right.
still leaning Alpha.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see how it goes, see how close you guys are, because maybe you can redeem some of our failures here today. But we keep talking about DreamHack San Diego. We just had a 2nd team punch their ticket, which means you definitely do not want to miss how much fun this is going to be. !DHSan in chat for more information on the when, the where, the how to acquire your tickets. And of course, use the discount code down below to save yourself a little bit of cash. And then for the final time tonight, the final war, chat, let us know your thoughts. Do you agree with the casters who have been awful today? Or do you think it's going to be happy endings that will take this whole thing home? We'll have to see. Let us know in the poll down below on Twitch chat, because you know how the whole thing works. It is time for the final war of the day. Let's close this thing out strong.
It's been a week of upsets for sure. That last war wasn't an upset. It went the way it was supposed to be, but we were pulling for the upset. I just realized she made us do, guess the stars. That's just a more reiterated on guess our prediction, right? That's like embarrass yourself more by saying the stars. we got baited.
We did, but it's okay because I think my prediction will stand here. I hope that I kind of hope the happy endings can get in here and cause some mix-ups here, but at the same time, whatever ends up having the biggest chaos for the final day there, that's what I want. I am a fan of mass chaos. So we'll see if Wanho can start us off here. He's got his trusty dragons out. He sometimes will go with the Hydra. He'll sometimes go with the Super Dragons. And today he's breaking out the Electro Dragons. But he's been extremely consistent and one of the highest hit rate players on the team with these different dragon style attacks here. So we'll see if the E-Drags can start us off right here and get a triple on the board early.
I thought I heard some whispers in my ears before this attack started. And obviously it was just the Dragon Whisperer. Clearly, Wano's coming in with the E-Drags now. So it's not just Super Dragons, which we saw him use a ton of, or regular dragons we saw used earlier with the Inferno Drag. Now we got E-Drags using all the different dragons. We saw Dragon Riders, we saw Inferno Dragons. Wanho, literally the Dragon Whisperer, gonna go right in here towards the Town Hall. You do have to be aware of that invisibility tower, but I love this push going in right behind the sweepers, so he should have a strong push right through the middle of this base.
And with all these air defenses that he's able to hit with the rocket balloons on his approach there, he was set up very nicely, but he still has air defenses up the top of the base. But notice how none of the defensive heroes are on that far side of the base there. They're fairly central on the base, so if he can secure the Town Hall, secure
Town Hall.
Freeze
Town
Hall.
Hall.
Come on, take the Town Hall!
Freeze Town Hall!
Oh, he's taking so many losses here. What is distracting him?
The Clan Castle troops, there was like archers or something there. There was archers or some kind of ground troop was there.
Oh, no!
And all the E-Drags. Oh, did I jinx this? I'm so sorry. I got too... Oh no, I got too confident about the Dragon Whisperer. That's my fault.
There were some other things whispered at those dragons, and I think it was archers on the ground giving a ton of distraction and completely shut down that push. Those E-Drags they just sat on top of their targets.
Yeah.
If they would have taken out the Town Hall, the Monolith, and the CC, then he would have had a really clean push on the backside here. But instead, he leaves up a huge amount of percentage here, 65%. and that's 35 buildings left on the board here. That is the biggest miss he's had all season, and that is going to set the tone here for this war.
And he said in his interview, he's going first and picking those bases he liked. Obviously, he liked it. And realistically, it wasn't a bad pick. It's not like this was a bad decision to hit this base with Eject. He just needed to freeze the Town Hall a couple more times because those Dragons just sat there and got roasted. If he was able to freeze the Monolith and the Town Hall, the Invisibility Tower went off, so the Electric Dragons went right by, and then they just sit there and they get roasted by those Inferno beams on the top of the Town Hall, the Monolith, which is going to deal quite a bit of damage. Yeah, look, that freeze was good here, but I think he misses the next freeze coming in here, which costs him a lot. Yeah, that freeze gets missed right there. Oh, that's devastating for Wanho.
Yeah, there wasn't even like that many archers, but like every single dragon was so tightly clumped up there that they were all trying to target the same one, so they started to build up a beam, and then the Warden's like, I got you, and he snipes that one off, and they're all like, I don't know what to do, so they reset their beams and start over a new charge up, and they just sat there stalled for a very long time. That was really unlucky. Like, it really was. Like, that had a really solid chance of clearing out the core there and setting up the back end of the base there fairly nicely. But instead, he just got stalled indefinitely, and ultimately, at least he got the Town Hall down. So.
Well, Eric, you wanted some chaos. Our poll says 50-50. Have we had a straight-up 50-50 poll? I don't think so. But you wanted chaos. This leaves an opening for chaos. As happy endings, like I mentioned in the opener, Ace started the war with a 3-star in their war against Golden X offline earlier.
Yeah, I mean, chaos indeed here, but it's only chaos if Happy Endings is able to take advantage of it. If they can get this upset win here, that'd be the first win of the challenge season, and it would just cause turmoil here for Alpha MX Esports and really hurt their chances of surviving and put them even deeper in the middle of the pack there as they go into the week 4. So here we go. Open attack here from Big Deezy. We got ourselves a zap in. No zap.
Just Electro Titan.
Yeah, this is going to be a Warden Walk, Flame Flinger, Electro Titan smash attack here, and not going to be taking any lightning in, but I feel like he kind of needs to, because look at the area around the Town Hall the Flame Flinger's pushing towards. He's got the Expo and the Mortar over there, so.
And he doesn't Warden Walk over there. Usually you see the Warden Walk support to try to alleviate some of that pressure.
What's the play here, Bash?
Is he going to try to distract with that Yeti? The Yeti's not going to be enough distraction, and maybe push right on through the middle of the base. But we've seen this a lot of times where the Electro Titans push through the Town Hall. They just can't handle it.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to go in there because the Flame Flinger is forming the funnel on the top side. The Warden has formed out the funnel on the bottom side.
It's a huge funnel on the bottom.
And he's going to jump right into the scatter shot there. So he's got 2 jumps. He can definitely push his way into the core of the base there and secure the Town Hall takedown as he makes his way past. But definitely keep an eye on the Queens, or the healers here, and on these Electric Titans to see how many survive this initial punch.
The only plus side to not zapping is he has a ton of spell support now. However, everything is starting to walk outside now. We'll have to keep an eye on and see what that Flame Flinger does, as the Mortar is targeting up top, it looks like. Goes ahead and frees the Town Hall and the Monolith, just trying to save some of the hit points on the troops as they should work back in through here, through that jump, and they do. And they should be able to grab that Town Hall, which means the Flame Flinger can clean up behind.
Yeah, but this approach here leaves the Eagle Artillery till the very end of the attack. He can't even put the Road Champion through the Eagle Artillery because the King is right there defending me. He really has to, he's kind of forced his hand to put the Road Champion on the left side of the base and then end onto the Eagle Artillery, and he doesn't have any access spells to be able to push everybody up that direction.
So they're the healers got roasted.
Yeah, that's what I'm always worried about when you push through the Town Hall. Like, the Super Bowlers and especially Super Witches can sit back far enough there that they can wait for the Town Hall poison to fade, but the Electro Titans tend to push right through. So if you engage the Town Hall too early, you kind of set yourself up to lose the healers.
Notice he is using those new painter skins, though, available for purchase in the shop now. The newest skin set available in Clash Clans, the first time ever bundled together. Working through here, trying to run up that percent. He does already have the percentage advantage, so there is that. It's going to be a tough finish here with bows and Infernos and the Warden and the defensive heroes. Yeah, it's going to be a tough finish, but he does grab the percentage advantage, at least for his squad.
Well, at least he's got those little Bob Ross barbarians coming around at the bottom of the base there. So they're going to go paint a pretty picture down there as this one climbs up into the 80 percentiles, but he's going to fall short before he gets into the 90s, and he'll leave a bit of percentage on the board here. Still decent percentage, and still is obviously going to be more than we saw out of Juanjo on the other side there, so it is going to be a percentage advantage by, it looks like, 19 buildings into Happy Ending's favor.
That's a pretty big percentage advantage starting off the war. Let's be honest, 19%, we usually see that in the later phases of the war, but that's after attack 1. So it's really going to put Alpha MX in a spot where they're going to want to triple here. They're going to want to get that star back right away, and we've seen Happy Endings kind of struggle and make those big risky plays. Can they cause the chaos? Can they shake up our rankings a little bit? Or will Alpha MX live up to the hype and keep that momentum flowing? Oh, this war is building it all up, Eric. I'm excited.
Absolutely, and it's like, okay, so you have like different options here. Either you play the risk with an attack like this and you go for the long push across the base, or you play it safe, and it is a suboptimal approach there to go through the town hall because the problem with the healers. There's certain attacks, like I said, that can withstand and keep the healers back a little bit further, a little bit easier, but you see the healers right there getting absolutely wrecked. And as soon as those healers go down and you're only halfway through the attack there as the overall time, then you're really not going to set yourself up very well. So let's pass it over to Troy Gomar and see what we can do for Alpha MX Esports.
Troy coming in with that Queen Charge hybrid. We see this a lot on these style bases. And while he gets going here, I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, guys, think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Again, a huge shout out to them for putting on this awesome event, allowing us to be a part of the NA circuit here of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Awesome content we got for you guys. Hopefully you've enjoyed your night. Queen is under heavy fire, though, from the Monolith and that Warden pedestal. Let's get back into the action here. Wallbreakers go. Whoa!
Oh, what happened to the Wallbreaker?
There was a single wall right there, and it targeted it.
What?
Why did it target?
The walls are open. Look, all the wall. There's no. Okay, all the wall segments
so it's
are
not going
small.
to go inside.
Yeah, there's no actual enclosed compartments anywhere in that area of the base there. But why did it go after that wall
Well,
instead of the next wall? What the heck was that?
All right, he needs Queen to duck in here. Is she going to duck?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Loses a healer to a black air bomb, but the Queen does go inside. Christ is averted there after the wall breakers are going off the rails there. Another healer goes down to a black air bomb, and this Queen Charge is hurting now. But he'll have the hybrids start their way in and hopefully get the support to keep her alive.
And here comes that first heal spell in to support the Hogs and the Miners as they work into the scatter shot, working into that enemy Royal Champion. Got a few Hogs that did stray off to the side. The King's working on that funnel on the bottom side. Queen has recovered nicely, and she's not under too much pressure, but here come the Clan Castle troops, which with being a Lava Hound should be fine. He still has all 4 hero abilities intact. We should see that Warden ability come in at an optimal timing here. Royal Champion is going to go to ability. Hogs out of the barracks now. Let's see where this Warden ability comes in. Maybe right here. Okay, right now.
Yeah, and the Warden ability is going off at the same time that he's engaging the Rage Tower area, so he'll take that multi-inferno down while he's still inside of the Rage there. He'll heal through the next one. The King getting stalled up there at the Tesla farm on the right side of the base there, but he's protected with the Phoenix, so everybody had good protection. The heal spell giving him what he needs to get through this raged up multi-inferno, taking some heavy damage to the area, but still looking okay. Queen pops her ability and takes out the defensive Queen. That'll also carry through the scatter shot, but she's going to lose. Nope. She does not lose her healers, and she's looking solid here.
Eric, she protects, she attack. Most importantly, she finished off the scatter shot. It's going to be a 3-star for Troy Gomar. Getting that 3-star his squad needed to push ahead after the misstep for Juanjo in the first attack. Beautifully executed. Queen Charge hybrid. I love this attack. I love when it works. One of my favorite attacks in the game, and really well spell management early on, getting that Queen through the Monolith and that Warden Pestle. Really interesting base design. If that Queen walks, he could have been in trouble.
Oh yeah, that would have been a really difficult scenario to come back from, but he gets it done. But now they're still not out of the trailing position yet. They still have to get a defense here, and that means we'll have to see what happens with Happy Endings on this next attack. And they've been struggling a little bit here. Like we said, they haven't been able to lock. I don't know how many triples they've locked in over the course of the entire challenge season, but their hit rates have been relatively low.
I feel like they've hit pretty decent triples, but a lot of wars have just bounced the opposite way for them.
Yeah.
Well, I think, like, if I remember right, like they had an 11-11, they lost on percent. Like they've been right there. I mean, the war earlier today, they got a triple to start and then had those missteps with the 1-stars. So it's not like they're not hitting decently. They're right there. It's just when it comes down to it, whether they take the risk or something goes sideways, it just doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, and I think if if they got 2 1-stars earlier today, then they're already going to be on edge there, and it's going to hurt their confidence and their willingness to take additional risk. But, I mean, it's currently at an 0-4 record. Like, they may just throw caution to the wind here and just send it. I don't know.
Honestly, at this point, like, what do you have to lose? Like,
well, there's extra prize money for a different placement. So, like, even though they can't get to San Diego, that doesn't mean there's not prize money throughout the different stages of whatever placement they end up getting. So, like, there's still something to play for and still reasons to climb rank.
And Nemesis is coming in, and Nemesis was one of the ones that did 1-star earlier. Sorry, Nemesis, I had to say, we've been talking about it a little bit here. It's coming in with a Yeti blimp to take out this compartment, take out that Royal Champion, take out the scatter shot, which is going to open things up for the Queen here to work her way in towards the Town Hall, setting up for this Lalo.
Yeah, very nice value out of a Yeti bomb there. And now the Queen will push in from the left side. You see a Warden Walk trap in this left-hand corner. Lots of Teslas have popped in that area, and that would completely shut down a Warden Walk in that area potentially, cause a lot of problems, like ground skellies. Like, this base seems to initially be set up to stop like a Electric Titan smash attack here with like lightning or something like that, to try to stop a Warden Walk and a Flame Finger to push to the Town Hall. And it was not, or it's obviously not going to be a problem here for this Queen charge. He's catching all these black air bombs with Coco Loons, so he's very, very nicely set up here. He just needs to keep this Queen charge alive and push her in, secure that Town Hall, and then we'll see what we can do with the Lalo on the other side.
And this is what I was talking about. Like, I feel like just sometimes things don't go happy endings way. Look at this setup to this attack. This is a very great setup. It's a really, really strong approach to start this one. Just for whatever reasons, when they do take that risk, the ball bounces the opposite way. Queen's going to go ahead and deal with this clan castle. Not a major threat of a clan castle, just a few ice golems in here with the balloon, which he can go ahead and handle. King goes ahead and gets that Warden pedestal down. And also, more importantly, is the Phoenix working on this ice golem while the Queen is dispersing of the other two.
Yeah, and the Phoenix is taking a little bit of damage there, but the Phoenix is also clearing an area of traps ahead of the Queen there, which is extra bonus out of the Phoenix here. It'll actually activate the Town Hall the same time the Queen gets there, and now he knows that there's no traps there in front of the Queen. So if he could get the Queen to transition into these multi-infernos, he's in a good spot. He tries the wall break up the top of the base there, but the wall breaker goes all the way across the base and doesn't give him the access into the multi-inferno that I think he's hoping for.
Oh, the multis are just beaming on those healers now as well. The Lalo is started on the bottom portion of the base. All the healers down. Queen goes to ability. Oh, and things just went sideways. Oh, it was such a strong open, and it just goes all kaput here for Nemesis. A really strong open, just unfortunately not the way he was looking for this one to finish out with the Queen charge Lalo.
And that's a relatively small amount of balloons to try to push through that area there. And so it was really, really heavily reliant on the Queen going in there and taking out both of these multi-infernos to even start with. But he also needed to protect his Aurora Champion a little bit better. She got targeted by, I think it was Monos that ended up taking her down. So that was the key thing that he needed to get through the other multi-inferno that is most to the south right. But he's gonna fall short here. All of the multi-infernos stay standing in the base there. The Queen got completely shut down. It's still a decent percentage, so Happy Endings is gonna at least be able to actually sustain a percentage advantage in this war, but they're gonna be behind by a star. So it's very close right now. If they can win an exchange with a triple and a defense of almost any percentage, or really any percentage, then they would take the lead in this war.
They're still up 2% here, so maintaining that lead with this attack. I really love the open on this one. The open was really strong. That wall break just did not work out in his favor, and then the healers got in the way. I don't know if he maybe didn't see the healers getting targeted by the Inferno, because maybe could have used a freeze or two there, because he ended up essentially, not necessarily swagging, but he uses those freezes on the scatter shot on the back end when most of the balloons are down anyways. Hard to say, but they need to get a triple at some point.
I'm really liking the base designs here, though, with all these compartments, so just randomly open and close. Like, these wall breakers, they don't know what to target. Like, they're all over the place here. And the wall breaker unreliability, like, if you can put that onto bases, then you're really going to make it very difficult to try to for people to try to figure out how to pass through them, and that's exactly what they're going for, and it is working out very, very nicely on defense. So really, really nice base building. But now we're going to be sending in something that's going to be less reliant on wall breakers. It's going to be a Super Archer bomb into Suihiro Lalo. So you'll start it with a couple balloons, you'll send in that blimp, and you'll try to take out the Town Hall and everything on the top side.
All right, here we go. Blump's going to go in, doesn't use the Warden ability, which is going to be nice to have that Warden for later. He's going to most likely just clone over the wall here and then start those Super Archers raged up and then Invis to try to get this Town Hall down. CC does pull out here. That could be an issue sometimes. Goes ahead and moves that Invis just a little bit over so that the Expo can go down. Now he's going to go ahead and refresh that Rage and try to get this Town Hall, but oh man, these Archers are not cooperating here, Eric.
Yeah, need to prevent them from locking onto the Lava Hound. They're locked onto the Royal Champion right now, which is nice, and he fires the Royal Champion and actually takes the scatter shot down with those same strikes. Now, he's not going to get this multi down, which is going to be a little bit of a problem, but you think he'll get the Poison Tower down? Maybe, not quite, not quite. Okay, so Poison Tower is going to get repaired, and he's going to have to deal with it later on, but the Queen will start in. She'll fight off that Lava Hound, and he's got an Electro Titan that'll instantly burn up all the Lava Pups.
Whoop, they're gone. And that's a nice substitution, especially when you're using like these Super Archer attacks. You can throw in one Electro Titan to help deal with the Clan Castle, and the Clan Castle was perfect for it. The Lava Hound being in there, you saw right there, the Electro Titan eats up all those pups in one quick instant. Gonna try to push this Queen inside here with the King. Wallbreaker comes in really nicely here. This Queen's gonna have really good access. Kind of need the King to get out in front and tank some of these upcoming defenses. Really not too much pressure for her to be under, though.
Queen turn back. She needs to go and get this multi down. But if she could reach over there and get the Eagle Artillery down, that'd be fine, too. Like,
yeah, honestly, might be better if she went that way.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But if she was able to hold on to her ability and get the Monolith down, that'd be great. But I don't think she'd have the HP to get through that anyway, so maybe that's irrelevant. He is going to get this Expo engaged here with the Queen, and if he can get that down, then he can help his Royal Champion out later on a little bit there, and doesn't quite get it, so we'll keep an eye on that Expo if it causes any problems with the Royal Champion later on. But the Lala will begin in from the far right side of the base there, not going over where the heroes started, which is kind of a little bit out of the ordinary. Now, the Royal Champion's going to start directly onto that Expo and try to push towards the Monolith, but that means that multi that I think she might have been trying to deploy onto is going to wreck the Lala over on the right side, and I don't know if that was the play here. Okay, so my theory on these Super Archer bomb into Lalo is you typically want to make sure that the Lalo is going to go over the top of your heroes to try to protect them and get the cross-taking. I feel like the most common times that I see this attack miss is when they try to put the Lalo on the opposite side of the base from the heroes, and then they miss out on an opportunity for the cross-tanking between the heroes and Lalo, so they can get a natural amount of protection for each other if they're providing the synergy for each other. And when they don't, then we end up with this happening where the heroes continue to get picked off there, the Lalo gets picked off separately, and we ultimately end up with a miss. So it sometimes works, but I feel like it is significantly less successful.
It's a huge investment. Also, it's pretty much all your spells there from the opener, and leaving up a couple multis like you did there in the scatter shot, that is really tough to overcome. And the Royal Champion essentially went in and just got obliterated. She got like 2 or 3 buildings down, maybe 3 or 4 buildings, but she did not get much value because she went into the Monolith, which just eats up those heroes. Yeah, she
was supposed to go to the multi-inferno.
I think so also, but he might have wanted to deploy her towards like that gold storage more.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's definitely, but if he goes to the gold storage, the King's in the way, so that's probably why he deployed where he did, because the King was in the way on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that Expo caused problems with it. If he was trying to go directly to the multi-inferno to try to get that off of his Lalo, then the Queen missing that Expo was even more significant, and that seems to be what happened there. But it is still a start lead here if they can get a defense. So if they stop Tingy, then they're just fine. But if Tingy's able to pull through, then Happy Endings will take the lead in this war. It looks like he's got a Queen charge and a Hogminer hybrid, and he started the Queen right at the Town Hall, right at the top of the base here, and the Wallbreaker will actually attack the outside walls, which is very rare because the only reason that the Wallbreaker would attack those outside walls is there's no other enclosed compartment. So he identifies that and he takes advantage of it, and I like that.
And a lot of times with these like open corner bases, that's becoming more of a thing where you can get that little outside Wallbreaker, and it works out really nicely to push the Queen inside when it happens. So the Queen's going to be able to grab this Town Hall without any issue, set up the pathing. We talk about these alleyways for the Queen charge hybrid. So she's going to basically be in charge of getting this whole compartment out, and then we'll have the King come in with the barracks and just set up the pathing later. And it's a really good start here as the Queen stays away from the single for a little bit also.
I was surprised that he's starting the King over to the far left side of the base here. The Queen's veering off to the right, and usually when the Queen veers off to the right, we would want to put the hybrid in from the right to try to get some cross-tanking and force her back. But he's just going to wall break her through, and the hybrid will push into the far left. Now, the pathing is not perfect over there because the buildings that the Queen left behind on the left side of the Town Hall is going to potentially make a lot of troops backtrack here. But we'll see how they move through as the Queen stays alive and the hybrid is looking pretty solid and staying together right now.
You're right, Eric. If he runs the hybrid over there at the 3 o'clock side, the opposite corner, he can almost correct that Queen path, get her into the single and push her further into the base here. But goes right at the monolith here with the hybrid. He's in, so we can't change it. You know, we can say if all we want, but this is what's going on. Singles locked onto the Royal Champion, but the Diggy goes ahead and gets the Sun. Queen is going invisible there. All of the hybrid troops are starting to fade, especially the miners going to target the Queen. They're under a lot of pressure here, and this one's fading out quick.
Yeah, he's going to get the Royal Champion to at least get the support into the defensive Grand Warden, but as Royal Champion gets stalled by the Tornado Trap, into the defensive Queen we go. Warden is right there, so he is going to get some support and actually get that defensive Queen down. The Warden is basically on his own here with, no wait, the heal is, okay.
The RC is still there, yeah.
The RC is alive because the heal is transferred over to save her, but that means that his Queen went down, and that's the only reason why they're over there, and obviously she's not going to have enough punch. There goes a whole bunch of red air bombs. Royal Champion stalled up on ground skellies, and it is going to be a defense. So that means that Alpha MX Esports will maintain their lead here, and we'll see where the percentage lands after this one wraps up.
Ultimately, happy endings could still be up on percent after this one if the Warden gets a couple more buildings here. Ward's going to be really close percentage-wise, but ultimately they got to get that 3-star. The percent doesn't matter if you can't tie up the stars here. Warden's working through here. He does get to the 87%, which makes it a tied war at this point. 88 keeps happy endings up on percentage, so they're still going to have the 1% advantage. But, man, they've got to get on the board. We haven't seen them get that triple yet, Eric.
Yeah, and they're going to need it. They're going to need it. We know they're capable of it, and they haven't taken any massive risks here. And I feel like when they come down to the end of the war here, like their risk tolerance is going to increase because they may just have to throw any caution to the wind and just send. And obviously you got to secure the Town Hall in every attack there, but a lot of times when people get behind, there's more optimal approaches that are very, very risky that make the longer approach to the Town Hall, and as they get more desperate, they may ultimately start to break out those strategies. But right now, they seem to be playing it fairly safe, and it might be time to get that risk.
Yeah, and honestly, that one had a good chance, and if he moves the hybrid to the opposite side, he engages that Tesla farm a lot earlier. I mean, hard to say, obviously, but it seemed like the alleyway was a little bit better set up on that side.
I agree.
Marcelo coming in now with a Queen charge Lalo. We saw Marcelo earlier doing some really fun things. Let's see what he does here. Flinger is going to come in to start over here on the left-hand side, and then accompany that Queen charge in here to the Eagle compartment. So starting off going with that Eagle takedown and the Flinger to support.
Yeah, and the Flame Flinger will be protected by the Queen holding attention to the mortar there, so that's a good start here. The Queen also holding attention to that Expo, so he could maybe put something into the scatter shot up in the top compartment and take advantage of the Queen providing some tanking there. Like get the cross tanking, get the damage off of the Queen at the same time, and it looks like the King is going to do exactly that. The King is going to be engaging the Rage Tower, but honestly, that Expo is one of the defenses that would be boosted the most by the Rage Tower, so it's locked onto the Queen, so he just has to make sure that she has enough HP to be able to sustain that damage while the King gets in there and gets it done, and he should be in a good spot here. But look at this wall break, giving the Queen a potential path over to the Multi-Infernos. Queen!
Oh, I thought the freeze was on time. It was just a split second late. That's a heartbreak. He does have troops coming out of the Clan Castle. Looks like a bunch of archers. He's got the King moving in now with the Royal Champion. And he's going to be able to engage these Clan Castle troops in a relatively low damaged area. The Queen's pretty much under no fire except for those Clan Castle troops, which is nice because the King and the Royal Champion take all of that pressure off from the top side. Now he's going to have to go with the Lalo over top of the Town Hall and freeze that invisibility tower as he makes that approach. So this could get a little bit dicey, but obviously he's already planned for it, so shouldn't be an issue, but we've seen it be an issue in the past.
Yeah, I think maybe something that he didn't really expect to happen here was the Queen having the walls open by the Flame Flinger over there. He tried the wall break again, but the Queen is actually taking the turn around to the Royal Champion missed, which is okay at this point here, because the Flame Flinger is still safe. It's still getting value over on the far left side of the base there, and if it can get the push into the scatter shot there, then the Lalo can actually take out the rest of the base here, but he still has a lot of damage here after the Town Hall, and unfortunately he just lost his Queen.
But he did one-shot the Town Hall with a raged-up pack of loons through there. Needs to get out of the Poison Tower. We do have Rocket Loons and a Dragon Rider coming out of that Flame Flinger finally. Oh man, the Tesla farm on the bottom side is rough.
Yeah, it is.
The Monolith eating his troops alive, and then the multi. Oh yeah, this one's not going to have enough gas in the tank. It was a really fun approach here for Marcelo, who came in with that Blizz Lalo earlier, and now switching up to Queen Charge Lalo, and just not going to have enough gas in the tank. Will be able to push it up to 80% though.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to open up another opportunity here for Happy Endings. If they can deliver and get that 3-star, then they can once again take the lead. Alpha MX Esports is not closing that door, keeps on giving that opportunity, and you give that opportunity enough times, they're going to eventually get it if they just keep on going. So we'll see what happens here. They have 3 misses on the board right now, 3 misses from both teams, but that percentage advantage remains into Happy Endings' favor.
All right, this attack is really huge for the war right now. Happy Endings needs a 3-star in the worst way. You don't want to leave the next attack up to fate. If you can get a 3-star here, you push that percentage advantage up and you make Alpha MX have to 3-star, so you start to make them feel that pressure on their final attack. But if you miss here, it relieves some of that pressure. They know, yeah, we want a 3-star, but also like we still have a chance if we don't.
Yeah, exactly. You want to force them to take the risk. Like you're like I was saying, you feel like you start to move into a more desperate position where you're willing to take more and more and more risk. But if you can force that pressure onto your opponent where they feel like they have to take more risk instead of playing it safe, then you're really going to put yourself into a proper position here. But Mayhem has the opportunity to deliver that mayhem as he comes in with a zap into Electro Titan Smash. It is a zap that's going to take out the Inferno and the Invisibility Tower by the Town Hall, but he uses the Lightning and then starts the Warden Walk there. So that was about 4 or 5 seconds there that he could have had the Warden Walk already moving when he started in the Lightning. So not perfect time efficiency. It would be a heartbreaker if he ends up time failing this by 4 seconds. But I don't want to jinx it. He's going to have the Warden going to go in towards the Expo. Now, this is a long Warden Walk, so time is even a bigger issue. I feel like if you're going to Warden Walk all the way into an Expo here that is that embedded in the base, then you have to play every bit of this attack here as time efficient as possible, and he hasn't done that yet. So I'm a little bit worried about the clock.
Well, we'll see how this one plays out. We know the Electro Titans are notoriously slow getting through these bases, especially with these huge setups. We're just about to that 1-minute mark of this attack. Yeti coming in and just setting some pathing through the bottom. He's going to look to push everything through that Queen compartment. The Flame Flinger's working in, but you do have to be careful of that Expo. He's going to go ahead and target the Expo now, and I think he wants to wait till that Expo's down, but now he's under 1 minute use, or over 1 minute use, excuse me, for this Warden Walk, which is that danger zone.
Exactly. The Flame Flinger, I'm not really worried about the Flame Flinger securing the Town Hall takedown, so he's playing it safe there. He can now pull the Warden off here. He delays it by a second or two, but he's only got 1 minute and 40 seconds to drive this Electro Titan Smash through the base here, so he's going to need everybody to survive. Warden takes some heavy damage at the defensive Queen, but he does survive it, and now he pushes into the defensive CC. It's a double Ice Golem, I mean, which is going to slow him down even further. Time is becoming increasingly an issue here, Bash.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% worried about the time here. Jump Spell is down to give him access to the Eagle and that multi-target Inferno. The Flame Flinger should eventually target the Town Hall after he gets through this multi-target Inferno over there. All right, finally locks on it, but there we go. Those Ice Golems are just holding everything up. Royal Champion is in early also just to try to support and push everything through, trying to make up some of that time he missed earlier. Flame Flinger's locked on, and it should secure the Town Hall, no issues, but man, there's still a lot of base and under 1 minute left.
Yeah, he's need to get the cleanup moving as quickly as possible here. He still has a chance. Like, there is a possibility he can get through in time here, but with the jump giving him access back out of the compartment where the Queen's trapped in, she'll circle around. He's got the cleanup work on the outside. The Electro Titan swing wide. Royal Champion taking advantage of the Queen still providing tanking. The healers are on the Queen. He's got 30 seconds to close it out. I feel like he just needs to open up the Flame Flinger and get those troops moving in to help support on the backside, because he's going to need to arrive some tanking into that area and give the Royal Champion some support. He's got 20 seconds.
Eric.
He's pushing through quickly. He's very close here.
Eric, this is looking close. Oh, man. I think you're right. Could have popped that Flinger a split second later. Skeleton's going to hold things up here. 10 seconds. Come on. He's got enough. He's got the gas in the tank. The Electro Titans are notoriously slow. We've seen time fail after time fail, and it's going to be another time fail with the Electro Titans. Oh, he could have saved a few seconds here and there, but might not have been enough anyways. 96% for Mayhem. Oh, that's a heartbreaker on a 3-star attack. He had it, Eric.
Mm-hmm. You think you could have got it with an extra 4 seconds?
No, I think he needed 7.
Yeah, I think you're right. Either way, you know it's a problem there when you're pushing that Warden Walk past the 1 minute elapsed mark there.
Yeah, that's another thing is he could have maybe cut the Warden Walk a little bit slower.
Or even add some extra support troops around the Warden. I don't know exactly what you need to do
rage
there,
the Warden.
That's true. You don't have a lot of rages in the stack here if you use that much for the Lightning at the start. So you got to be careful if you want to invest a rage into it. But you know what? If it's ultimately, if the setup is so strong and the flame flinger value is that big, it might be worth it to use the rage there to make sure that you have enough time to finish it. Because if you can take out that many of the major defenses with the flame flinger, then you set yourself up really nice, and you may not even need that second rage or the actual main push.
It's hard to say. I mean, that's why I'm here at the desk, talking about his attack and not trying to do it myself.
We can criticize it, but we can do it,
Nice try, Mayhem. But Losser's going to look to put this one away. If Losser can get a 3-star no matter what, Alpha MX Esports wins the war. And it's looking like it's going to be a Super Archer or maybe a Super Minion blimp working in here. We'll have to see which one comes out. Doing a little bit of a Warden Walk initially here to start into a Queen Walk starting the Titans. I've seen this in Legends a little bit here. They'll send in the Titans and then they'll send in the blimp while the Titans are working.
Right.
Time not an issue this way.
Yeah, and that is a very, very time-efficient way to do this. He catches some black air bombs. He can protect the blimp, because a lot of times we see people go in with the Electro Titans and use the ward ability to protect the blimp anyways, and use the Warden at the start, and he ends up getting wasted. So if they're going to be working on 2 independent sections of the base there, you might as well just do it like this. I really like this play here from Lossler, and that Super Archer bomb is well positioned to take out a lot of key targets, but most importantly, it needs to secure the Town Hall. If it takes out that scatter shot in the Monolith, that would be ideal.
Yeah, he's down with no invises, so this is going to be tight. Here we go. Okay, nice. Gets it. Last second there. But look at this. Like, everything's moving. Time is not an issue now. He's got everything working through. He still has Royal Champion. King is working through the top side. Still has King ability. Look at that Super Archer up in the middle of the base. Royal Champion coming in to clean in the middle. I've seen this attack being used on me a few times in Legends, and I will say it may have tripled my base.
Yeah, it's looking really solid here. The biggest threat is the Royal Champion running to the defensive Royal Champion. He has this Royal Champion taking a lot of damage there, so he's going to ultimately lose her. Maybe this doesn't go through.
Yeah,
he lost a lot.
He
lost his Queen really early. The Royal Champion engages the defensive Royal Champion, goes down.
It's fade. It's out.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't get there.
I really like the overall way that this was executed, though. Like, even though it's a miss and it does open up an opportunity now for Happy Endings to take the win, it is a very interesting way to do this, and I feel like I want to go try this. Like, that's definitely inspired me to try to make this attack be replicated in my own wars. So I'm down. I'm a big fan of this, but obviously it didn't work out. He took way too much damage for his Queen. But honestly, the Super Archer bomb and the main push were just separated enough there that they weren't impeding each other, and he was able to take advantage of both of them simultaneously, being time efficient and potentially take a base down. But obviously the heroes got to do their job.
Eric, I got some bad news for you, bud.
What's that?
With that miss, that means neither of us are right with the 12-star prediction.
Oh, no.
They get to 11. All right, so we're both wrong there, but let's see. Happy Endings wins with the 3-star here. Lots of drama to finish off the show strong. Maybe play a little upset here. This could be really interesting. Let's see what Happy Endings has to finish.
What would happen if Happy Endings wins this war and then their next 2, and then we end up with like a multi-way tiebreaker at 3 and 4 at the end of next week?
I mean, that would be fun.
And then we I don't know if they technically are mathematically out of their chances for San Diego.
I don't think so.
I'm starting to question it now. I think with 2 teams currently at a nearly undefeated record where they only were able to lose to each other, like with Lotus and Empire at the top of the boards there, I think it's actually mathematically possible for Happy Endings to get into San Diego if they get this win and they continue that streak. But I don't know.
Eric, they still have to get a star. But
They
have
do.
They have to get a triple. They're down a star.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
I mean, no pressure.
I think they technically are still in it, so let's see what
you're saying
happens
there's
here.
a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, Happy Endings, if you're listening, no pressure. You got this. Do your thing. But the whole night comes down to this attack. Oh, man, I feel like...
Well, if they don't triple here, then they are definitely
Oh, yeah,
out.
No.
They absolutely must triple if they want any chance of making it through. So this is the attack of their season, and then they need to then continue to do that for their wars next week as well to have any chance of pulling through. But let's see if Beck can get it done here as he comes in with a queen charge into Lala. The final attack of the war, percentage advantage in their favor. If he triples, he wins and keeps his dream potentially alive here.
Eric, I'm nervous. Hold me. This is scary. All right. It's all on the line. Troy Gomar on defense. Let's see where he decides to start this one. He does have the battle drill selected, which we've seen a couple times tonight, actually. We don't see the battle drill a ton, but when we do, it's usually a really fun play. So the Queen's going to go ahead and start up the 12 o'clock position, the top side of the base. Going to get those healers in now. Queen was under a lot of pressure. She's trying to feint off the air defense. Queen, watch the Queen, watch the Queen. Oh, she's ability. Oh, no, Eric. She already went to ability.
Oh, no, Beck. Come on, man.
It's
Pull
fine.
together here.
This is still, like, not insurmountable. Like,
Yeah,
losing
you're right,
Queen
you're right.
ability is... I don't want to say fine, but
Well, sometimes we end up at the end of the attack there and we got a swag queen ability.
Right.
It's called pre-swag. Like, get used to it. These
Oh,
guys
my
are that good. Okay.
Eric, can you settle down and just let this man attack?
Okay, sorry, all right. Okay, so he's got this rage tower that's in the middle of the base here with all of these heavy defenses around it. So be paying attention to that. He's got the battle drill coming in on the right side of the Queen where that will cut the funnel. Look at the wall breakers coming in that will give the Queen extra access, and that gives her access to
Queen, go
every
left.
single one of these Infernos. She just needs to take the turn to the left there. Yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah, Queen, if she goes left, would be really nice here. Maybe this battle drill can cut her off. She's going to be held up a second. Battle drill's working. Oh, it's going to pop. She goes in Viz to protect the Queen, heals. She should circle back here, I think. Oh, yeah, there she goes. Oh, but she's caught in the tornado, and the healers are in the multi.
It's okay. Got it.
Okay,
there
nice.
we go. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's still moving.
100% to plan so far.
Yeah, except for that Queen ability. Let's hopefully that's
part of the plan. That's part of the plan.
That's part of the plan. It's part of the plan, guys. Don't worry about it.
Single. It's burning. Oh, jeez. Why does he do that?
All right, Beck, taking us for a ride on this one. He will get this last Ice Golem down, and he's going to have to burn.
Well, Queen's
another.
going down now. She's got nothing else. Queen's down now no matter what. This is a lot of base remaining. And not a lot of spells. He's got one rage remaining.
Do you see all the black air bombs going off on the side of the base there as soon as he drops in his balloons? So he lost a lot of balloons right away there. There's more black air bombs. Pops down really quickly, and he doesn't have this town hall secured, and I am questioning whether he can get it down right now. It was an all or nothing play here, and it looks like he's gonna come out on the short side with this one, which means Alpha MX Esports is gonna improve their record on the day and on the challenge season to a 3-2, and they're going to be at the top end of this pack here as we move into the final week here. But there goes all of the balloons. Happy endings will fall short in this one. A nice attempt here on the final attack of the war, but happy endings, not able to secure any triples, and 11 stars is enough to carry Alpha MX through.
Eric, I told you last week, don't be sleeping on Alpha MX. They just only played 3 times. Quit writing them off. All these other teams doing all these great things. Alpha MX is going to be there the whole time. I told you that.
I voted Alpha MX Esports on this war. So.
Yeah, me too.
All right, well,
we got one right.
High five.
High five.
Nice job.
Hey, no, shout out to Alpha MX Esports. They came out to play today. They did what they needed to. They won both of their wars. They moved to 3-2, and pretty much they control their own fate in week number 4.
Absolutely. If they can get out there and get a win next week there, then they're going to
2 wins, they're in no matter what.
Yes, very true. Yeah, they're in a very commanding spot there. They got plenty of opportunities left, but all those opportunities could also go the other way and knock them out of the competition as well. So they will control their own fate, but we'll see some resistance to them as they play their way through.
Why you gotta be so negative to a team that went 2-0 tonight?
I'm just saying that they're not. It's not over till it's over. They definitely performed though. They played well.
And I'm not trying to throw shade, but look what happened to Aphilion tonight. It was the same story. They came out really hot last week and then stumbled this week. It's a story of week to week here, and week 4 is going to be crazy. Guys, make sure you follow, have those notifications on, subscribe on YouTube with the notifications on. You're not going to want to miss out this show next week. It's 4:30 Pacific time, 7:30 Eastern time, same place. Oh, man. It's going to be a crazy good week next week.
I feel like every time we get to the end of the challenge season, we come down to these situations where we have multi-way ties. It just never fails here, Glitter. It's just nonstop every single challenge season.
You know, that's why we always say it's the era of everyone, because we always think that we know the way these are going to play out and are wrong, but in like the best way, in the way that we want the competition to go. I can never complain about the teams keeping it this close. But like you were saying, this was a huge win for Alpha MX, setting themselves up very well heading into week number 4. And honestly, I have zero inkling of how it's going to finally shake out. The amount of tiebreakers we're going to be dealing with is probably going to be a lot more than we expected.
Oh, it always is.
Yeah, it's going to be very intense of how much the producers are going to be in our ears telling us all the situations for next week. It's going to be those last couple wars next week are going to be really fun.
We're going to be sitting at our little pin board with all the different possibilities and trying to figure it out. We're like, oh my god,
we're stringing the crime scene.
It feels like every season we come down to this, and it is absolutely wild. This next week is going to be one you do not want to miss.
Yeah.
All right, well, talking about predictions and success and failure rates, we got to go look at Guess the Percent, and we'll see how close you guys were. You'll finally get to see this attack, too, because you clearly got 0.2 seconds the first time around.
Yeah,
but
that
here are
wasn't
your
fair.
guesses. 76% for Eric and 82% for Bash. So let's see how close you were.
I chose my percentage so that if I win this, unless they park it like right in between, I think if we end up on the low end here, then I will pass you up on the overall.
Oh yeah,
percentage
you
for
will.
the
You will.
season.
I was second guessing mine right after I said it. I got faith in Champ. He wouldn't let me down. That's for sure.
You definitely chose right in the middle range there, where I kind of expected it
that
to
was
be.
my strategy for this week.
It's smart because like I can't go too high or too low, and
but also like they gave us nothing, so it was a smart play, you know.
True. But it is a triple clone. A Hydra attack here, so he uses the clones to nuke out the Town Hall, and nice clone positions there. Able to, oh my god,
look at that.
There.
Whoa! Baby, look at that clone,
I'm not feeling too good about my chances to be able to win this game right now. I feel like I'm going to fall more behind. That was some big clone value.
Got
and
everything
it really
he
sets us
wanted.
up nicely.
All right, his heroes are working through the bottom side. Oh yeah, we're surpassing 76, and we're flying by that bad
sick
boy.
To my stomach now.
This is 100. If this is a triple.
Oh, this is looking
really good. Yeah.
It's fading a little bit.
He's got to get the defensive queen out of the way here. The queen is going to cause a lot of problems here. It picked off all the dragons in the area. The road champion engages on, and he's going to lose his road champion. Or no, he actually gets the defensive queen
Yeah,
down.
King tanked. King tanked.
Well, we're losing
I don't think it's a 3.
percentage.
I don't think it's 3.
No, I don't think it is either, but it's a higher percentage than what I expected.
Yeah, it's more than 76, because there goes 76 out the window.
Okay, well, I
Eric,
don't know what to do anymore.
you had wanted to do the 90s at first, and you didn't.
I did.
Check it out.
I'm sometimes I make nervous.
Wait, does this get there? Queen's got ability.
Oh, come on, stop.
Does this get there?
Just stop. You're just getting more and more percentage. Or I guess the most you can get is a couple percent.
Yeah, no matter what, I just gained 6%.
Yeah. But
I gained 12. I'm up like, what, 11, 12 overall?
Yeah.
I'm feeling good, Eric. I'm feeling real good.
Like, this was a 2-minute attack here on top of that. Like, this
well, it's
queen
dragons.
kept on moving through. Is this a 99%?
Wow.
It's a 99%.
Yeah, they did us dirty with the 99. Didn't
Wow.
Maybe 98. Yeah, it'll get 98. Yeah.
Okay. I don't care. I win. So you know what I do next week? Park it right in the middle again, Eric.
No.
Make a decision there, sir.
Okay, well.
Wow.
I had a chance if it went the other way. I had a feeling I should have went to the other side, 6 buildings above what you voted and went with the 88, and then I would have been a lot closer. I wouldn't have been on the dot, but I would have been in the lead. I was either going to be down by 11 or up by 1. So.
You have no faith in the dragons. Dragon Whisperer out here, Eric.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, well, week 4 should be interesting for Guess the Percent. We'll see who ends up being the victor in that one. An 11% spread right now.
Yep.
That's a pretty big
good.
gap to make up.
I'm going to get it, though. I'm going to get it.
Oh man, I think I win this. Like, there's no way I lose.
I think next week they need to give us a little bit more than the first 2 seconds of the attack, though.
Yeah,
I feel like we were
percent.
completely shooting into the wind there.
All right. We'll have to see how it goes. But before we close out today, let's jump back on an interview, okay? We've got Juanjo Fernandez ready to go again, chatting with us after the second win of the day. Welcome back. Congratulations again. Tell us how you're feeling.
Nuevamente, felicitaciones y cuéntanos cómo se sienten.
Pues nos sentimos muy bien, la verdad. Hoy era un día importante. La primera guerra teníamos que ganarla. Estábamos ahí peleando ese cuarto lugar. y pues esta lo mismo, un equipo duro, una guerra dura, pero lo logramos, salimos adelante por hoy.
Yeah, so we came in strong for the first game. It was a pretty big win for us, and right now it was a challenging opponent, a tough team. We're really happy with the results for today. We were really happy overall.
You guys control your fate going into week 4. How does that feel knowing 2 wins gets you in?
Y bueno, ahorita están ustedes en control de su futuro, pues. ¿Cómo se sienten sabiendo que ya están prácticamente a 2 victorias de la clasificación?
Sí, pues va a haber que hacer ahí un poco de cuentas, pero esperemos que incluso con una victoria nos dé. Igualmente, pues vamos a volver a preparar bases como esta semana y estar practicando para salir con esas 2 victorias o al menos con una y meternos en ese cuarto lugar.
Yeah, so we're going back to the whiteboard, go to review our strategies, review the bases, make sure that we take at least 1 win, we hope. We got to see the math over there, but hopefully with 1 or 2 victories, we can get there.
And how do you feel about your last 2 opponents? Are those teams that you're confident in being able to beat?
Y bueno, ¿y cómo se sienten sobre sus próximos oponentes que les toca la siguiente semana? ¿Creen que podrán vencerlos?
Realmente, si no creyéramos que podemos vencer a alguien, no estaríamos aquí. Yo creo que podemos vencer a los 2, pero necesitamos mucho trabajo. No es que seamos favoritos o no favoritos, pero lo intentaremos.
Yeah, we're really confident. We're here to play. We have, of course, to take a look into it, study them, but we're really confident in the performance of our team coming up to the next week. So, yeah, hopefully we can perform.
Well, you guys definitely performed this week, so thank you again for chatting, and best of luck next week.
Muchísima suerte la próxima semana.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
All right, so that week number 4, it's gonna be real good. Let's take a look back at the standings, the final standings for today, which will set up so much for next week.
Baby, look at this. So Lotus and Empire, they're in. Alpha MX, 2 wars next week. Aphilion, 1 war next week. Taco, 2 wars next week. And the Night Shift, 2 wars next week. These are all 4 teams playing for 2 spots.
Yes, and there's about 4, maybe 5 teams. I guess Golden X, like you said, is still potentially in it. So
technically, they're in it.
If Alpha MX Esports is losing both of their wars next week potentially, and
no.
Aphilion loses, then and Golden X is able to move up a little bit there, we could have a lot of teams at a potential 2 and 4 there. I don't know exactly. I feel like somebody's gonna have to play against each other and force that into like a 1 match up. And I think that 4th spot is going to be highly contended for. I think there's going to be at least a 2-way tie, potentially as much as a 4-way tie for it.
I mean, we even heard Juanjo Fernandez saying it, like they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out the right strats for next week, because everyone's going to be fighting tooth and nail for those final spots. It's not going to be easy. Anticipations heading into week 4, your final thoughts on that?
Pure chaos. It's going to be such a good week of wars. I mean, you saw it. We got 4 teams playing for 2 spots. We got so many good wars still to come. I'm looking forward to see the schedule of next week because I feel like every war is going to matter.
Yeah, and it's such a crazy thing that you have a couple of teams that we kind of expected to set themselves apart there with like Lotus and Empire, but then everybody else is really on that even playing field, and every single war just feels up for grabs, and it's going every other way. So I'm really excited for this next week.
So TLDR, you have to be here. You cannot miss a single thing that happens next week because there's too much on the line for all of these teams. But as of right now, that is week number 3 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge for Clash of Clans coming to a close with Lotus Gaming and Empire Gaming having punched their tickets to DreamHack San Diego. The middle of the leaderboard is a very tight race for the final week. So make sure that you show up to watch that battle for those remaining spots. As always, thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want